unveiled, and has been said to correspond to that which has been unveiled and its non-unveiled excess, that means to think in a way that accords with being sainsgemasse. In such thinking, that which already lay open is clarified. Thinking in this sense is always only the clarification of the clearing. Point 66. In order to complete the schema of the anthropogonic process, the fourth mechanism still remains to be discussed, which we call transference. Point 67. With Alsberg, Bock, Claes-Sens, and others, we have interpreted becoming human as an effect of a hyperinsulation. Even highly insulated groups stand continually under external pressure. Indeed, they construct for the sake of their internal refinement a precipitous connection with the outside and, when in crisis, come under increased tension. The incursions of the environment into the pre-human/human group envelopments already reach a fatal climax early on. When among groups of sapiens the hunters again become the hunted, when natural catastrophes override insulated protection, when external forces, in animal and human form, break all the way through into the mother-child space, when enemies lay waste to the storehouses, harm and carry off entire groups, then relations arise in which human beings pay the highest price for their biological refinement and their ontological ekstase. They suffer to the extreme when their generally stable internal space and the hypersensitive organization that befits it implode in the case of external attacks. Now they are, in multiple senses of the term, naked, abandoned to devastations from without. All the more important for them becomes the capacity to draw on disruptions for a supply of memories and routines that permit a repetition, howsoever transformed, of earlier states of order and integrity. The horizon of a symbolic immunology and the psychosemantics of regeneration here come into view, without which the existence of Homo sapiens in the chronic suffering of its history is unthinkable. The recourse to recollections of states from the time before catastrophes is the starting point for the emergence of reparative religions. Their core is constituted by ritual and psychical activities with which experiences of spatial integrity are transferred to states after the calamity. Hence many religious systems are familiar with the concept and the symbolic praxis of rebirth, with it the reconnection of wounded life to the integrity of that which is unborn is most convincingly orchestrated. The demand for regenerative operations sets in when foreign human beings become the highest environmental risk for human beings, thus in the imperial, political, and high cultural period of history, in which the domination of the human being by the human being became chronic torture for countless individuals and peoples. On this view, the historical era of states represents the continual emergency. Religions of salvation are the emergency laws for the perpetual violations of the human being by the human being. As soon as insulated hordes can no longer avoid each other but instead mutually and continuously pressure each other, co-opt each other, subjugate each other, and force each other into coexistence, the onto historically sainsgeschichtlich significant phase of the formation of peoples and their escalation into empires begins. In these already completely human and historical processes the mechanism of transference ensures that qualities of the first space are carried over into external and extreme situations. Wherever new situations and emergency situations call for being understood and configured, human beings reach back for routines from older, relatively integral situations and insert them into the foreign space. Not coincidentally did the Romance and Germanic languages derive their concepts of custom, Gewohnheit or habit from the sojourn in the primary space, i.e., from dwelling wohnen. They interpret accustoming oneself sich gewohnen to what is new as a transference of custom. The key to that which, in the case of human beings, one calls becoming an adult in a more than biological sense can be found in this occurrence. To becoming an adult there always belongs a certain settling into what is not one's own, perhaps even a modest relinquishment of transference, without which no one would be able to encounter the new as new. 68 Adult relations between the sexes are characterized by the fact that at least one partner takes it upon him or herself to relocate and partially relinquishes his or her privilege of immaturity. In terms of effective dynamics the rule is laid down that one can and should do nothing other than to search for the mother or sister and find a wife from elsewhere, or to beseech the father or brother and receive the foreigner. Endogamous desire must take exogamous paths. The Viennese psychoanalyst derived a comprehensive system of psychological concepts from the observation that the customs of the heart always undergo transference, although the subjects for the most part know nothing of whence it comes. They treat their clients, in favorable cases, by establishing the uncustomary custom of recognizing misogynous customs as such and replacing them with better ones. When Heidegger characterized language as the house of being, he laid the groundwork for insight into language as the universal organon of transference. By means of this, human beings navigate in spaces of resemblance. What is important about it is not only that it appropriates the world that is near, insofar as it assigns reliable names to things, persons, and qualities, and enmeshes them in histories, comparisons, and series. What is crucial is that it draws near to the foreign and uncanny, in order to integrate it into an inhabitable, understandable sphere that can be lined with empathy. It makes human exposure to the open world livable, insofar as it translates ekstase into enstase. The tendency toward nearness asserts itself in human language from the first word on. Language is always already a poetizing that draws near. Heidegger tongue. 69 It assimilates the dissimilar to the similar, as becomes particularly clear in the case of the formation of metaphors. Conversely, one could also say that it carries enstase in the customary out into ekstase in the uncustomary. Its essential achievement, as Heidegger observes, consists in the fact that it domesticates verhauslicht beings as a whole, or should one say, consisted in, since one cannot mistake the fact that language in the technological world, where other techniques of drawing near have taken the lead, is increasingly overwhelmed by this task. The making of texts goes its way without metaphors and free of transference. Language is or was the universal medium of befriending the world to the extent that it is or was the agent of the transference of that which is domestic to that which is not domestic. In his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel praised the Greeks for the fact that it was they who domesticated the world for us Europeans who succeeded them. They interpreted the cosmos as the well-rounded house of beings. The common spirit of homeliness unites us. Philosophy is being at home with self, just like the homeliness of the Greek. It is man's being at home in his mind, at home with himself. 70. In the Apostle Paul, an anti-Greek fundamental attunement had already announced itself, when in the second letter to the Corinthians he defined the world as a place that remains inhospitable and uncannily unhomelike, unheimlich to the end for human beings. For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, an house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. For in this we groan, earnestly desiring to be clothed upon with our house which is from heaven. 71. The Greikophile Heidegger takes up the Hegelian motif of world domesticity, but he transposes it from the idealist Olympian mode into a pre-Olympian Titanic one, by making clear that it is not the human being, and certainly not spirit, whose being at home with himself basic sen or housing Einhausung in the world is at issue. Rather he asks how being, whose clearing flashes through the human being, can at all be at home with itself. Or, to speak in the jargon of German sociology, how can the monstrous form a rational identity? For the operable human being, toward an introduction of the concept of homeotechnics. It is neither our mistake nor our merit that we live at a time in which the apocalypse of the human being is something that happens every day. We do not need to be in the storm of steel, under torture, in an extermination camp, or to linger near such excesses in order to experience how the spirit of extreme situations erupts in the inmost recesses of the civilizing process. Eviction from the habituations of humanistic appearance is the logical main event of the present, which is not escaped by flight into goodwill. Its consequences reach further than the advocates of the status quo imagine. It shatters all illusions of being at home with oneself basic sense. It not only does away with humanism, it also subverts the entire relation that Heidegger had addressed as the dwelling of the human being in the world. Who couldn't have noticed that the house of being is disappearing under the scaffolding, and no one knows how it will appear after the renovation, since now even its foundations, the liaison of the culture of writing and the formative education of human beings Menschenbildung, are being shaped anew. The distinctive feature of the current situation of the world, in terms of intellectual history and the history of technology, that most comes to mind is precisely the fact that technological culture yields a new aggregate state of language and writing that has little in common with their traditional interpretations by religion, metaphysics, and humanism. The old house of being has proven to be something in which a sojourn in the sense of dwelling or bringing into nearness from a distance is hardly still possible. The relationship between housing and framing is to be rethought from the ground up, yet certainly not like the relation between the life world and the system. Speaking and writing in the era of digital codes and genetic transcriptions no longer have the sense of any kind of domestication. The written compositions of technology develop outside of the transference of that which is familiar to that which is unfamiliar and do not evoke any acclimatizations and Heimalungen or effects of befriending that which is external. On the contrary, they increase the scope of the external and that which can never be assimilated. The province of language shrinks, that of clear text grows. Heidegger, in his letter on humanism, expressed these relations in old-fashioned diction, but in a way that is still valid in terms of its substance, when he called homelessness the prominent ontological distinguishing feature of the contemporary modus essendi of the human being. Homelessness is coming to be the destiny of the world. Hence it is necessary to think that destiny in terms of the history of being. Technology is in its essence a destiny within the history of being. As a form of truth, technology is grounded in the history of metaphysics. 72. That there is a connection between truth and destiny which points beyond metaphysical recourse to the timeless belongs to the great intuitions of modern European thought since Hegel. They are prefigured in the schemata of the Christian theology of history. Hegel sums this up when he seeks to indicate a path for spirit that is modeled on the pattern of the sun's course between the Orient and the Occident. In Hegel, temporalized spirit appeared to have managed in the end to enter into a second timelessness that was supposed to ensue after its arrival in the Occidental evening. The extreme situation of Hegelianism is the concluded self-apprehension of spirit, the extreme West its geopolitical symbol. Being at home with oneself would have attained its concluding form in it. Afterward there might still be for spirit but a few uninhabited provinces to round off on the fringes of the inhabited world. Essentially, this statement would already be valid: everything dwells and where if not in the inevitable West End of history? When Michel Houellebecq, at the end of his novel The Elementary Particles, has his hero, the depressed inventor of biological immortality, seek his death in the Irish Atlantic, at Europe's promontory, under a soft, shifting light, 73. This is initially simply a more or less adequate commentary on Hegel. After everything is accomplished one can sink into the ocean without regret. In this world evening, Ehrenseer would have to come to an end. Yet Heidegger, had he nurtured narrative intentions, would have had a late hero build his cabin in the hills in order to wait there and see how the story goes on. It was evident to him that Ehrenseer persists en masse. No total coming to oneself, neither of spirit nor of the human species, takes place. Rather everything suggests that the disclosure and dissimulation of the human being by means of historical action and technology are in the process of entering into an era of even greater accomplishments and thicker veneers. In Heidegger's view, Hegel was right to provide truth with a history, but he was wrong to have it go from Ionia to Jena, just as he was wrong to represent it as a solar process between rising and setting. According to Heidegger, the history of truth, considered from the state of things in the year of 1946, is not any course of the sun, but rather the burning away of a conceptual fuse that wins from Athens to Hiroshima and, as we can see, continuing into the laboratories of current genetic technology, and who knows where beyond. In this growth of technological knowledge and capacity the human being stands unveiled before himself as the most uncanny guest that ever emerged among his kind, as the maker of suns and the maker of life. He pushes himself into a position in which he must give an answer to the question of whether what he can and does do is actually he himself and whether he is at home with himself in this activity. 74. Regarding technological advances, it cannot be denied that this history, insofar as it is a success story of capable knowledge and of knowledgeable capacity, must also be read as a history of truth and its ostensible mastery by human beings. At the same time it is evident that it cannot be more than a partial history of truth and its only ever fragmentary apprehension by human beings and organizations. When the atomic blast flashed over the desert of New Mexico, there was no human coming to oneself at play. Oppenheimer had just enough chutzpah to call the first nuclear test Trinity. When Dolly bleats, spirit is not at home with itself as in its homeland, and if its producers were thinking of their own, then they were doing so in the form of patents. Now that history is making no arrangements to close the circle, it remains, together with society that is animated by technology, caught in a dynamic that Heidegger calls errancy. Erring characterizes existence's historical form of movement, which is not at home with itself and which makes its way through what is not its own, whether with the goal of finally coming home or in the mode of an endless journey that never arrives. In directed errancy as in indirect errancy, dispersal and homelessness precede gathering and homecoming, misapprehensions in self-apprehension are empirically the rule. Nevertheless, as long as errancy is presented like an epical doom, the question will impose itself as to whether, after the generally established subsidence or decay of conventional metaphysical thought, there must not also be a profound transformation, a twisting out Verwindung, as it were, of errancy which appears to be inextricably bound up with classical metaphysics. The enormous growths in knowledge and capacity in modern humanity force one to consider whether the diagnosis of errancy can hold valid for modern humanity in the same way as it did for times before the development of the modern potential. Since a thinker such as Heidegger, after 2.5 millennia of European metaphysics and technology, still believes that he sees reasons for interpreting the world's course as continuous errancy ordained by destiny, one can surmise that perhaps here a habituated optical illusion, or, to put it in terms of the philosophical grammar of old Europe, a fallacy could be present, all the more in light of the fact that Heidegger, after his unsuccessful experiment with the national revolution as a turn to that which is one's own and authentic, no longer suggests how a return from errancy would need to be rigorously thought. His recourse to the poetry of being is, even from a sympathetic point of view, at best a temporary solution. 75. The suspicion that the theory of errancy, whether with or without a goal, proceeds from a false account of the relation between the human being and being can be corroborated. Even Heidegger, as much as his significance as a destructor of metaphysics is undeniable, remains partially caught up in a grammar that has for its presupposition a simply untenable ontology and an inadequate logic. We have Gotthard Gunther to thank for demonstrating that, in many respects, classical metaphysics, which rests on the connection between a univalent ontology, being is, non-being is not, and a bivalent logic, needs revision. By means of classical metaphysics, we cannot appropriately articulate either the basic views about the constitution of natural objects which are valid today or those about the mode of being of cultural facts. Holding on to traditional conceptual classifications leads to the absolute inability to describe in an ontologically appropriate way cultural phenomena such as tools, signs, artworks, laws, customs, books, machines, and all other artifices, because in constructs of this type the fundamental high cultural classifications of soul and thing, mind and matter, subject and object, freedom and mechanism, must miss the mark. All cultural objects, according to their constitution, are indeed hybrids, with a spiritual component and a material component, and every attempt within the framework of a bivalent logic and a univalent ontology to say what they really are inevitably ends in hopeless reductions and destructive abridgments. If, in Platonic fashion, one accepts the ideas as what genuinely are, matter can form a kind of non-being. If one substantializes matter, the ideas are brushed aside as not existing and epiphenomenal. These mistakes and abridgments are obviously not errors of judgment by persons, but rather point to the limits of a grammar. In this sense, they are errors as road maps for epochs. Errancy on such a view is nothing other than the world historical trace of the Platonic Aristotelian, put in more general terms, of the high cultural program of becoming master over the entirety of beings by means of bivalence. Now, with Hegel's work, as Gunther suggestively demonstrates, for the first time a logical instrumentarium was created that allows one to determine the status of artifices, one can confer upon them the ontological title of objective spirit. Objective here means what is neither subjective nor absolute. Because of its predominantly intellectual and cultural theoretical orientation, this brilliant suggestion had to remain blocked during the 19th and most of the 20th century, until finally cybernetics as the theory and praxis of intelligent machines and modern biology as the study of unities of system and environment compelled a new account of the artificial as well as of the natural. Under the pressure of new procedures, the concept of objective spirit was transformed into the principle of information. This functions as a third value between the pole of reflection and the pole of the thing, mind and matter, thoughts and states of affairs. Intelligent machines, like culturally created artifices, on the whole compel traditional thought on a wider front to recognize the fact that spirit or reflection or thinking has undeniably entered into concrete states and persists in them in ways that can be recovered and further worked on. Machines and artifices can only be understood as really existing negations of states before the imprinting of the informatio in the bearer. They are storage sites for their histories of production or memories bound up in things. One can characterize them as materialized reflections or reflections that have become objective. In this, they indicate a kinship with persons, who in their degree of educational formation Bildung likewise represent agencies and states of objective spirit. In order to think this, we need a bi- or polyvalent ontology in connection with an at least trivalent logic, thus an instrumentarium by means of which we can articulate the fact that there are really existing affirmed negations and negated affirmations, or existing nothingness das sind nichts and the existent that is enriched by nothingness das nicht seingerreichert sind. The statement "there is information" ultimately implies only this. Concerning its facilitation and consolidation there has been a clash of the titans of thought in the past century, in the denouement of which authors such as Gunther, Adorno, Bloch, Deleuze, Derrida, and Luhmann, along with Klaus Heinrich, Michel Serres, Bruno Latour, Heinz von Foerster, and others, have intervened with notable consequences. They all labor to seize hold of the tertium dater. Statements such as "there are systems, there are memories, there are cultures, there is artificial intelligence" 76 depend on the statement "there is information." Also, the statement "there are genes" can only be understood as a product of the new situation. It indicates the leap of the principle of information into the sphere of nature. On the basis of these gains in concepts that are capable of seizing hold of reality, the interest in traditional figures of theory such as the subject-object relation fades. The constellation of ego and world has lost its sheen, to say nothing of the polarity of individual and society that has become completely lusterless. What is crucial is that with the idea of really existing memories and self-organizing systems, the metaphysical distinction between nature and culture becomes untenable, because both sides of the difference only present regional states of information and its processing. One must brace oneself for the fact that understanding this insight will be especially difficult for intellectuals who have made their living on positioning culture against nature, and now suddenly find themselves in a reactive situation. If one looks for deeper motivations for the errancy of historical humanity, one of its causes can be discovered in the fact that on the whole the agents of the metaphysical age have obviously approached beings as a whole with an inadequate account. As we have seen, they divide beings into subjective and objective and set that which pertains to the soul, the ego, and the human off to one side, and that which pertains to things, that which is mechanical, and that which is non-human off to the other. The practical application of this distinction is called domination. If a legitimate reason for mastery and for being master over something can be demonstrated, then it will consist in the fact that according to the schema the soul claims an incontestable precedence over that which is non-psychical, that which pertains to things. In the course of the technological enlightenment this occurs de facto through machine engineering and prosthetics. It turns out that this classification is untenable because, as Gunther emphasizes, it attributes a profusion of properties and capacities to the subject and to the soul that in reality belong on the side of mechanism. At the same time, things, or materials, are denied an abundance of properties that they undeniably possess upon closer inspection. If these traditional mistakes on both sides are corrected, a radically new view of cultural and natural objects emerges. One begins to understand both that and how informed material or advanced mechanism can yield parasubjective accomplishments all the way to the appearance of an intelligence that plans, a capacity for dialogue, spontaneity, and flexibility. Conversely, it becomes apparent that numerous manifestations of traditionally conceived instances of subjectivity and the soul only represent over-interpreted kinds of mechanism. It is not an overstatement if one characterizes this revision of the false metaphysical classification of beings as the contemporary gigantomachy that reaches deeply into ingrained human self-relations. Very many view this revision suspiciously as an expropriation of the self and condemn it as technological devilry. The uncanniness of the process is not to be denied, precisely because it impresses by means of its results. The humanistically minded observer cannot withdraw his fascination because everything that happens on the technological front leads to consequences for human self-understanding. In the progress of technological evolution, the citadel of subjectivity, that is to say, the thinking and experiencing ego, is impinged on, and to be sure not only by symbolic deconstruct ions that were, incidentally, anticipated in various ways in regional high cultures. One might think here of the mystical and yogic systems, of negative theology and romantic irony, but also by material modifications, for instance, the alteration of mental states with the help of psychotropic substances, a procedure that for millennia has been common in drug cultures, and for decades in Western psychiatry. In addition, a time is foreseeable when the contents of ideas and experience will be induced by means of nootropic substances. The most spectacular encroachment of the mechanistic into the subjective field that formerly appeared autonomous is ushered in with genetic technologies. They draw a broad span of corporeal preconditions for the self into the range of artificial manipulations. Tied to this is the popular, more or less fantastical idea that one could make entire human beings in the foreseeable future, in the course of which fantasies primitive biologisms vie with helpless humanisms and theologisms, without the proponents of such views demonstrating a trace of insight into the evolutionary conditions of anthropogenesis. 77 The basis for the anxiety-ridden incursion of technology into the imaginary field of the subject or the person is to be sought in the fact that, even on the side of the so-called object, in the basic material structure of life, as is present in genes, hardly anything is encountered that is thing-like in the sense of the old substance ontology, but rather a form of informed and informing information that has been reduced to the material minimum. Genes are, as biocomputer scientists bioinformatics say, nothing other than commands for the synthesis of protein molecules. What they are in reality cannot be further determined in a manner that is independent of the observer, since only in the interpreter's mode of access can it be decided whether he is dealing solely with biochemical causal mechanisms or with information bound to a material bearer. It is clear that in these processes the traditionally interpreted personal subject no longer rediscovers anything to which it was accustomed, neither the side of the self, as it was presented in the moral traditions, nor the side of things, as one was familiar with them in dealing with them in the life world and preparing them for scientific study. For this reason it appears to the subject that is bound to tradition as though it were confronted with an alarming case of anti-humanism. It seems to the subject as though in current biotechnology there were the sharpest opposition to the humanist and Olympian program of appropriating the world as a home for the human subject or the spirit/person and integrating its externality into the self. It now appears rather as though the self would be submerged without remainder into thingliness and externality and would be lost there. It is almost unnecessary to say that this terrifying idea is only a hysterical illusion and as such represents a psychological side effect of the bivalent basic division of beings. The human being is not an authority instance that would have to, or that would be able to, choose between being entirely at home with itself and being entirely outside of itself. He can decide just as little between total self-transparency and completely mistaking himself as between absolute gathering and utter dispersal. He is a regional possibility of clearing and a local energy for gathering. The human being is a gathering site for truth and power, but not a gatherer of everything. Herein consists the concept of a post-metaphysical logos and poetizing dictum that one day will probably be understood as Heidegger's most momentous idea. He unleashes the transition to the Deleuzian doctrine of multiplicities. It is this which the thinker of Bain worked out in his protracted battle to resist Hegel's ideology of absolute spirit and its humanist iterations. In the letter on humanism one reads, "Thinking does not overcome metaphysics by climbing still higher, surmounting it, transcending it somehow or other. Thinking overcomes metaphysics by climbing back down into the nearness of the nearest. The descent leads to the poverty of the ecosistence of Homo humanus. To think the truth of being at the same time means to think the humanity of Homo humanus." 78. The passage is noteworthy not only because it allows one to surmise what one should think of Heidegger's denouncers, who can't indict his supposed anti-humanism enough. It provides a starting point for understanding human existence as a noble flaw and a local power of poetizing. Dasein is a passion in view of the monstrous and immense. The poverty of ecosistence is not the world poverty of the animal, but rather the sheer exposure to the incongruous. Here we encounter a Heidegger who stands closer to Augustine and Pascal than to Hegel and Husserl. By the way, one can also express these matters in an almost Nietzschean language. One would then say that the human being is a vector of forces or a bundle or an aleatoric composition. 79. The anti-technological hysteria that holds broad sections of the Western world in its grip is a product of metaphysics decay. It is betrayed by the fact that it clings to false classifications of beings in order to revolt against processes in which the overcoming of these classifications has already been carried out. It is reactionary in the essential sense of the word, because it expresses the ressentiment of obsolete bivalence against a polyvalence that it does not understand. That holds above all for the habits of the critique of power, which are always still unconsciously motivated by metaphysics. Under the old metaphysical schema, the division of beings into subject and object is mirrored in the descending grade between master and slave and between worker and material. Within this disposition, the critique of power can only be articulated as the resistance of the oppressed object-slave material side to the subject-master-worker side. But ever since the statement "there is information, alias there are systems," has been in power, this opposition has lost its meaning and develops more and more into a playground for pseudo-conflicts. In fact, the hysteria amounts to searching for a master so as to be able to rise up against him. One cannot rule out the possibility that the effect, i.e., the master, has long been on the verge of dissolving and for the most part remains alive as a postulate of the slave fixated on rebellion as a historicized left and as a museum humanism. In contrast, a living leftist principle would have to prove itself anew by a creative dissidence, just as the thinking of Homo humanus asserts itself in the poetic resistance to the metaphysical and technocratic reflexes of humanolatry. As was indicated, to think Homo humanus means to reveal the level at which the equation of being human and the clearing is valid. But the clearing, as we now know, is not to be thought without its technogenic provenance. The human being does not stand in the clearing with empty hands, not like some destitute alert shepherd with his flock, as Heidegger's pastoral metaphors suggest. The human being disposes over stones and the successors of stones, over tools and weapons. What he becomes is conditioned by that which is at hand for him. Humanitas depends on the state of technology. The more powerful the technologies become, the sooner human beings drop the tools that have grips and replace them with tools that have buttons. In the second machine age, the activity of handling recedes in favor of operations at the tips of one's fingers, a process that radically transforms the understanding of the vita activa. Yet whether one contemplates the age of gripping or the age of pushing buttons, the incubators of human beings and of humanity are engendered by technologies of hard resources and acclimatized by technologies of soft resources. Nous sommes sur un plan ouilya principalement la technique. 81. If the human being is given es gibbed, then that is so only because a technology has brought him forth from out of pre-humanity. Technology is that which genuinely gives the human or the plan upon which the statement "there are human beings es gibbed Menschen" can be true. Hence nothing alien is happening to human beings when they expose themselves to further production and manipulation. They do nothing perverse or contrary to their nature when they alter themselves auto-technologically. Yet these interventions and aids would have to happen at such an elevated level of insight into the biological and cultural nature of the human being for them to become effective as authentic and successful co-productions with his evolutionary potential. Karl Rahner articulated this insight in Christian terms, when he emphasized that the human being of contemporary autopraxis avails himself of a freedom of categorical self-manipulation that originated in the Christian liberation from the numinous compulsion of nature. According to the testimony of the Jesuit Rahner, it belongs to the ethos of the mature human being to be obliged to and to wish to shape himself in a self-manipulative fashion. He must wish to be the operable human being even when the scope and the just mode of this self-manipulation are still largely obscure. But it is true, the future of human self-manipulation has already begun. 82. One can express the same insight in the diction of a radicalized historical anthropology by interpreting the human situation through its emergence from out of an autoplastic development of luxury. Because of this development, plasticity remains a fundamental reality and an unavoidable task. Yet one must guard against conceiving the anthropoplastic operations that have recently become possible, from current organ transplants all the way to future gene therapy, still from the perspective of false classifications, as though, for instance, a subjectivist master still wished to enslave an objectivized material or, even worse, to develop himself further into a supermaster who tyrannizes subjugated material even more deeply. The schema of the master subject that wields power over a servile material possessed an undeniable plausibility in the era of classical metaphysics and its simple bivalent policies and technologies. For this era it tended to be true that the subjectivist master, when he used tools, enslaved objects, and was seldom or never just to their own nature, especially when these instruments were themselves human beings who should have been able to make a claim to subjectivity or freedom from masters. From this there arises an image of technology that is based on simple tools, classical machines, and traditional relations of domination between souls and materials. This complex remains determined by allotechnological means that serve to carry out violent and counter-natural incisions into that which is discovered and to employ materials for ends that are indifferent or alien to them. In the traditional concept of matter it is assumed that, on the basis of its resistant and minimal qualities, it will only be used heteronomously. The older technology shifts the world of things into a state of ontological slavery. To be sure, the intelligentsia has always risen against this when it was insightful enough to take the side of the otherness of objects that were only used and perverted for extrinsic ends. Yet hardly anything could be changed about the supremacy of domination. Where, nonetheless, an opposition to compulsory idealism is articulated, it speaks the language of an emancipatory materialism that was pre-theoretically expressed in the spheres of ancient craftsmanship as the reminder that it is the wisdom of master craftsmen not to compel things. Among the master craftsmen of thought it was probably Spinoza who most lucidly pointed out how the joining of current power to the potential of things should be carried out without delusions of domination and artificial despotism. If, for instance, I say that I can rightfully do what I will with this table, I do not certainly mean that I have the right to make it eat grass. 83. At the level of the statement there is information. The traditional image of technology as heteronomy and enslavement of materials and persons increasingly loses its plausibility. We become witnesses to the fact that with intelligent technologies a non-domineering form of operativity is emerging for which we propose the name homeotechnics. By its nature, homeotechnics cannot desire anything wholly different than that which the things themselves are or can become of their own accord. In complex thinking, materials are conceptualized on the basis of their own proper sense eigensen 84 and are factored into operations on the basis of their maximal suitability. They cease to be that which used to be traditionally characterized as raw material. There is only raw material where domineering subjects in the traditional sense. Here we would be better off saying, raw subjects apply corresponding raw technologies to them. In contrast, because it has to do with really existing information, homeotechnics only progresses on the path of the non-violation of what is present. It apprehends intelligence intelligently and produces new states of intelligence. It can only be successful as non-ignorance vis-a-vis embodied information. Even where it is initially employed as egotistically and regionally as any conventional technology, it must draw on co-intelligent, co-informative strategies. It has the character of cooperation rather than that of domination, even in the case of asymmetrical relations. A few prominent natural scientists of the present day express similar ideas with the metaphor of a dialogue with nature. This expression only makes sense if one also keeps in mind that it is supposed to supersede the standard idea of a war with nature. From the side of the human sciences, Foucault has stipulated that as a bearer of a piece of knowledge one never escapes from the compulsion and the opportunity to be powerful. In this way he undoes the metaphysically and illusorily tied knots of the critique of power. A mode of thinking germinates here that is anticipated in modern philosophies of art, particularly in Adorno, even if still under a misleading title such as primacy of the object. It now awaits its completion by the philosophy of technology and above all by social theory and its popularizers. For the future, to develop technologies means, to read the scores of embodied intelligences and to help provide for further performances of their own pieces. The extreme situations of homeotechnics are the critical cases of co-intelligence. Technology, Heidegger has taught, is a mode of revealing. It brings results to light that would not do so of their own accord in that particular way at that particular time. Hence one could even characterize it as a mode of accelerating success. History appears to be the temporal form in which human beings increasingly work with anticipations and bring themselves into situations in which they cannot wait for things to happen by themselves. From this results a characteristic correspondence between a technology of manufacturing and economic enterprises on the one hand, and between ethnotechnics and war on the other hand. For entrepreneurs and generals it is a matter of deciding on competitions with rivals and enemies that will lead to their own success and advantage. They are condemned to become intelligent earlier than others. But as a rule they only get to that degree of intelligence that corresponds to the current state of enlightened egotism. They cannot break free from the relation of raw subject and raw material. As long as this is the case, homeotechnics, the acceleration of intelligence par excellence, is also affected by the problem of evil, although this is now portrayed not so much as the will to enslave things and human beings as the will to handicap the other in cognitive competition. 85 It is no casual observation that classical allotechnics was wed to suspicion as a way of thought and to cryptological rationality. Its psychological sediment is consequently paranoia. Up to this point there is no technology that cannot be suspected of being a resource in the hands of an enemy. To be sure, the emergence of a post-paranoid culture of reason is on the agenda of very technologically and communicatively advanced civilizations, but is delayed by powerful forces of inertia from the era of bivalence and its habit of violating beings in general when it comes into contact with them. One of the starkest contributions to the hypothesis that the mistrustful mood will remain in line with reality even in the future was made by the American Supreme Commanders in August 1945 when they did not refrain from immediately using the most extreme allotechnological weapon, the atomic bomb, against human beings. Thus they have provided an epical argument for the suspicion that is characteristic of the moral state of modernity against the alliance of the highest technology and vulgar subjectivity. Because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, human beings around the world have another strong reason to believe in technologists' fundamental lack of restraint. In view of what has happened, they feel they are justified in mistrusting potential Oppenheimers and Trumans of genetics. These proper names summarize the fact that for an entire age raw subjects and allotechnologies have fit each other like a hand on a grip. 86 From fear of this constellation, one dictates discourses which prophesy that genes, as the raw material of the biotech century. 87 will play the same role as coal did in the Industrial Revolution. 88 Such ways of speaking proceed on the assumption that relations between human beings as well as between humans and things would forever have to follow the historical pattern of bivalent domination or of the primitive subjective disposal over alienated materials. We need to test the validity and appropriateness for the future of such deep-seated stances of fear. From the complexity of the things themselves, the suspicion forces itself upon us that allotechnological habits will no longer be effective in the homeotechnological realm. The genetic scores do not work together with the violators for very long, as little as open markets comply with the whims of the dominant. One may even ask whether homeotechnological thought, announced up to now by titles such as ecology and complexity science, does not possess the potential to open up an ethics of relations that are free of enemies and domination. It virtually bears this tendency in itself, since it is arranged less for the reification of the other than for insight into the internal conditions of what coexists with it de mitzinden. While in the allotechnological world domineering subjects are in command over raw materials, in the homeotechnological world it will hardly be possible for raw masters to exercise power over the finest materials. The very condensed contexts of the interconnected world no longer favorably receive domineering inputs. Here only that which also benefits countless others can successfully spread. If these civilizing potentials were to be generalized, then the homeotechnological era would be distinguished by the fact that in it spaces of leeway for errancy become narrower, while spaces of leeway for gratification and positive association grow. Advanced biotechnology and neotechnology groom a refined, cooperative subject who plays with himself, who is formed in association with complex texts and hypercomplex contexts. Here emerges the matrix of a humanism after humanism. Domination must tend in the direction of ceasing because, as crudeness, it makes itself impossible. In the interconnected, inter-intelligently condensed world, masters and violators only still have chances for success that last little more than a moment, while cooperators, promoters and enrichers, at least in their contexts, find more numerous, more adequate, more sustainable connections. After the abolition of slavery in the 19th century, a more extensive dissolution of the remnants of domination looms for the 21st or 22nd. No one will believe that this can happen without intense conflicts. One cannot rule out the possibility that reactionary domination will once again band together with the mass ressentiments of losers to form a new mode of fascism. The ingredients for this are above all present in the mass culture of the United States of America. But like their rise, the foundering of such reactions is foreseeable. In a world in which the condensation of context verdicting and determination of all relations by knowledge progresses, the principles of Platonic ontology often derided by critical intellectuals, all beings are good, evil is only the absence of the good, will be vindicated with a delayed significance. The change in meaning pertains to the transition from nature to technology. Where Plato has the good of nature in view, modern thought intends the good of technology, or the good of method, or the good of institutions. While the classical concept of nature traces the goodness of what is real to timeless archetypes of perfection, the artificial works of the modern world must prove their goodness by being tested over further generations of praxis. Here nothing is good that is not continually improved. To be means to be tested. Overwhelming evil or badness operates in a manner that delimits and eliminates itself. Overwhelming good has virtues that extend and advance themselves. The gravity of the bad experiences that human beings have had speaks against such a view of things. The pathogenic heritage of bivalence and strategic polemological paranoia casts its shadow far into what is to come. The habits and pressures, which have developed over an era, to classify complex relations in a way that violates them, are not resolved overnight. Cultures in which suspicion and ressentiment are in power flourish intensely on a regional level. Egotistical constructions of identity contribute their part to blocking the generous potentials that can be released by the thought of polyvalence, multiplicities, and homeotechnics. As long as this holds valid, that which has been surpassed will remain more compatible than is fitting for it. Hence, raw subjects strive further for disposal over raw materials, although there can only still be both in reactionary positions. Reaction remains a world power. Must one emphasize that it is up to the creative intelligentsia to rebut the reaction? Under such premises, it is no accident that one often describes the current race for the genome and its economic exploitation as a cognitive war. In the worst and most conventional case, it would again be nothing other than the exercise of power by raw human beings over raw materials, that is to say, protracted errancy and adherence to a false classification of beings. It is to be expected that this disposition will already disprove itself in the medium term by failures and increasing social incompatibility. As in all wars, the strategic, egotistical, and raw use of intelligence reinforces dissimulation, one-sidedness, and the democratization of knowledge. That allows for a revival of the suspicious disposition. Highly condensed contexts, as advanced cultures of technology express them, are nevertheless not continually operative on the basis of suspicion and dissimulation. The society of the future is condemned to have faith. Pascal's statement that the human being infinitely exceeds the human being tended to be true for the era of classical metaphysics. In that epoch nothing was as fierce as the feeling that the human being is not yet what he can become. The scales of his sublimation stand open toward the heights. In the current period, rather, it becomes evident that the human being undercuts the human being without end and does so with a semblance of justification, as long as other undercutters make it necessary for him to enter into a competition for crude acts with them. Only a minority is aware of the fact that with post-classical technology as with the authentic arts the better competition has already begun. When capital and empires grasp after information, the world's course increasingly changes into a kind of divine judgment that antagonistic intelligences pass on themselves. Not for the first time does it become evident to human beings that using their intelligence necessarily involves making decisions. In a key passage of the bivalent era one reads, "I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing, therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live." 89. How can we repeat the choice of life in an epoch in which the antithesis of life and death was deconstructed? How should a blessing be thought that goes beyond the all too simplified opposition of curse and blessing? How would a new covenant be formulated in view of complexity? Is it a covenant with a transcendent pole? Is it an alliance between human beings who have grasped that in everything that concerns them, insight and blindness are interlaced? In questions such as these the recognition is also expressed that no ethics works successfully for modern thought, as long as its logic and its ontology remain unclear. 4. What is solidarity with metaphysics at the moment of its fall? Note on critical and exaggerated theory. Nous vivons sous le règne de l'hyperbole.1. F. Bruno. 1. Informal redemption. As we learn from Adorno, there is also an obsolescence of new philosophy. Its more significant works pass through an intermediate state after the death of their authors, a state in which they are neither up to date nor canonical, but rather float suspended in a ghostly disintegration. The motifs that were once linked with a proper name become separated from the bearer of that name. They become unmixed and pass through a stage that can be compared to composting. In this regard, arbitrary radicalizations of individual themes are just as typical as new combinations of separated elements with transformed emphases. Others sink into the irrevocable past. Only in decay, so it seems, does the truth concerning the structure of a philosophical synthesis find its way into the light. This analysis by means of dismantling happens even when the philosophical text, such as the Adornian one, sought to escape such a fate through its anti-systematic confessions. Decomposition is in store not only for systems in the genuine sense of the word, but also for informal thinking, which reflected its loose structure by arising not as a system, but rather as a creature. Systems and creatures are synthetic efforts to work their way through something that is currently obscure. Yet it holds for symbolic syntheses as for consciousnesses in general, you never step twice into the same confusion. For every later consciousness, its predecessors' acts of processing chaos tend themselves to be potentiations of given confusions, and my further processing must respond ever anew to the preceding accomplishments as though they were part of the problem and not the solution. Whoever comes late in the history of ideas is irritated by growing obscurity. This has consequences for the possibility of being a student. To be sure, as an adherent of a school I can seek shelter for a while in a teacher's way of thinking and borrow order from those who have thought before me. But when being a student comes to an end, the intellect, which is now alone and hardly protected, is confronted with the chaos exacerbated by the system of the teacher. In any case, a sufficiently restless ego never holds out for long in a system that provides shelter. From its own states it gathers that systems and written works are only possible as the homes of others. Only others can reside in their attempts at self-reassurance, while my unrest condemns me to the impossibility of having a system. This unrest grows with the advancement of the history of ideas, while the quota of those who position themselves in the heart of unrest sinks. The free spirit is only another name for the affirmation of this unrest, which allows me to disregard my own needs for identity. We must proceed from the fact that no two philosophical intellects, no two instances of unrest can be located at the same generative point of a formation of a system or of a contrivance of a written work. Therein lies a formal reason for why in modern times even great synthetic efforts are already condemned, in the medium term, to disintegration. In the mind of a creator of synth essays, what are only more or less loose syntagmata for students and even more for free recipients may compellingly cohere. Not unjustly did Nietzsche remark that the most important function of a philosophical system consists in convincing its originator. One can check the correctness of this realization by surveying authors from the perspective of when and how often they repeat their fundamental theorems. What appears as a system is always also an auto-hypnosis. Communities of plausibility inevitably disperse in the drift of changing mentality, although the protective academic climate artificially postpones their expiration date. Only those synth essays that provide the impetus to a variety of deviations and fragmentations prove to be culturally successful. This took place after Hegel, it took place after Husserl, and it obviously took place after Heidegger, whose anarchitectures have provoked as many erosions as the most highly towering doctrinal system. To what extent does this hold for the work of Adorno and the legacy of the older Frankfurt School? From the beginning it is to be expected that here things will take a different course. The dissolution of Adorno's synthesis does not occur on account of the contradiction of those who come afterward, but rather on account of a kind of historical pressure drop. It is the transformed intellectual circumstances that increasingly detract from the plausibility of his work. If the Adornian Hegelian Nietzscheanism was already in its own time an idiosyncratic construction and highly unlikely, then a quarter century after its author's death it appears to be completely unrepeatable. This takes nothing of the sheen away from the work, but the idea that, proceeding from such an impulse, it could form a lasting school ever more clearly turns out to be an illusion. Among the components in which the once so suggestive synthesis of radical aesthetics, messianism, and sociology disintegrates, the theological motif takes on a special, if not easy to determine, significance. What, in the integral form of the Adornian texts, was an undertone, hardly more than an unvoiced reference to an implication and an inhibited embarrassment, became an autonomous, and as it were stark theme during the editing of the posthumous work. Whether one finds it scandalous or not, one can now, indeed one must now, admit that the older critical theory was always a cryptotheology, a form of Haskalah or Jewish enlightenment that affiliated itself with young Hegelian forms of critique and complaint in a manner that was as effective as it was discreet. In the act of uttering this insight the original écriture is broken open, its polyphony disassembled into individual voices. Adorno's style of writing, which purported to avoid referring to fundamental thoughts as modern music avoids the tonal center, dissolves into distinct complexes, and we are unexpectedly confronted with a set of problems whose true locus seems to lie rather in the philosophy of religion than in sociology. Here it becomes apparent that the older critical theory arises from a messianism that abruptly transitions to epistemology. It is a stage in the quarrel between Jerusalem and Athens insofar as it orchestrates the entrance of the thought of redemption into the question of knowledge. Under the code name of critique, the messianic impulse, which was already a latent impetus in Marxism, begins to permeate the idea of the science of society and of nature toto genera. We admit that Adorno would have considered the clamoring speech of third parties regarding what is secretly theological in his thought as an outrage. Without doubt, he would have found it tactless to see his concealed theologomena emphasized in isolation and thematized out of context. In his anti-system such a failure of tact would have at the same time been a transgression against the matter for thought, especially since he, both as an aesthetic theoretician and as a philosophical author, did not recognize the separation of style and truth. Had he not sought with every line of his work to demonstrate that there is not only beautiful art, but also beautiful science, here unmindful of Kant's warning and following Nietzsche's example? In his beautiful melancholy science he overcame timidity in the face of explicitly theological discourse only in exceptional moments, in particular when he constructed an acoustic space in which a kind of messianic narrative voice could speak. Such formulations are directed to the ear of a public that has been keyed into the aesthetics of the formulation that goes out on a limb. The classic passage is found in the opening of aphorism 153 of Minima Moralia, which reveals its program with the quasi-eschatological heading finale. The only philosophy which can be responsibly practiced in face of despair is the attempt to contemplate all things as they would present themselves from the standpoint of redemption. Knowledge has no light but that shed on the world by redemption, all else is mere technique. Perspectives must be fashioned that displace and estrange the world, reveal it to be, with its rifts and crevices, as indigent and distorted as it will appear one day in the messianic light. Point 2. As dumbfounding as these statements are with their haughty lack of deductive reasoning, they are not equally overwhelming each time they are reread. There comes a moment in which the pathos of vulnerability has exhausted its appeal. From then on one reads the passage without quotation marks and virtual brackets, but also without psychoanalytic ulterior motives and above all without the intention to unmask. From this moment whispers of a prolonged crypto-messianism would be more embarrassing than a language that takes the liberty, and allows itself the weakness, to speak of a longing for the redemption from evil, even if one cannot blot out the motif as such, whether it appears deplorable or excessive. Thus, as soon as the older critical theory, in its disintegration, releases a theological fission product that until then had been bound up with social science and aesthetics, the opportunity presents itself for interested parties to account for the necessary and sufficient elements of critical theories. There are reasons to suspect that a theory can become critical in the sense of the older Frankfurt School through a theological motif or an equivalent for this. If that is the case, then it is undeniably productive to develop such conditions as explicitly as possible. As was indicated, one must prepare oneself for the fact that under the seemingly humble name critical, the messianic finds its way into the social sciences. If one attempts to determine the features of positive or traditional theory as they presented themselves to the most important thinker of the Frankfurt School, the kinship between the fundamental conceptions of Adorno and Heidegger that are critical of science and metaphysics comes into view for the observer. In fact, in his own way Adorno advanced a doctrine of enframing das Geistel, which in his work is called the existing das Bestehende, according to which there is a continually self-corroborating play of reciprocal fixations and distortions at work between a subject that is egoistically calloused and calculates everything, and an object world that has been tailored to the subject. In Adorno's enframing, traditional theories, which are allied with the serial methods of production of advanced capital and with the culture industry's coercions to imitate, always already order things so that they can be apprehended as objects of cognition and so that they can be brought into an authoritative identification. For positive theory, the subjection of the individual to the leveling fixation and the incorporation of individual fixations in rigidly joined systems of declarative statements would always be characteristic. Its pattern is the monetary economy, which, with its invariable currency, presents in the leveling expressions of value the universe of things that have been made purchasable. However, as little as the price expresses the true nature of the object, its proper sense Eigensinn, its use value, so little does the concept express the individual's non-identity, its singularity. In contrast, the theory that presents itself as critical wishes to undo existing identifications and liberate individual things from the grip of reason. Point 3. Such a theory already manifests its theological aspect in this feature: it is out to save individuals, whether as persons, natures, or artifacts, from fixation and classification in logical coercive orders. It figures as a micrological undertaking, insofar as, for this theory, it is less a matter of the synopsis of the many in the great whole than it is a matter of the liberation of the individual and of that which is small from the compulsion of subsumption. There is solidarity between such thinking and metaphysics at the moment of its fall, for in the concluding sentence of Negative Dialectics Adorno admits that critical theory is a code name for the work on the redemption of the individual. from captivity in abstract systems of representations and ordinances. Hence the discourse of the theoretician, which calls things by their true names or summons them by their true anonyms, bears a hardly concealed mission of redemption. With this claim, critique presses forward into the distorted world as the Zadig does into dark life. The smallest intramundane traits would be of relevance to the absolute, for the micrological view cracks the shells of what is helplessly isolated and explodes its identity. 5. Messianic intelligence proceeds to where things and human beings are most hopeless, that is, to the market. It raises its objection where sciences appear most self-assured, in their positivist core that has pledged its allegiance to the power of the factual. Its liberating work can only make its presence felt, and even then only in an indirect way, to the degree that the critic has broken away from the will to power. Only as a non-master or as a friend of things is he in the position to crack the shells, to break the spell of identity and turn toward the lost and deformed individuals without reservation. His intelligence must have preserved the regard for what is irreplaceably singular just as much as it must have preserved the belief that even the corrupted, the hardened, the maimed can never fully be severed from a potentially successful ground. With noble sentimentality, the critical theorist remains convinced that all beings are capable of happiness in their own way, perhaps even worthy of happiness, although they initially, for the most part and often forever, seek their salvation on hopeless paths. This belief is the righteousness of the righteous. Adorno's logical soteriology wants more than the traditional saving of the phenomena. It also reaches beyond Husserl's rallying cry to the things themselves. It acts as if it were ready to go to hell in order to lead the ineffable individual up into the light. Micrology is the watchword for the work of an intellect that does not consume its ability to move freely and its powers of perception in self-indulgence, but rather attempts to follow the maimed beings in their misfortunate complexity up to the point where the possibility of incorruption emerges in what is corrupt. If this were the complete upshot of the soteriological features of the older critical theory, then things would be easy for the opponents of this thought. They could dismiss it by diagnosing it as a rationalization of a messianic phantasm, of the sort that was able to flourish in German Jewish intellectuals of the early 20th century under various guises and in forms that are readily understandable biographically and in terms of the history of ideas, not least in authors who were no strangers to paracletic and eschatological interpretations of their personal mission. But Adorno makes it more difficult for his critics than they suspect even on this point. In truth, his discourse, even where he employs messianic timbers in passages that go out on a limb, operates throughout on the level of young Hegelian atheism and the second soteriology inaugurated by Nietzsche's philosophy of art. In a way that is different from the first doctrine of redemption, which proceeds from an objective metaphysical asymmetry between the Redeemer and those who are to be redeemed, the second, which is decidedly modern and steeped in psychology, makes the relation of redemption self-referential. It brings the redemption of the Redeemer away from his mission to the order of the day together with the emancipation of those interested in redemption from all conditions in which anything less than being saved by a transcendent helper would no longer be enough. The messianological aspects of Adorno's work have their place in this second soteriology. Because it is constituted in a self-reflexive fashion, it belongs to the gravity of his discourse of redemption that it must signify a redemption as if 6. To the prison of the world and soft monsters. A primal scene from the text of the older critical theory stands out, which in important features resembles the Gnostic mythos, the condition of the individual in historical class societies, whether these are constituted in ancient or modern, bourgeois democratic or totalitarian terms, is akin to an extramundane soul that has been thrown into the prison of the world and is so out of it that it no longer knows how to say who and where it really is. The only thing certain for the soul is that its place of sojourn fundamentally alienates it. This certainty is as stark as the evidence that the soul in world exile feels condemned to long for something that would be otherwise. But while the Gnosticism of late antiquity, by means of a grand narrative to answer the questions who we were, and what we have become, where we were or where we were placed, whither we hasten, from what we are redeemed, what birth is and what rebirth, 7 trusted itself to develop interpretations of the fall into misfortune and ascetic practices for returning home to euphoria. Modern paragnosticism is content to invoke ever anew the gloom of the world scene, while views of lost and hoped for happiness are only allowed to be painted in black. They depict an image of grandiose austerity, grey as after sunset and the end of the world, 8 ruled by modern archons, by evil administrators of the lifeless world, abstraction of exchange, tyranny, bourgeois coldness. Adorno's critical ontology describes the world's surface as a total trap. Over wide stretches his text reads like a set of instructions for interpreting being in the world as an absurd pre-trial detention. There seems to be a compulsion for repetition in his thought that, in the most varied social and historical conditions, stereotypically reformulates the dramatic schema of imprisonment and the dream of breaking out. The primal scene is so powerful that it penetrates all the way to the ultimate abstractions and tinges the usage of the logical categories. Identity is monotonously associated with shackles, difference with their loosening, being with disconsolation, non-being with hope, immanence with bedazzlement, transcendence with insight. Everything that forms a system, whether it is social or logical, evokes the phobia of the bad enclosure. Only the fissures and the weak points of the total fortress, to which one nevertheless gladly assigns the epithet impervious, allow one to surmise a hardly accessible outside, just as the Alexandrian Gnostics considered the irritatingly blinking stars over the Nitrian desert to be tiny holes in the vault of the cosmic prison wall through which the light of the world above broke into the Egyptian night. The odor of the concentration camp sticks to the concept of totality, while individuality has an aura of salvation hovering over it. Accordingly, what is actual is like an evil enchantment, whereas what is possible remains withdrawn like a promise that is too good to be kept. If the whole is the untrue, truth can only appear in the individual that somehow avoids equalization. This thought would happily admit to a pluralist ontology and set multiplicities free, were it not for that evil one that integrates everything into the compulsory context of the false whole. With this apparatus the thinker whittles away the horizon of appearances. All logical operators in Adorno's discourse function as cast members in the ever-same scene. His textbook allows for the fact that misfortunate subjectivity must relentlessly seek its liberation from the prison of the world, but it remains so spiteful as to portray every apparently successful breakout as only relocation to another block. If sometimes the thesis, or the compliment, was to be heard that despite his anti-systematic avowals Adorno was at bottom a very systematic thinker, then this observation has its factual basis in the presence of this discursive mechanism in even the briefest of his statements. He deployed this mechanism with such redundancy that it was no longer possible to distinguish his conviction from his auto-hypnosis. A throng of imitators knew how to appreciate these propensities. It is unnecessary to remark that such thought did not have to first wait for the fall of metaphysics in order to be in solidarity with it. It even remains metaphysically stamped to the last fiber, though with a negative sign and contemporary distance from the idealist tradition. In place of the official praise of being, there is an all-encompassing reserve vis-a-vis the so-called existing, and in place of the traditional alliance of holism and optimism, there is a linking of individualism and skepticism that is simultaneously rebellious and epically conforming. The theory is initially critical to the extent that it is engaged in an anti-positivist, anti-pragmatic manner and hence is always also a bit anti-American. It is critical in the strict sense of the word when it fundamentally places that which is unrealized over that which is realized. It has this feature in common with the dialectical theology of Karl Barth. Still more, it shares this feature with certain Gnostic systems in which the Redeemer God may never be compromised by means of a realized creation. But in order to express something firm concerning the typological status of the older critical theory, one should examine whether Gnostic systems, to which Adorno's project is formally akin, can be sufficiently characterized with the predicate metaphysical. Here is an opportunity to point out a fundamental, seldom heeded difference between Gnostic doctrines of liberation and metaphysical exegeses of being. According to their dramaturgical and cognitive content, Gnosticisms of late antiquity of both the Marcionite and the Valentinian type are precisely not theories that presuppose the individual's absorption in the complete whole, as is typical for metaphysics. Rather, they determine the world as the failed work of an unwise demiurge. Already they allow no doubt that the whole is the untrue. They have the characteristics of a first philosophy of the event, which adapts the drama of falling into the world and becoming free of the world. Gnosticisms are thus not to be structurally traced back to the schema of first philosophy. Their primary motif is not the venerable cantus firmus of being that has persevered in the history of Western thought from Parmenides to Hegel. Gnosticisms are first dramaturgies that incessantly interpret a single fundamental event, the passing of the soul, which has been constituted above and outside this world, through the world, and the soul's fate in covering the stretch of errancy allotted to it. Not seldom does this happen under exuberantly allegorical forms that, although they are deployed in essentially therapeutic terms, occasionally also claim an apparent theoretical status. The Gnostic position of being in the world is by no means primarily motivated as the existentially motivated misunderstanding of the 20th century would have it by the feeling of alienation and nausea for being. What Gnosticism designates in the original sense of the concept as such, whether dissident Jewish, Marcionite, or Alexandrian, is a euphoria that distances one from everything, a euphoria whose extraordinariness puts the subject out beyond terrestrial gravity. Primary Gnosticism assails dim cosmic continuity, which is obviously inadequate for explaining the ecstasy of the soul. According to the testimony of late antique sources, one does not become a Gnostic because of hostility toward the world and a misological reaction in immanent terms. This would only testify to the imprisonment of the psychic in an affective life that has fallen prey to the world. The appeal to Gnosticism, rather, arises from incommensurable experiences of happiness, in comparison with which most profane situations seem unreal, insipid, and unacceptably crude. 9 If the individual affected by the state of exception is not good for any employment under the sun, it is not because he is dedicated to a great refusal, but rather because he has discovered the non-communicability of exhilaration. The pneumatic frequency may be contagious, capable of synthesis, it is certainly not. It is at best communicable in small orders of the equally enraptured. Whether it is achieved through aesthetic experience, through erotic enchantment, through meditative techniques of the subject, or through chemical substitutes for grace, as Aldous Huxley called psychedelic drugs, it continually leaves the ecstatic subject at a loss, unable to maintain the state of exception. In contrast, the subject must adjust itself to the rupture of its vital experience and its regression into the everyday, to its dismissal into a lifeless world of facts that, to those who suffer it, seems to be a dismal exile. There is nothing to be done with immense happiness, it is only accepted as a background of the world against which almost all figures from empirical life appear to be wayward. From then on it is only a question of metaphysical style and of historical convention whether the antithesis between the transfigured and the trivial state is coded in ontological, in religious, in psychological, or in aesthetic terms. If one lifts one's eyes from these findings in order to survey the older critical theory, then it becomes immediately evident how sharply the dualism between the euphoric and the dysphoric mode is marked in it. Yet to its distinctive features belongs the fact that one may only speak about the dysphoric mode, while the euphoric mode presents a secret that is to be stringently guarded. What further distinguishes critical theory from its counterparts in late antiquity is its affinity to the modern state of the world and to an understanding of being that no longer needs or tolerates the opposition between the world and the world beyond. If, according to Adorno, the world is nevertheless not everything that is the case, then this is so from a neo-ontological ground, because even its unrealized possibilities belong to his concept of the world. The world itself, and only it, is the site of euphorias in which, should it be possible, the total transfiguration of all things, their shining in the light of justice, comes to pass. Critique is already the anticipatory sheen of this light, hence a salvific undertaking. It is as such the fulfillment of the other. The critical theorist is not only an occult herald of the Messiah, but also the Messiah himself, veiled in the deepest incognito and come into the world with the mission to gauge it for its better possibilities. Because he cannot dare to confess himself to be the privileged memory of happiness and to this extent to be truth incarnate, the critical Messiah must choose as the deliverer of the Gnostic vocation once did the form of indirect communication and help the world to experience itself as untruth incarnate. This happens when he confronts it with its unbearability without regard for the everyday needs for reconciliation and compromise. Salvation comes from exaggeration. It is here that we should look for the reason as to why critical theory must develop into an aesthetic theory, or, to be more precise, into a theory that breaks out. In Adorno's view, it is above all in advanced works of art that the maimed world experiences the truth about itself, and this in two forms: as a reflection of its deformation and as a secret revelation of its missed capacity for success. The aesthetics of the ugly, which has been entrenched since the 19th century, swells into the aesthetics of the implacable. The most rigorous works are entrusted with the task to carry out the accelerated judgment day in the world. Here we see why an aesthetic theory that purports to be critical cannot proceed further than to a Gnosticism as if it does not have to do with a redemption from the world, let alone an ascent to extra-cosmic sights, but rather with distinguishing the world from the world within the world. This operation going beyond the actual in such a way that one does not, for all that, end up in an idealistic beyond constitutes the nucleus of critique, which takes from neither objects nor subjects the fact that in their current being such and such they already are as they would appear in the ultimate light. Jacob Taubes has rightly explained this towering over the world within the world in such a way that it is possibly entirely different by comparing it with the poetics of surrealism as summarized in Louis Aragon's statement, Seule signification du mot au-delà, 2 es dans la poésie. 10. Poetry is the only beyond, not because it bridges this world disates and the one beyond gensates, above and below. It is the beyond itself. The word does not bear testimony, rather it is itself transcendence. 11. Thus, to be sure, works of art, especially those that Adorno likes to call great, are materialiter and mentaliter entirely from this world and yet at the same time enclaves of otherness, which stand out from it like a counter-world. Other is what is in the world as though it were not of the world. According to these premises, the older critical theory had to describe social reality as such, not only its reflections in mass culture as a bad work of art whose waywardness reaches all the way down into the ultimate layers of being, into maimed life. Critique of art is hence only possible as critique of the world, and critique of the world is possible only as critique of art. In it, questions of taste lead to decisions about the whole. The inexcusability of bad works of art is conceivable against this background. As falsifications of redemption, they contribute to the perpetuation of hellish conditions. The sympathetic or resigned fellow players of the vile piece that was called late capitalist or state socialist reality all consequently had to be seen through as, to use Gnostic terminology, sarkics and psychics. They were to be exposed as world agents who deceive their clients about what is best for them, about their feelings as to what is discordant. Thus the social psychology of critical theory is assigned the task of investigating the human being's psychical structures as inner outgrowths of the terrible whole. The analysis of the historically conditioned constitutions of the subject gives a scientific appearance to the pneumatic peering through of human darkness. Adorno's anti-humanism is grounded in the insight, or perhaps only in the assertion, that human beings, as they emerge from the mold of the status quo, can never embody the utopian potential that points beyond the given. In his eyes, they are the general doom once again, congealed into subjects. Even their most intimate wishes are trapped by the great machine, even their dreams are prefabricated by the rulers of this world, even their revolts feed back into the evil whole. Because, according to the well-known dictum of Grab, only despair can still save us, Messianic theory impresses upon its adepts the task of preventing small escapes. Horkheimer, in his programmatic essay, formally decreed the prohibition of a personal peace treaty with an inhuman world. 12 Every wounded individual owes to the whole the contribution of his unreconciliation to the imaginary total revolution. From this comes Adorno's precious thesis, that there is no right life in the false one, a statement that became successful not least because of the fact that, owing to citations that were blind to context, it was elevated into the emblem for the negativism of the older critical theory. Point 13. He obviously uses for his spokesperson the exceptional position that alone provides the criterion for distinguishing the false and the correct. Whoever speaks of universal contexts of blindness must stand in the gaps that are free of blindness and from which the bad totality can be observed. The thesis that the strength for breaking out of the immanent context 14 emerges from dialectical thinking is a self-serving declaration. In truth, the pneumatic observer does not wish to be seen so as to not have to provide information about the nature of his exemption. In order to deflect from himself, he calls compulsions gapless. Because the critic may never admit that he is one of the elect and can see and speak a truth that remains concealed to the non-elect, the crude, the deformed and the adjusted, he must seek to derive his claim to the superiority of his verdicts from their especially deep adequacy to the things themselves and their inner movement. In view of such a high-strung claim, the mistake that the authors of the older critical theory committed is striking, when, in order to formulate the totality of relations in so-called late capitalism in as conceptually true a manner as possible, they chose the expression the existing das Bestehende. They did this in sharp contradiction to insights of the Marxist tradition that since the Communist Manifesto have known that under the influence of the permanent revolution of capital all that is solid melts into air. With their accusatorial and resigned talk of the existing, they set themselves against the evidence of their era, in which the tendency toward the mobilization and desubstantialization of all relations attained a historically new degree of visibility. It is impossible that the epochal tendency toward medialization, virtualization, and flexibilization of states in the world moved by money escaped the notice of the authors of the dialectic of enlightenment. It is obvious that Horkheimer and Adorno, with the language game of the existing, spoke neither as sociologists nor as contemporaries. Under the appearance of social critique, they incorporated forgotten practices of negative metaphysics as critique of the world. They followed the rules of Gnostic grammar, which allowed for the fact that it is the agitated soul that plunges into the unyielding world dungeon and forgets itself in immanence, a primal scene of what is later called alienation. Point 15. What beings are for the ontologist, the existing is for the paragnostic. The later Horkheimer was without doubt more clearly aware of the conservative, defensive, and transcendent character of his criticism than Adorno, who, with his orientation to aesthetic modernism, was more disposed to maintain the progressive semblance. Horkheimer had the opportunity to explain to his younger friend, the infinite cannot be made into the existing, into society at some point in time. 16. In the case of such preliminary decisions, the modern world, which nevertheless continually mobilized and irrealized itself, had to be described with metaphors of walls and storehouses, more Bestandesmetaphern from the old mythos of alienation. The paragnostic language game prevailed at a moment in which it would have been more appropriate to say that it is the world that goes off the rails, while subjects insist on themselves and their own under the pretext of critique. In the few decades that have passed since the crystallization of older critical theory and its dethronement by a younger version, which carried out a culturally Protestant adjustment, the basic description of reality has changed toto genera for the contemporary intelligentsia. Indicted reality, according to its basic feature, has factually and metaphorically ceased to resemble Max Weber's iron cage or the world dungeon of the dark Gnostics, without it being the case that it is somehow more homelike or more free of suffering. But the fragility of the so-called existing has been so dramatically demonstrated and at the same time in so many places that even its sworn enemies are compelled to ponder programs for its maintenance. Adorno's tenet, the task of art today is to bring chaos into order. 17. Meanwhile sounds like a chip that even in aesthetic subcultures loses its value. In order to speak of the evidence of the whole, we no longer choose images of the petrified, the congealed, the impervious. What now gives pause for thought are vague monsters. Social systems appear to be mellow giants who are tormented by problems of self-reference. We are dealing with chaotic, accelerated structures, with nets and foam, with turbulences and indeterminate drifts, with attempts at ordering that are dispersed by great centripetal forces and are displaced by imminent catastrophic risks in states of chronic self-irritation. These constructs are too intangible for one to lash out against them, and too complex to be guided by such a primitive movement as a revolution. A kinetic metaphor, of which one eventually notes how much it remains bound to the era of simple ontologies of solid bodies. Now it is no longer critical theory that subversively jars an existence-bestand persisting in itself. Rather, a reality that is going off the rails reflects to existing theory its own insufficiency. 3. Hyperbolic theory. As suggestive as the analogies between the older critical theory and the Gnostic tradition's world-critical projects of redemption and overcoming may also be, they do not get to the bottom of the filial relations between critical philosophy and Gnosticism, on the one hand, nor those between messianism and metaphysics, on the other. This becomes apparent as soon as one considers the origin of these styles of thought or species of discourse from a common rhetorical source. The reason for the familial similarities between Gnostic, critical, metaphysical, and messianic language games to which one has to add their ultra-skeptical, deconstructivist versions is to be sought in the fact that all of them make extensive use of the figure of exaggeration. Thus classical metaphysics hyperbolically elaborated the idea of reason coming to be in the world, Gnosticism relied on the hyperbole of the soul's kinship with extramundane goods, messianism's figure of exaggeration is waiting for justice, critical philosophy hybridizes these hyperboles by anonymously inheriting, combining, relativizing, and reversing them. Quintilian, in his doctrine of tropes, defined hyperbole as a proper straining of the truth, decens veri superictio, and in so doing he led with the not very subtle example that a certain someone, when he vomited, filled his lap and the entire tribunal with the remnants of his meal. 18 From this point one could come to the opinion that exaggeration is to be reckoned as one of the oral functions, it adds an eruptive surplus value to running one's mouth in a typical way. But it belongs to the orator's art to heed proportion even in exaggeration, although every hyperbole involves the incredible, it must not go too far in this direction. 19 Whoever wants to exaggerate must know at what point he may go too far, quo usque deceit extollera. The delicate field of excesses can only be bounded by the sense of tact. One can recognize a successful exaggeration by the fact that it brings about smiles in urbane contexts, while producing embarrassment in the provinces. Quintilian furthermore accounts for the possibility that a certain factual correspondence may exist between an excessive object and hyperbolic discourse. Hyperbole is, moreover, a virtue, when the subject on which we have to speak is abnormal naturalem magem excessit. For we are allowed to amplify, when the magnitude of the facts passes all words, and in such circumstances our language will be more effective if it goes beyond the truth than if it falls short of it. Melius ultra quam citra stat oratio. 20 The justification for exaggeration is its suitability angemessenheit for that which is beyond measure das Maslows. It seems worthy of note that Quintilian did not carry out the obvious transition from these reflections to a performative definition of philosophy, an omission that becomes understandable as soon as one recalls the rhetorician's attacks on the presumption of philosophers of his time in the proem of the Institutio Oratoria. But in our own day the name of philosopher has too often been the mask for the worst vices. For their attempt has not been to win the name of philosopher by virtue and the earnest search for wisdom virtute studiis. Instead they have sought to disguise the depravity of their characters by the assumption of a stern tristitia and austere mien accompanied by the wearing of a garb differing from that of their fellow men. Now as a matter of fact we all of us frequently handle passum tractamus omnes, those themes which philosophy claims for its own. 21. In Quintilian's eyes, the philosophy of his time between Nero and Domitian sins because of its specialization in pretentious mournfulness. Its exaggerations, propounded with a serious face, are received by the public with just as serious a mien, like a sermon that leaves us in the dark as to whom it is addressed. The surest method for not being put out indeed consists in becoming a philosopher oneself and breaking with human notions and concerns in the manner of these odd lovers of wisdom. Yet because even simple fellow citizens, indeed even bad human beings, in Quintilian's view can never cease speaking of the just, the fair, and the good, they never become entirely incompetent when it comes to those questions for which philosophers presume special competences. Were the ars oratoria practiced at the highest level of skill to which it ought to be by definition, then soon no one would be obliged to turn to philosophy any longer to receive information about the true and the virtuous. With an argument that can never be heeded enough, Quintilian reverses the relation tendentiously misrepresented by Plato between true thinkers and the sophists who give mere speeches, insofar as he points out that one can of course easily simulate being a philosopher, but could not possibly pretend to be a good speaker if one is not. Hence it becomes a matter of restoring to the true speaker more precisely, to the rhetorically experienced vir bonus his precedence vis-a-vis the philosopher, a suggestion that the guild has never followed, and the public only occasionally and half-heartedly. In view of his harsh assessment of the early imperial pursuit of philosophy, it was not to be expected that Quintilian in his treatise on the trope of exaggeration would have wanted to have a closer look at the fabric of philosophical discourse, however much the turn of phrase of the elegant straining of the truth touches on the mystery of the philosophical text. The suggestion that hyperbole becomes virtue when the object itself exhibits a pull into what is beyond measure reads like a defense of philosophy with arguments drawn from rhetoric. Whoever undertakes an apology of exaggeration also already justifies the disposition of the philosopher to treat of God, world, and knowledge with a chronic excess of universality, explicitness, and unpopularity. How else, other than exaggeratedly, should one speak when one ex officio has to do with material enormities and logical behemoths, with the foundations of the world and with prime matters, with the Titanic and the Olympian, with the Auranian as the monstrously immense from above and the Chthonian as the monstrously immense from below? Even the seemingly most familiar magnitude among the objects of philosophical contemplation, that is, the human being, was already addressed by the Greek poets as a dienon, something violent, and as dienotaton, as the highest intensification of the perpetrator of violence Gewalttätigen, and that which is non-ordinary. The excessiveness of objects condemns corresponding discourses to a suitable lack of proportion, with the result that the words chosen by philosophers are certified as philosophical precisely by what makes them suspicious to common sense. Nonetheless, philosophers make an impression because they know how to portray the monstrous immensities that do not depend on us as though they depended on the hyperboles with which they are captured in philosophical discourse. In this sense, philosophers as eccentric speakers, according to their disposition, would be the last magicians and the first radicals, since they are occupied with objects in which a suitable mode cannot be determined. They follow their intuition that it is better to situate their discourses beyond, ultra, the probable than on this side of, citra, it. Before metaphysics stands ultra-rhetoric. The Quintilian objections against the deviant disposition of philosophers may be substantiated already in the Stoic Cynic phase of the Hellenistic and Roman pursuit of theory. It is not only with the beard and the cloak that the philosophical life contrasted with other ways of life. It was grounded as a whole in an existentialized hyperbole. The ancient concept of convergio, before it was Christianized, characterized the turn to philosophy as a form of life. Whoever accomplished it vowed to henceforth exaggerate with rational assumptions. The hyperbole of reason had the form of a wager in which life itself was at stake. Let us not forget that the decision for philosophy among the ancients was a commitment to an existence that practices, inquires, and renounces. It subjected its adepts to a harsh ascesis, which included daily self-examinations and sustained training in logical and ethical resilience. Occasionally it was also considered to be philosophical to sleep in one's own cloak on the floor and to make do without a pillow. With a light hand, Nietzsche sketched out an interpretation of this tendency to take serious measures with oneself. Man takes a real delight in oppressing himself with excessive claims. 22 In this respect, the mode of being of the philosophers is prefigured by that of the athletes, who had introduced bodily exaggeration into everyday Greek culture, and that of the festivals. Through its contests, doing more than was necessary on principle achieved a recognized status among the gestures of Andrea. Athleticism is the cultural form of the too much. As continual exaggerated performance, it organizes the paradox in which one expects what is above average of men in the average life of cities, which is then celebrated as manliness. The projection of this toil-loving, Philipponic, disposition into the ranks of intellectual endeavor engenders the wisdom-loving comportment for which reason the origin of philosophy is not, as Plato and Aristotle suggested, wonder, and its speech act. The question, even if Heidegger may make considerable fuss over this, as though it were a charism and not a sort of contest like any other. one can still perceive the athletic tone of the question and his effort to move up to the highest weight division in the declarations of the Freiburg rector from 1933, which sound like a trainer's speech before the final round. For us, questioning means exposing oneself to the sublimity of things and their laws. We know, the courage to question, to experience the abysses of existence and to endure the abysses of existence, is in itself already a higher answer. 23. Here the real beginning of philosophy is once more clear. It lies in the contest for taking the justification of opinions seriously and consequently in the sporting exaggeration of wonder. Its athletes act as if they wished to find each and everything questionable and demanding an investigation. From the competition of wonder is developed the exaggeration, hyperbole, superictio, of the question that since Socrates potentially meddles in each life and since Plato reformulates all assertions into problems. Thus with philosophers the first experts of thinking otherwise step onto the stage, they drive to extremes the reduction of appearances to so-called essential bases, they practice being reserved in the face of everyday opinions and their rhetorical props. Not for nothing have they learned, through their formal education in exaggerating justifications, how one disavows popular forms of knowing the score. As partisans of an exaggerated idea of the proof more geometrico et arithmetico they fall into a frenzy of contempt for ordinary knowledge. This is the case even though until now they have remained indebted to their contemporaries for the proof in which the advantages of their highly strung claims to proof consist except for the satisfaction that an exaggerator draws from another's failure to meet his high standards. But that only implies that one must have experience in exaggeration oneself in order to be able to appreciate an exaggeration. In antiquity it sufficed to join in with established exaggerations. The modern call in philosophy to think for oneself, however, is an indirect challenge to develop an exaggeration of one's own. Against this background the fate of a theory that steps on the stage as critical can be soberly assessed. According to what has been said, a theory can only be critical when it is engaged in a manner that is critical of exaggerations and shines a light on the hyperbolic features of traditional theories, especially classical metaphysics hyperboles of order that have become unpalatable. In the case of exaggerations, as a rule, laying them bare is already as such the corrective. The critical effect results from the fact that the participant in a habitualized game of exaggeration normally no longer notes its excessiveness, for which reason only a disagreeable reflection can show the true proportions and costs of a hyperbole. Because all advanced cultures, particularly monotheistic ones, are organized around hyperboles, from the 18th century onward when one began to comparatively observe religions and other exaggerations, the analysis of hyperbole becomes the sharpest instrument of cultural criticism. The most powerful embodiments of critical theory in the 19th century, Marx and Nietzsche, when they were faced with the logical and ethical traditions of old Europe, dismantled the entire framework of settled hyperboles and thus in the tradition of the moralists, yet with a more advanced theoretical approach created the discursive type of corrective observation. Marx wanted this correction and cutting down to size to be seen as a production of revolutionary knowledge, while Nietzsche took it to be the preschool for strong spirits. Both were linked with the young Hegelian deflating critique that demonstrates everywhere that what is supposedly divine and eternally fixed is actually only made by humans and historically changeable. The genuinely hyperbolic activity of the human being is here thought of as projecting, to be sure not in the horizontal dealings between human beings and the like, but rather in the vertical. Exaggeration throws human concepts up to the heavens and believes with hyperbolic naivete that they could be objectivized there. 24 What in Nietzsche is called the gay science is in fact already radical critique of hyperbole. As Marx dissolved the bourgeois exaggerations of the fairness of exchange and the idealist hyperboles of order from above by contrasting them with factors from the so-called base, so Nietzsche made the hyperboles of the ethical world order, of the divine will, of purity, of holiness, of the Redeemer and of genius, indeed of the subject and of the agent in general, burst asunder in a cheerful naturalist examination. With this operation the ancient insight of rhetoricians and poets was once more brought to bear, according to which ironic understatement is the best way to cut exaggeration down to size. Undoubtedly, Nietzsche's critique of hyperbole went much further than the Marxist one, because it discovered for the first time the hitherto most comprehensive exaggerating power as such for theory, the vindictiveness of the disadvantaged. Thus it called attention to the connection between hyperbole and ressentiment, which is constitutive for the classical versions of metaphysics. Nietzsche was able to show how here a non-quintillion hyperbole emerged that does not approximate an over-large object, but rather stems from a limitless need for self-aggrandizement and revenge. Proceeding from the insight that the governing old European hyperboles of Platonic and Paulinian origin had been impelled by loser ressentiment, he devoted himself to the attempt to found an emancipated hyperbolicism. Instead of arising from the overcompensating denial of insults and defeats, it would be based on a surplus of the capacity to posit and the power of assertion. Exaggeration set free was to become that of a playing child. If critical theory is only possible as critique of hyperbole, which eo ipso subsum est the critique of myths and ideology, then the predicate critical can only be reserved for a sustained skeptical theory. Skepticism is the habit of allowing that which is overdrawn in the customary realm to run aground and of always presenting final results as preliminary. In any case, skepticism for its part can become hyperbolic, then it steps onto the platform in a neopathetic fashion and is called deconstruction. In this posture, the capacity for renouncing certain results becomes an exhibition of doubt. If one proceeds on the basis of this definition of critique, then it is already recognizable at first glance that Adorno's work in its elementary gestures cannot be a critical theory, because it constantly casts out one exaggeration with another, the imperial one with the messianic one, the affirmative one with the negative one, the promotion of the identical with the counter-promotion of the other. As per its aesthetic disposition as well as its intellectual motifs, it is grounded in the extremism between the world wars, 25 hence in relation to the complex of wars of attrition and mass exterminations, which the thinkers and artists of the epoch presuppose as a specific background of exorbitance in order to correspond to it with a new array of hyperboles mimetic of terror, mimetic of excess, mimetic of catastrophe, mimetic of chaos. In so doing, the anti-idealist disparagement practiced since the 19th century is popularized, which without doubt yielded productive effects for a time. Whoever had adapted himself to the Platonic hyperbole that all beings are good, one probably should not speak of belief when it comes to such figures of speech, is certainly not helped along by Adorno's modernist counter-exaggeration. The whole is the untrue, yet exaggerating is explicitly presented as a philosophical performative. Point 26. Whoever has striven with existential seriousness to meet the demands of the great exaggeration in the ancient thesis that the wise are at home everywhere will find cold comfort in the modern contrasting hyperbole, that there is no right life in the wrong one, yet the alternative draws attention to the leeway in which one-sided positions are formed. Point 27. Accordingly, critical theory is at best half-critical. By offering its clients an exchange of exaggeration, it grants them an intermission between excesses. The interested party de facto jumps out of the idealist frying pan and into the criticist fire, because critical theory, like every disappointed idealism, indemnifies itself against the existing through escalation. The antithesis, that the whole is the false, attains its sharpness only from surpassing the already sufficiently exaggerated thesis. It perfectly illustrates the quintillion rule that in the case of themes without true modes it is better to speak ultra than to remain behind citra. The strength of the older critical theory consisted in the fact that it did not deliver what its name promised. Even where it presented itself in ways that were critical of ideology, myths, and society, it was still consistently out for an exchange of hyperboles. It remained in solidarity with metaphysics not only in the fact that in the end it reluctantly acknowledged its utopian contents as though critique and speculation, given the triumph of positivism, were condemned to join a melancholy popular front. It was rather an immediate resumption of the metaphysical mode of discourse according to the aspect of its ultraized ultriartan constitution. It is the purest metaphysics in inverse form and paragnosticism in social philosophical incognito. Here Adorno's Nietzscheanism comes into view, insofar as the author of Zarathustra, like no thinker before him, shed light on the indissoluble connection between destruction and creation. What is missing in Adorno is only the additional point that whoever wants to create new exaggerations in what is good and evil must also be able to be a destroyer of old hyperboles. Admittedly, the new hyperboles that are proposed in Adorno's melancholy science are permeated by a resentful tone that stands in contrast to Nietzsche's affirmative ethos. It was Adorno's weakness to be mostly unable to keep his hyperboles of grievance separate from those of ressentiment. Nonetheless, one may say that in Adorno's work the traces of a twilight of exaggeration are everywhere present. Perhaps the supposedly critical theory had to be realized as aesthetic theory because to its author it was at least indirectly clear that only works of art still endure as spaces for exaggeration, while everything that is merely discourse, theory, and complaint aspires to the cultural center, where what is wagered is taken back and what is acutely intensified is eroded. Indeed, perhaps culture is another word for the taming of hyperboles, an assessment that becomes convincing as soon as one explains art as the counterpart of culture and thinking as the antithesis of philosophy. From this perspective it can be said what professors of philosophy are, namely, epigones of eroded exaggerations. In the best case they act as curators in thought's cabinet of curiosities, where singular upsurges and classic instances of one-sidedness are inventoried. Derivative thought dismantles exaggerations and works to make their recurrence impossible. The young Hegelians first demonstrated this in the 19th century, and their stragglers in the present, Habermas and Rorty, assume an exemplary position. They both formalized the pull to the center. These belated Vormärz authors accomplish their work of leveling with good reason. As long as hyperbole signifies oppression in league with power, 28 only the powerless exaggerations of art and of individualized thought that cannot be imitated may claim the undivided sympathy for their venture. When critique has done its work, only the work of art and its philosophical interpretation hold open a refuge for metaphysical inflations. Because Adorno virtually behaved like an apologist for hyperbole, he was able to demand of the work of art what he no longer dared to ask for from the mediocritizing discourse of critique and a fortiori from the standardized philosophical discourse of modernity, that is, decisiveness in regards to acute intensification. The extreme is demanded by artistic technology, it is not just the yearning of a rebellious attitude. The idea of a moderate modernism is self-contradictory. 29 The postulate of the thoroughly articulated character of works necessitates that every specific form idea must be driven to its extreme. 30 This is also the case where philosophy, like an art sui generis, develops its conceptual labor all the way to the most extreme consequences. Quintilian, with his definition of hyperbole as the correspondence of discourse with a thing, res, beyond measure, had indicated the formal reason for this. Nietzsche provided the real reason when he recalled the magic of the extreme, which works for us, the most extreme. 31 Adorno's aesthetics of truth takes up this motif. It demands as much implacability from the work of art as is necessary for assuring the adequation of the successful work with an unsuccessful world. Hence the great value of the hypersensitivities of the artist as psychosomatic premises of irreconcilability. That Adorno was also a deliberate apologist for hyperbole outside of the sphere of art is shown in his loathing for all forms of reformism and moderatism. 32 Because and as long as the world forms a context of the false, which at best is torn open on the fringes, the middle is not capable of truth on its own. Hence the smallest step toward human joy should not be allowed, because it supposedly only prolongs human suffering. The decision for intensification in advance is nowhere so clear as in one of Adorno's aphorisms, which found its way from minima moralia into the treasure chest of quotations belonging to those educated in psychology. In psychoanalysis nothing is true except the exaggerations. 33 While hysteria disappears as a form of sickness in society, it lives on as a hermeneutical form of psychoanalytic discourse. If one transfers Adorno's statement to metaphysics, not only are the latter's elevated constitution and dynamic of exaggeration conceptualized, it also becomes evident that the overcoming of metaphysics is only to be found in its dehysterization or cutting it down to an average size for those who really want this. These reflections have consequences for the epical understanding of the present moment. What purports to be post-metaphysical thinking today must rather disclose whether it is a post-hyperbolic thinking or not, a new exaggeration in a post-metaphysical maternity dress. An advantage of the critique of hyperbole consists in the fact that it silences from the outset the question of whether exaggerations lead to something. In light of this, it is senseless to want to know whether there is actually a beyond toward which the exaggeration Übertreibung the propelling over Übertreibung points. It is as vapid as it is futile to insist that an exaggeration undercuts itself should its totalizations redound upon it. The performative self-contradiction, may it rest in peace. Whoever has exaggerated or has thought for himself will know that the exaggeration suffices for itself. Its application to itself is the least of its worries. It is not interested in what comes after it because hyper designates a centrifugal power in which it is impossible for one to turn back to oneself. All transcendences are immanent to exaggeration. Exaggerations for their part are legitimate, if they ever are at all, through their pointing to the excessive incongruity that gapes between signs and things or that is testified to by the dawning of a world. 34 This is shown most clearly in theology, whose object, like that of ontology, because of its excessiveness demands discourse that goes all the way in its exaggerations, whether on the path of positive hyperbolics, via eminentiae, or on the path of negative hyperbolics, via negationes. Certain monastic theologians in late antiquity showed how discourse can rise from what is ineffable to elaborate litanies of silence before the height of the object. The traditional topos of unspeakability was propelled to the highest performances of refusal before the task of speaking of God. It is no wonder that Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite, the master of apophatic theology, knew how to make an excessive use of the prefix hyper, including turns of phrase such as that God is the hyper-unknowable, hyperagnostos, for the terrestrial intellect. One can infer from the fortunes of theology in the present the decreased lifespan of the great systems of exaggeration. It is the weakness of contemporary theologians and churches in general to wish to provide their own shares in the premiums of the rationalized world's reason and normality, without considering that they only remain faithful to their immeasurable subject when they tend the sacred fire of exaggeration. 35 This sheds light on the older critical theory. Insofar as it was theology, it presented itself as minimalist and concealed its excess in social scientific incognito. As aesthetics of hyperbole, it maintained its position and did not concede anything to classical overreaches. Only in its second phase did critical theory curb its exuberance and do its part to reach the safe harbor of relatability. Perhaps this is what defines the student, that he becomes traitor to the master's exaggeration in order to please others. After this revision, critical theory for the first time was entirely deserving of the name, only it merits noting that its significance escapes its users, so long as one does not explicitly say that critique in its precise sense means leveling, mediocritizing, translating back into the trivial. It responds to the transfiguration of the familiar with the familiarization of the transfigured. It practices the young Hegelian reduction to the pragmatic level all the way to its banal end. Even hyperboles have their entropy. Sooner or later they are overtaken by their improbability or deprived of their effect through repetition. Normalization is the incapacity to withstand an exaggeration. When hyperbole becomes feeble, consensus comes in and scatters the remainder. After what has been said, it is evident that only the critique of hyperbole provides a clear view of the pretension of moderns to think from a basic post-metaphysical position. The meaning of the talk about solidarity with metaphysics at the moment of its fall can only be grasped inter-hyperbolically, because even the supreme hyperboles and swarms of hyperboles of the kind found in high forms of religion and doctrines of being are exhaustible enterprises. The subsequent ones can empathize with the preceding ones and surmise in the latter their own fate, just as Alexander cried over the corpse of Darius and Scipio at the ruins of Carthage sank into meditation concerning the fate of Rome. As with European aristocracy, all exaggerations are remotely interrelated. And like the aristocracy, they do not think they are dying out even long after they have nothing more to say to the masses. There cannot be a post-metaphysical thought, but rather only a post-hyperbolic one. Post-hyperbolics from insight could be a stage of maturity, post-hyperbolics from weakness is a phase of the economy. Within this perspective, it is evident that a substantial post-metaphysics is impossible. There exist only intervals between waves of exaggeration and change of emphasis in regard to phenomena, from which new hyperboles take their starting point. 36 What emerges with the greatest fanfare as post-metaphysical is only boasting about the merit of having no merits of which one could boast. The predicate post-metaphysical stands for theoretical products that want to score points through their accessibility to all, nothing if not critical. 37 They are jealously mindful of allowing no new hyperboles to arise. Nonetheless, understatement is neither entirely able to void the old hyperboles nor to prevent exaggerations when they are introduced. Only in one point does the talk of the post-metaphysical situation of thought have a basis in the matter at hand, i.e., a hold in transformed relations of exaggeration, as they are presented after Nietzsche's intervention. Nietzsche's significance for the history of metaphysics does not lie in his frequently noted and variously objected to inversion of Platonism. It consists in the emancipation of exaggeration from the compulsion to justify, which for an age had tied the knot between metaphysics and ressentiment. Metaphysics justified its inflations by the solidity of the foundations upon which it wished to construct its propositional systems. It made the hyperbolic nature of its project invisible through its forced rationalism. In contrast, Nietzsche unleashed pure exaggeration that sent its arrows aloft without a hold in the putatively universal. The unleashed exaggeration unbinds the festive levity and auto-eulogistic power of language that had been tied up for all too long. 38 Truly it is a blessing and no blasphemy when I teach, over all things stands the sky accident, the sky innocence, the sky chance, the sky mischief. 39 Even the hyperbolicist Heidegger had always wished to understand this only half-heartedly. In this he is closely related to Adorno. It does not escape him that the fundamental operation of metaphysics, the turning back to the deepest or most solid ground, must always be seen through as a machination of subjectivity that is marked by its striving for power and security. As a secret essentialist and open necessarian, as an apologist for necessity and the turning of need notwendigkeit and for that which is hard, heavy, and fateful, Heidegger balked at taking over Nietzsche's emancipation of the contingent. To be sure, along with Nietzsche he destructures the fetish of the ground and shows how the latter changes from the ancients to the moderns, from the hypokaimenon of the Greeks over to the modern subiectum all the way to the modern will to power. But he completely misjudges the provocation that proceeds from Nietzsche's critique of hyperbole. According to this critique, the hypokaimenon is already to be understood as hyperkaimenon, the subiectum as superiectum, the will to power as waggish willfulness to exaggeration. That which apparently lies at the basis is in truth and from the beginning something that has been thrown up there. In exaggerations tendencies of mere taste and opportunities for one-sidedness are unfolded. The sur in surrealism, the meta in metaphysics, the trans in transcendence are all derivatives of the hyper of hyperbole. There is no overuber that is not borrowed from the exaggeration Übertreibung. Emancipated critique of hyperbole will no longer operate disparagingly or deconstructively against constructs, without trying to deduce it. The emancipated critique of hyperbole takes upon itself the freedom to groundlessly applaud intensifications of life. It suffices that the sky mischief extends over an exaggeration in order to do it justice. This takes nothing away from the civilizing power of skepticism. But in a different manner than criticism that remains interested in disparagements, skepticism fosters sympathies for exaggerations of all kinds, in the knowledge that it does not have to fall for them. The presupposition for this is created by the free spirit, who stands at a distance to seduction. Spirit has been free ever since it dissolved the metaphysical hyperbole par excellence, the logos exaggeration. This freedom and cheerfulness of the sky I placed like an azure bell over all things when I taught that over them and through them no eternal will wills. This mischief and this folly I placed in place of that will when I taught, with all things one thing is impossible rationality. A bit of reason to be sure, a seed of wisdom sprinkled from star to star the sourdough is mixed into all things. A bit of wisdom is indeed possible. 40. Nietzsche replaces the hyperbole of logos with the hyperbole of art, indeed with the free hyperbole, by virtue of which life and exaggeration are now equated. In order to find that plausible one must, with Nietzsche, maintain the unity of self-preservation and self-intensification. The critique of hyperbole brings critical theory to an end by establishing the precedence of exaggeration over its leveling. It was a ruse of aesthetic reason when Adorno's project presented itself under the name of critique. Its author long knew that works are only criticized by works. Against hyperboles only hyperboles help. Reality is the checks and balances of exaggerations. He who was aware of this may have had his reasons why year after year he unfailingly traveled to Sils Maria to recover in Nietzsche's altitudes from misunderstandings in the main river basin. 5. Aletheia, or the fuse of truth. Toward the concept of a history of unconcealment. When the human being flares up, everything is given in an instant. Maurice Merleau-Ponty. If one wishes to interpret in a contemporary way the manner in which human beings find themselves in the world, then one can proceed from the principle that human beings are Adventist creatures, beings to whom something comes and yet who are themselves the ones coming. This is an almost classical thought that nonetheless has by no means been thought through to the end. In its only partially clarified state it could happen that it succumbs to triviality without ever having achieved its mature form. Whatever its future development may be, its formulations to this point no longer satisfy the demand of contemporary thought. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, the fundamental human movement of coming to the world was apprehended under the sign of createdness, which interpreted being in the coming as a trace of a divine making, from which it followed that human arriving must take second rank behind the or passive being inserted into the world or being sent into the world. In fact, the medieval Christian world is more interested in order and persistence than in the event and advent of the new. In contrast, both Christian and post-Christian modernity laid emphasis on the active and innovative moments in the human relation to the world. They shifted the accent from the human being's createdness to his own creative power. Hence, in the modern perspective, coming to the world signifies above all, to make the world, into which the human being intends to come, according to one's own design, so as to bring it into a situation in which guiding images of a life worthy of human beings are universally realized. In the two most powerful anthropodices of the Western tradition, in the Christian interpretation of the human being as a creature or vassal of God, and in the modern Euro-American conception of the human being as a world engineer and self-producer, stunted views of the fundamental human movement take shape. Both the passivism of classical metaphysics as well as the activism of the modern doctrines of self-activity are missing the medial nature of the being that is coming to the world. The Adventist adventure has not yet found its proper self-description. As a being that exists in coming, the human being is an animal that essentially comes from within. Within here means, being a fetus, latency, concealment, the aquatic world, familiarity, being enwombed, domesticity, unconsciousness, what is unspoken. In view of these multiple senses of within, coming to the world must be understood in multiple ways: gynecologically as birth, psychologically as becoming an adult, anthropologically as elemental change, politically as entering into power struggles, poetologically poetologus as literary production Dichtung, ontologically as the opening up of worlds. Where human beings emerge, they are not a biological species like all the rest that bustle about under the pre-made light licht of the sun, rather it is the clearing Lichtung that occurs there, the clearing for whose inhabitants alone can it be the case that there is a world. Thus advent and clearing radically belong together. The light over everything that is the case is not one given condition among others. The dawning of the world in an intelligible light is first made possible by an intelligence that goes to the world. Whether one conceives of this going to as a plunge, as a fall, as thrownness, as being borne along, as an exodus or as an eisegeuse, the advent of the human being is itself the opening up of one's eyes toward being, an opening for which beings are cleared sich lichtet. On this view, the advent of the human being as a whole together with his epistemic technological peak can be understood as a lighting experiment, Belukatungsexperiment. Human history is the time of the clearing. Human time is the time of world-formative lightning blitzes, which we do not see as such because we, so long as we are in the world, are in the lightning. It is also true that we continually have to do with what is illuminated and with light. In this context one could even say, with what is thought and with thinking, yet we seldom or never acknowledge the clearing itself. Nevertheless, for those who belong to our world circle, there is a relatively simple way to draw attention to the clearing that is invisible as such. It suffices here to cast a glance at the present date and to alienate, with an unusual question, the information thereby attained. Supposing that, as placards and a glance at the calendar confirm, today we are writing on a certain day in the month of June in the year of 1993, then we need only ask of this at such and such a time, when do we really live, when we live in June 1993. I do not mean to suggest by this that an esoteric calendar lies concealed beneath the officially reformed Gregorian calendar, one which would reveal a different and true dating of the year of the world process to the few who have been initiated. Rather, I would like to propose for consideration that our calendar displays almost everything that is to be known about it, as a formation of the clearing, in the form of an open secret, with the addition that what is decisive in its manifestness is concealed and that its secretlessness presents the most comprehensive diversion. When we exist in June 1993, we do not know when we exist because we get no temporal feeling for the epochal from the perspective of everyday consciousness. We cannot read the face of our world clock, because we are caught up in a way of counting and dating that is blind to the event and have accustomed ourselves to abstract from the drama whose explication is our calendar. The reckoning of time post Christum natum initially presents only an analogy to the ancient Roman city calendar and imperial calendar that was established by popes of the 5th and 6th centuries and that counted ab urbi condita. Both Roman calendars, Romanization was chronopolitically carried through on a worldwide scale, like many other analogous calendars, express the conviction that there are events here: the founding of a city, there the birth of a child, which radically changed the orientation of the world process. Point 1. The break, the distancing from history up to this point, in the Greek sense, the epoche, reaches so far that one must distinguish the years that follow from those that precede as two ages of the world, or eons separated by a rift. In this sense, our calendar conveys a statement about the epochal date of our being in the world. What befalls us happens to us within a spacious window in time that stands open from the founding of the city or since the birth of the Lord. There cannot be a high culture without consciousness of the ages of the world, because high cultures as such are higher clocks or systems for counting time. The ancient world already formulated the conviction that the periods of the human world are not homogeneous, but rather are separated by profound reversals in the modes of being of things and the modes of existence of mortals. The most primordial doctrine of a turning of time or an epochal break appears in the quasi-universal proto-mythical difference between events that happened in illo tempore, back then in the fabled days of gods and heroes, and those that occur in the time afterward and ever since, in the time of humans. For the Greeks, the primitive divorce between back then and afterward was, in the change from orality to literacy, further differentiated into the great narration of the ages of the world, according to which the world's course flows from an idealized beginning in the Golden Age that progressively runs down over a Silver and a Bronze Age into the present time, which is an Iron Age populated by a hard race like ours. Point 2. Plato finally also gave the mythological awareness of the caesura between primeval times and the present time a philosophical and cosmological setting, when he presented his radical speculation on the great transformation, the metaboly, according to which every sequence of movement that in the era of Cronus ran its course counterclockwise, as it were, from the end to the beginning, was converted in the era of Zeus to a clockwise process from the beginning to the end. Thus the whole cosmos changed the direction of its circuit and course in the transition to the rule of the race of Olympian gods. The break in time, according to this figure of thought, marks at the same time a revolution in the mode of being of things. Against this background one may note that great thought always formally emerges as an exegesis of the differences of ages of the world, whether it is, as with Daniel and Augustine, a doctrine of the epochs in God's handling of the world, or, as with Hegel, a history of the stages of the self-penetration of spirit, or, as with Heidegger, an index of epochs of the unveiling and reveiling of the truth, or even, as with Gotthard Gunther, to mention the most discerning doctrine of the ages of the world known to this point, the gradual transition of logical projects and intellectual tasks that are posed to humanity, initially in the animistic era of univalence, and then in the local high cultural era of bivalence, and ultimately in the dawning world cultural era of polyvalence. In view of this state of affairs, one could say that the historical calendar invariably has the quality of marking out world reformations. In order to determine how the present time is to be positioned within world time, they chronicle a great chain of events and states that preceded the current age of the world. Whoever lives now thus continually stands in the shadow of an inaugural event, from which the current numerical period received the imprint of its direction. Such numerical periods possess the form of calendars listing obligations to be performed. Measured against ancient mythical circumstances, we find reflected in them a novel awareness of the orientation of time and of the force that changes the sense of the world and that belongs to certain founding and inaugurating events. In this occurrence, the ancient natural powers of the mode of being before calendars necessarily shift to the second level. The days, weeks, and months also additionally belong to the old gods, except for the Lord's Day, dies Domenica, at least in the Romance languages, and through these communicate with old nature. The year that is counted, in contrast, belongs to the city, to the empire, the church, or the project of humanity. That is no different in this June of 1993, in which the month's name recalls the female ruler of the gods, Iuno Regina, who under the sign of summertime abundance may provide for the eternal or at least regular recurrence of marriages and harvests, while the year recalls the Christian world project, which runs at an irreversible pace to meet a still veiled goal or end. In the relation between month and year, the relation between nature and history as it is understood in high culture is reflected like the relation between a stage and a play, or between a racetrack and the race, as it were. The calendar of high culture cuts a temporal swath into ancient homogeneous nature and creates within this a clearing in which the precedence of irreversible histories over the eternal recurrence of the same can become manifest. Thus, when human beings in June 1993 contemplate man and nature or nature in the mind, they do so within this temporal swath and within the resulting history of the opposition between the time of humanity and the time of nature. To what is here called the time of humanity belong the propulsive powers of the political, technological, scientific, and religious worlds, the competitive race among states, the acceleration of the production of ideas, the impatience of missions, the global marketing of technological aids for living. In the historical temporal swath, an event generator, as it were, appears to have been brought into position, from which what is revolutionary, surprising, and memorable bursts forth with increased frequency. That is to be understood not only in the sense that incidents between peoples and collisions of empires pose new noteworthy tasks for human memory, although it is true that only high cultures provide employment for chroniclers and historians, but also in the sense that activities which are proliferated on all sides. The Greeks used the word polypragmasin for being an urban jack of all trades, bring a new didactic disposition onto the scene, which demands of human beings that they keep themselves at the ready for the proliferation of truths. An elevated place in the list of human virtues is now attributed to the striving for knowledge, and that means eo ipso for subjectively or objectively new knowledge. Only in the midst of a world form already held in suspense by the influx of new truths could the sentence with which Aristotle begins Book Alpha of the Metaphysics appear, that all human beings by nature desire to know. In this latently polemical hyperbole, Aristotle defends his conception of philosophy as research in contrast to the Platonic definition of knowledge as recollection. At the same time, the task-like character of the philosophical and even more of the scientific search is emphasized. Where tasks for thought are conceived of as problems, it is acknowledged that solutions are promised only for later. What Heidegger in his explorations of the equation of being and time brought to light corresponds from the psycho-historical perspective to the equation between time and desire, and from the dramaturgical perspective to the equation between the time of the plot and the time of revelation. Schiller's words on the Sophoclean tragedy Oedipus Rex as a tragic analysis can within certain limits be related to the time of investigation as a whole. History, like research, is the occurrence in the course of which things come to light. Against the backdrop of these observations, it becomes understandable why one should entertain a correspondence, indeed even an equivalence, between the theorem of the axial age brought into the discussion by Jaspers and the Heideggerian concept of the history of being. For when Jaspers discusses various forms of the image of the world and of the self that belong to axial cultures in China, India, Persia, Palestine, and Greece, he is talking about something that Heidegger too envisages, particularly from the perspective of the Greek origins of thought, in his idea of the destinal sending Geschick of truth. In connection with both thinkers, one can recognize how the breakthroughs they describe have brought about a revolution in high culture's economy of truth, a revolution that presses for the radical subordination of ancient mythical and everyday knowledge to new formulations that are more logically and ethically sophisticated. From the ideal typical perspective, this is that singular moment in the history of being in which, in Heidegger's words, the first human being raises his head. This is the genuine axis on which the world process separates into a before and an after. Here begins the experience of thinking in the distinctively high cultural sense, which grants to its bearers an intellectual Geistige baptism, as it were, and initiates them into another order of knowledge and into another obligation of being claimed by truth. It thus becomes clear that the Western world calendar, with its division of time periods into that of ante and that of post-Christum natum, does not present a singular phenomenon of the periodization of the world, but is rather a particular monument of the general axial reversal. It articulates in a thoroughly typical and perhaps inevitable way the ages of world occurrence into those which did not yet know the new, and those to which what was hitherto veiled could be shown because the time had come. It belongs to the pathos of the Christian theology of the ages of the world that it tells of something new, something which shows what has been up until this point in a wholly different light. This way of treating temporality could never have taken shape and resonated if it had not corresponded to the temporal logical demand of its epoch. Point 3. In the axial field, the world form could recognize of its own accord a propensity for reform and broadly accommodate the talk of new truths and new times. What we are today accustomed to call antiquity is the first era that was cleft by a battle of the titans that could no longer be delayed, a battle between sticking with the old truths and unveiling new ones, as well as their retention and transmission. Hence it knows itself to be fundamentally different from prehistoric times and earlier eons. In the front line attack by new truths, heterogeneous constructs of knowledge and types of discourse are allied with each other, such that it does not come as a surprise when here the early natural sciences, incipient ethnological and geographical knowledge, psychological introspection, imperial programs, religious promulgation, and maniacal mediumism communicate with each other in wild syntheses. Wherever a triumph of the new, which was still always presented as what is most ancient and eternal, came into view, a contest for a number of new truths broke out at the same time as in the well-known quarrel of philosophical sects with each other and in the struggle rendered unforgettable by Plato between so-called true philosophers and their copies, the sophists. That in the period of the axial age for a truth historical upheaval was in the air in many ways and in many places, especially with the Greeks, and by no means only in that Jewish prophetic subculture that led to actually existing messianism. Any glance at the transmission of our antiquity persuades one of this. Ovid, in Book 15 of his Metamorphoses, depicted the emergence of the legendary Pythagoras in a way that would have to be characterized in every respect as evangelical, were this expression not an overly Christian one. It is not the case that Christianity possessed the sole authority for proclaiming the good news as the new truth. Rather, it belongs to the character of the new formulation of the economy of truth in high cultures that masterful intelligences emerge on all sides, who avail themselves of evangelical qualities and instances of quasi-divine witnessing in their statements. For instance, in Ovid's text, Pythagoras appears as an epitome of the wise master and revelator, who in the founding years of the breakthroughs of new truths shook up his fellow citizens with incredible sayings. All that nature has denied to man and human vision, he reviewed with eyes of his enlightened soul. 5. At the decisive passage of his speech, that is, at the transition between the proclamation of the universal prohibition on killing along with its implications for a vegetarian lifestyle, and the doctrine of the migrations of the soul, whose death the ignorant wrongly fear, Ovid has his philosopher make a personal statement about the novelty of his doctrines. And, since a God impels me to speak out, I will obey the God who urges me, and will disclose to you the heavens above, and I will even reveal the oracles of the divine will. I will sing to you of things most wonderful, which never were investigated by the intellects of ancient times, and things which have been long concealed from man. 6. Obviously, Ovid already works with the paradigm of discourse of new truths and attributes the legitimacy of his philosopher to the fact that he has been sent by epistemically engaged gods. It is as though at that time the heavenly ones had made the decision to renounce the overly dense language of the oracle and reveal themselves to human beings under the forms of logical ideas and generally comprehensible moral instructions. From now on, truth is that which comes to be articulated from out of what has long been unexplored and concealed, diolatuare, hitherto, and is organized by a deictic, gathering, and demonstrative logos. A new order of revelation thereby takes shape, a changed epiphanic regime steps into power, which through the imposition of new truths increasingly affects human beings. Precisely this thought was expressed by the Greek philosopher Xenophanes in a verse handed down by Stobaeus: "In the beginning the gods did not at all reveal all things clearly to mortals, but by searching they gods or human beings in the course of time find them out better." 7. In view of these considerations, I propose interpreting the temporal swath of the post-axial form of the world as an epoch of unveiling in the sense of the xenophanic finding out in the course of time, such that the Western calendar from the beginning onward reveals a dimension that is just as epistemo-epiphanic as it is soteriological. The Christian calendar, which recognizes the manifestation of God in his Son as the temporal axis, reshapes an aletheological calendar that takes the incursion of new truths into genuine and really powerful thought as its point of departure. The time of salvation and the years of the Lord, which are official conventions of dating still cite, are also a cover for the time of research and the years of seizing power by verified knowledge. It is the age in which communities are put in suspense because of the influx of scientific, technological, and metaphysico-epiphanic formulations. The majority of high cultures responded to this situation with priestly expertocratic strategies. Only in the Greek sophistic can one find approaches to a logical democracy and a forensic exoteric mediation of research reason enough for modernity to take up this pattern. When Heidegger stressed rendering the Greek expression aletheia with the German concept Unverborgenheit, unconcealment, he justifiably put the emphasis on the adventitious character of the increases in truth in the human perspective and discourse, although he was suspicious of the Enlightenment idea of a continual accumulation of knowledge. Heidegger also pushes back the meaning of unconcealment, supposedly understood in primordial Greek terms, primarily to the pre-scientific interpretation of the world. According to him, it is mainly the heroic endowment of the Greeks that grants them the chance to contemplate the play of disclosure and concealment without metaphysical tranquilizers, while the later emphasis on increases in knowledge and the assured disposal over it already betrays the fateful decadence of the understanding of truth, in Heidegger's view. Nevertheless, the philosopher for understandable reasons accentuates truth's sense of disclosure, as the Greek word aletheia appears to express, insofar as one reads the a as a privative. Truth is accordingly gained, insofar as beings are robbed of their concealment or ineffability. Precisely in this theft lies the innermost confrontation of the essence of man with the whole of beings themselves. 8. The modes of the theft of concealment impart their extended history to truth itself. To a large extent, for our cultural sphere, it is coextensive with the history of technology and its socialization. 9. Heidegger's aletheology or doctrine of unconcealment ensures that all new truths must really be read only as supplementary truths that can be added to the existing stock within an epical framework. These epical frameworks are for him great conjunctures, as it were, which delineate the sense of knowledge and truth with preparatory sketches that are different in each case. Accordingly, in the time before Plato, as we just heard, there was a primal conjuncture in which the essence of truth as dawning into the phenomenal day and as setting back again into pregnant concealment had been thought most purely, a state of affairs to which the correctly understood early Greek concept of physis, which has to be interpreted in terms of vegetal germination, would correspond. Then begins the Platonic Aristotelian conjuncture, which is defined by thinking in terms of essence and substance and which we ordinarily call classical antiquity or the First Enlightenment. Truth now predominantly means participation in that which exists always. The Christian medieval conjuncture follows this with its swing back to an understanding of truth as revelation through grace, from which a prevailing interest in questions of salvation and a pervasive neutralization of interest in the knowledge of nature had to result. Lastly, there is the modern conjuncture of the philosophy of the subject, which leads to the coldest night of the world dominated by the gigantomachies of wills to power. In its forlorn morning hours the first grey of a possible new epochal day at last becomes manifest, in which the sense of being, truth, and knowledge once more would have changed in a postmodern, post-enframing, post-subjectivist, perhaps even neo-early Greek way. If one submits to closer examination Heidegger's great panorama of the quasi-anarchical sendings of the conjunctures of truth or of the inviolate twists and turns in the sense of being, then it becomes evident that the series of 5 conjunctures, or better 4.5 phases, insofar as the one introduced or waited for by Heidegger himself cannot yet be brought into sharp relief, actually only indicates a single authentic caesura, namely, the one at the threshold from early Greek to high Greek thought. From here on the conditions of the forgetting of being, or, as one could also say, of the misunderstanding of physis prevail. They provide the age groupings of antiquity, the Middle Ages, and modernity, despite all of their profound differences, with their truth historical unity, which consists in the veiled identity of metaphysics and nihilism. Only thus can even Plato already be unmasked as an agent of the forgetting of being and be ranged in a line that is able to anticipate the Cartesian program, to make the human being the maitre et possesseur de la nature. 10 In the era of nihilism the fuse of truth burns all the way down to the epiphany of the great kaboom. The final annihilation would be the laying bare of the nothingness that everything that is becoming already really is. If one takes seriously the bold synopsis of antiquity, the Middle Ages, and modernity under the title of nihilism, then for Heidegger there are, according to this robust summary, fundamentally only 2 epochs of truth in history up to this point, the primordial one and the one in ruins. But after these 2, as is common in great stories, there already looms the reference to the beginning of a third, in which the truth of the inception would be achieved again, and why not, at a higher level. In this Heidegger's anti-Hegelianism is by no means unambiguous, since Heidegger too, like Hegel, would admit and claim that, on the whole, he knows more than Heraclitus. The Translatio Philosophiae ad Germanos 11 is one of the conditions for the recurrence of Greek truth thanks to the German contribution. Heidegger, with this much ridiculed narrative of the epochs and primary languages of truth, is nothing else than a classical storyteller and an exemplary therapist. Like all premodern storytellers he employs a triadic schema of an undisturbed primary state, a disturbed middle state, and a restored, or in the best case enriched, neo-primary state, inceptual understanding of being, forgetting of being, understanding of being again. Heidegger's pre-Socraticism corresponds to the therapeutic disposition to return from the current crisis into the state before the disturbance and from there to move forward a second time into the present, this time as though past the disturbances of the middle state, even if the latter were 2.5 millennia long. The procedure is grounded in the expectation, typical in therapy, of a new beginning. As personal histories do not necessarily have to founder, so too do civilizing processes not have to run off the rails once and for all, as in the Euro-American case. As there are occasional new beginnings in the midst of biographies, so too for the culture of modernity as a whole a new, more suitable way of approaching things is, to be sure, improbable, but not unthinkable. The new beginning would be the God who saves us not least from our false self-description as subjects and our fixation on the gadget ontology of the technological world. Regenerative pre-Socraticism recommends a primary therapy of reason, getting past the rigid defenses with which metaphysical eidetic idealism wanted to undo the appropriative event. The therapeutic recommendation does not come without a threat: whoever does not want to feel the appropriative event gets to feel the enframing. Since the axial revolution, Euro-American humanity, as we are able to conceive it according to this retrospective and only in it, sits on a truth historical time bomb, which ticks down to the moment in which it is no longer single new truths alone that come to light, but the truth of the truth itself is also explosively unveiled. This is a state of affairs that the successes, I here use this expression in a deliberately uncritical manner, of modern natural science and its technology have demonstrated to such a degree that all pluralistic and relativistic deviations are ultimately not in the position to do anything to adjust the ticking of the clockwork of knowledge. The fuse-like character of the process of new truths can admittedly, as was emphasized, only occur to one from a late perspective, because only after the takeover of the nuclear fire and after the foray into the genetic fabric of the living does the European axial age's dawning of knowledge get set into relief as a prehistory of these results. The recent and ongoing crisis of acquired knowledge forces us to go back and make conclusions about the history that prepared it. To keep with the image of the process of knowledge tapering off in the manner of a fuse to an explosion, here it is undoubtedly a matter of a detonation in 2 or 3 phases, at the beginning of which it is by no means foreseeable what the end will bring. Democritus and Leucippus are not the direct teachers of Niels Bohr and Max Planck, and yet they initiate the first phase of a procedure whose powerful cognitive influence reaches into the late Middle Ages. Then Galileo and his ilk, a new generation of physicists, appear on the scene, concerning whom Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker could justifiably say that a straight line runs from them all the way to the atomic bomb. In this sense one may claim that the fuse of truth, in its slow burn, runs from Ionia to Los Alamos. For the most recent section of this fuse cord of knowledge it is characteristic that new truths burst into the human world with the irresistibility of chain reactions. In the course of this eruption, they are typically only present to a few in their first manifestation, up to the extreme possibility that a single logician or a discoverer rushing ahead can end up being right in contrast to the rest of humanity, not, to be sure, because he would have a privileged access to truth or because he, as one occasionally says of Plato, would have aspired to logical monarchy, but rather because he takes the potentially universal approach somewhat earlier than others. Yet even if one accepts the image of the cognitive fuse cord for the history of physics from the Ionian dawning to the Manhattan Project, it remains completely unclear toward which explosion or implosion the history of human reflection Bisignung runs in the midst of this happening. Only this much appears to be clear, that it cannot be a matter of a mere repetition of the concept of physis as thought by the early Greeks. For the moment, I do not want to continue to explain these references to the proper truth historical sense of the world form that is contained in our calendar. In what follows, it may suffice to reroute the regard for the increase in legitimating truths to the side of the process having to do with the history of civilization. Here we will inquire into the cultural premises for the logical apprehension of power. One easily recognizes that with this turn the theorem of the cognitive will to power comes into play, and it is just as easily understood why this formulation plays the decisive role in almost all interpretations of the modern relation between the human being and nature. To the degree that late modern humanity is seized by an uneasiness toward power, an inclination in its critical intelligentsia gains the upper hand to derive factual power from a will and in turn to think of the will as something that one can have or not have, affirm or deny. I must confess that I consider this custom to be a Holzweg, not in Heidegger's sense as a timber track, but rather in the profane notion of a dead end, because, with a moralistic denial of the will, one underestimates the more fundamental compulsion to power and the authorization to will that is made possible by the history of truth. It seems more reasonable to me to start an inquiry into the cultural historical sources of the will to power. To that end, it is necessary to clarify certain features in the primary relation to nature of the gregarious being called Homo sapiens, features that do not tend to fit so neatly into the holistic image, which in earlier times was often invoked in order, in view of the evident dissonance between natural history and the industrialized human world, to recall the lost times of a more successful adaptation or adjustment of Homo sapiens to a nature more to be revered than mastered. In truth, the history of our species from the beginning is only to be conceived as a secession from natural nature that is as slow as it is fundamental. The sphere of human existence from early on possesses a dynamic that stands apart, is singled out, and is based on unique developments. Paleoanthropology can be characterized as nothing less than the science of the natural history of that which is counter-natural in the human being. It treats of the human being as the animal of distance that was able to shape itself into a luxury member of natural biocenoses on the basis of a special evolution of distancing technologies. With such a definition one puts a stop to the holistic fairy tale which suggests that one ought to see in the human a being whose nature lies in giving itself over to a whole. The special history of early human times teaches us the opposite in all this, The human being is not the devoted animal that lets nature do everything for it and before it, but rather the genius of deviation that stabilizes itself in non-adaptation in an amazing way. Human intelligence consists in the achievement of sustaining the improbability of its own form of life through supplemental constructs. In this regard one may say that the human being is the animal that does not give itself over. He is a being that for its non-devotion has paid the price of risky or, as one says nowadays, of creative developments. Because this is the case, within the paradoxical species the dream emerges of a state that we never were in, a nostalgia for the never was, whose mythological name is paradise and whose quasi-scientific new formulation leads to idealized cosmologies or, better, cosmomatriarchal holisms. The objectivization of nature by modern natural sciences does not satisfy the conditions of ontological injustice as a narrowly Catholic and eco-pietistic thought supposes, but rather is a consistent, however late, explication of dissident potentials with regard to nature, potentials with which the eccentric species was pregnant from the earliest days of its special development on. The natural history of the objectification of nature is the genuine affair of the human being. Even the pre-Socratics are no exception to this. Its critical phase dawns in the time bomb period of breakthroughs of knowledge in the form of new truths, which after the invention of inventing in modern engineering have dramatized our world calendar and pull it for the time being into an ever more precipitous movement. Whoever intends to describe this process not only as a history of loss and catastrophe, not only as that ominous spiritual decline of the earth, of which German philosophers of life told at the time of the First World War, cannot avoid the task of interpreting the history of the physical seizure of power as a history of anthropological self-experience, in the course of which different cultures form different groups of self-experience that until today have known little of each other. Only through the growing negativity of our relation to nature, through the increase of the possibilities for an annihilation of nature on the experimental line of Euro-America, could the eccentric species encircle itself and avow its essential negativity and distance. With regard to this tragic self-compulsion, one could speak of a birth of the consciousness of the species from out of the spirit of the possibility to commit suicide. Only from the post-suicidal position that has been explicitly taken on, from the negation of self-negation, would nature come back from its materialist degradation and from annihilating objectification into a self that makes itself at home in physis in a new way, neither in childish impotence nor with economistic hooliganism, but rather in a matured awareness of the possible co-productivity among pre-human, human, and post-human intelligences. The innate negativity of the human position toward nature can only be turned into something positive when human beings themselves, to put it in figurative terms, have come sufficiently far to the other side of nature, more precisely, to the other side of naturing. In fact, from the beginning a substantivist concept of nature results in error, because nature cannot be conceived through that which it is or as what it presents, but rather only through that which it does or that whereby it eventuates. The deed of nature is naturing, and it must in truth be understood as the holder of a primordial monopoly on production. The human being, who changes to the other side, is eo ipso the negator of this monopoly and the providential rival of nature in questions of engendering, begetting, and producing. Where nature to this point possessed the sole competence for the engendering of organisms, in the course of European history a second mechanical engineering, a second organization, stepped into the light of day with the barely concealed tendency to realize an alternative configuration of reflection and matter. Point 12. In the clarification of this rivalry, the experimentum mundi has its rational kernel in the new truth phase of history after Christ. The era that is marked by our form of calendar would come to its end if the human being's changing of sides were to successfully transition from birth and death as only results of nature to co-production of nature and man-made subjectivity. One would then no longer date only post Christum natum, but even more post naturam imitatum. Point 13. The metaphysical age of the world in which nature is overcome by faith, marked by the Christian key terms resurrection, ascension, new man, would have transitioned to the age of the doubling of nature and the supplementation of nature by technology. Its main theme would be the self-observation of nature naturing itself by means of the human being, or if you like, an age of nature going to its own head begins. This is not merely a fanciful speculation in the style of the late Romantic, idealist philosophy of nature, but rather an inherent, intimate driving force in the intervention of modern technological sciences in energy and computer science matrices of the physical process of the world itself. This can be learned from even a fleeting glance at the uncanny advances of modern know-how. Behind the historically relativized forms of the laborer, the craftsman, and the engineer of the first order, the silhouette of the second engineer, the manufacturer of natures, stands out. From the perspective of the history of ideas, one can easily show that dreams of demiurges, phantasms of breaching the natural monopoly on producing, are much older than modern technology, even if it is indeed only quite recently that modern technology, as operative genetics, has attempted to seize hold of the mysteries of reproduction in plants, animals, and human beings. There is an ancient line from proto-technological visions that aim at emancipating the human being from the position of being passively produced, engendered, and born, in order to transfer him to the other side of creation, into the hearth of emergence, into the generative center of formations. When it comes down to thinking nature in the precise sense, namely the power of birth, as a process with two sides, we find ourselves in a field where the generative process itself is in play. The raised human stake pertains to the changing of sides, which makes an engenderer from the engendered, a begetter from the begotten, a producer from the produced. For long stretches, the history of technology, together with its precursors, has been nothing else than an account of the attempts to turn the human head, or as one now should say more correctly, the masculine head and its prototypical workshops, the smith and the laboratory, into a uterus. Contexts of this kind are well documented, above all for the universe of the most ancient metallurgy. Historians of ideas have shown a continuity of conceptions that stretches for millennia, extending from ancient metallurgists up to the medieval and early modern alchemists, only to lead a noteworthy afterlife in messianic doctrines of production of the Marxist type as well as in technomaniacal subcultures. One knows that in certain civilizations of the Bronze and Iron Age, labor on the transformation of mineral ores was enveloped by a complex system of ritual and magical ideas, based on the stirring experiences of the power of human work and on the synergies of fire and knowledge. One suspected early on that something monstrous was underway in the smithies, which could no longer be interpreted on analogy to the quiet growth of plants in the fields. Ancient smithies were centers for demiurgic euphoria enveloped by the ambivalent shudder that belongs to the sacred devil's work of transforming matter. Thus early texts testify to how, for the first metallurgists, it was a matter of reaching the other side of reproduction. The forges had the status of wombs and the metals the status of embryos that underwent a magically accelerated maturation in an artificial interior. What the mountain otherwise appeared to prepare in its womb over the course of millennia, i.e., the quiet carrying to full term of metal children, especially the incubation of gold, this took place, according to the traditional view, within a few weeks in the workshops of smiths and in the flasks of alchemists. If there were something like a precisely identifiable origin of the idea that natures can be shaped by human intervention, then it would certainly lie in the obstetric phantasms of early metallurgists and mineralogists, who understood themselves to be the midwives of mountain wombs and the consummators of the works of nature. The decisive emphasis in these demiurgic practices, which wanted to bring new life from the workshops and spawn from the forges, continually fell on the aspect of time. The illuminated engineer is a catalyst for imaginary gestations, a manipulator of the tempo of naturing. On this view, even smiths and alchemists are initially not producers of nature, they are at best masters of another time, an accelerated time. They conceive of themselves as assistants and consummators, who apprehend the latent tendencies of mountains and earth wombs, in order to advance them, true to their intentions, into procedures both sacred and dangerous, admittedly more quickly than the old nature, left to itself, would allow. 14. As soon as the typically modern combination of knowledge and power emerges, human beings, that is, again, men above all, no longer content themselves with only being the stewards on the ship of evolution. They develop an ambition that has more in mind than bringing a cocktail every now and then to the great mother in her chair. The ambition is indeed initially expressed in symbols drawn from midwifery, yet at its core it no longer has to do with mere midwifery, but rather with a share in the power of creation as such. For whoever negates nature in order to create nature, it is a matter of the capacity for being a new beginning for beings. He strives for joint ownership of the competence for the original creation of life. From this alchemical hearth of attraction there still stem ultramodern statements such as the one of Novalis, "We are called to form the earth." One has good reason to question whether the decisive phantasm of the Marxist movement had not for its part been a half-obstetric, half-demiurgic program. The basic term of magical modernity, revolution, understood in its most sophisticated form, meant nothing other than to bring fortune-bestowing prodigies, which go by the name of productive powers, from the womb of the infernal mother bourgeoisie, aka relations of production, into the open, entirely in the sense of the motto of alchemists and engineers invoked by Ernst Bloch: every kernel intends wheat, every metal intends gold, every birth intends human beings. One must guard against taking a sarcastic stand on such conceptions in view of the darkened ecological horizons. The failure of the council communist systems proves nothing about the overall prospects of the technological magical project that is as old as high cultures and in some places even considerably older. For whether in Marxist coding or in a liberal capitalist or neo-holistic key, the motif of the recreation of the earth and the ambition to get behind the mechanism of nature and birth are even potent in a post-Marxist global situation, indeed more compelling than ever. Hence, this motif and this ambition possess so much propulsive power, not least because in them the two most powerful motivators of the human being in historical time, the religious expectation of salvation and protection and the economic hope for profit and prosperity, begin to merge. The connection of capitalism and Protestantism conjectured by Max Weber is solidified before our eyes into the alliance between biotechnology and the mentality of stock exchanges. The healthcare industry and economic health will in the future be steered by a common center of illusion. Nevertheless, it presently seems as though the demiurges playing with naturations are on the defensive as regards the ongoing ecological crisis. The human being today stands in the dock in his character of being a maker who is not convincing, and must listen to the pleadings of attorneys, who enumerate for him his hubris, his self-overestimation, his frivolous capability that cannot do enough, and his semi-criminal semi-competence in the technological seizure of power on the earth. Yet one ought not allow oneself to be deterred by moral rhetorical conjunctures. The dream of arriving on the side of natura naturans through technical knowledge of creation will become more contagious than ever before under the pressure of ecological or demographical disasters that are imminent or have already begun. The accused will to power will be called into the next phase of the trial as an assistant in the emergency, even if he himself was not innocent in triggering the emergency. More than ever, technologically advanced humanity is condemned to alchemy. If the experimentum mundi is still to succeed, in however temporary and regional a manner, then it will only do so if our calendar once again is torn open in favor of a hitherto latent truth, whose manifestation will compel one to frame anew and to redate all knowledge to this point. Heidegger, in his ominous interview with Der Spiegel, uttered the statement, "Only a God can save us." After everything that we know today, the word God ought to be replaced with the expression "the capacity to create natures." Even this formulation is so grandiose that it leaves us hardly less baffled than Heidegger's oracle. For it to acquire a practicable sense, one would have to bring it down to this expression, the capacity to cooperate with natures. Cooperation requires foresight and relativizing oneself with respect to the other. In view of this task, the word autodidacticism, experimental self-instruction, takes on a fateful meaning for the species Homo sapiens. After modernity, in its unlimited experimenting, has blown open the system of old European proportions, it will be the wisdom of the future to balance excess and foresight once more with each other. World society will be a society of foresight, or it will not be at all. Notes 1 cf. Harold A. Innes, A Plea for Time, New Brunswick, New Jersey, Rutgers University Press, 1950, and Thomas Macho, Die erste Jahrtausendwende, in Tausendjahr Abendland. Die großen Umbruch 1000, 1500, 2000, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1999, 20-35. 2. Cf. Hesiod, Works and Days, v.109, 201, Ovid, Metamorphoses, Book I, v.89, 150. 3. Cf. Hans Mayer, Die Kreisliche Zeitrechnung, Freiburg/Basel/Vienna, Herder, 1991. 4. We here use this expression without comment, without failing to recognize the legitimacy of the critique of this concept by diverse cultural studies and philologies. Jan Assmann in particular, in his book, Cultural Memory and Early Civilization, Writing, Remembrance, and Political Imagination, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2011, 265, convincingly pointed out that Akhenaten, 14th century BC, and Mohammed, 7th century AD, also in fact belong in the sequence of so-called axial age reformations, such that the phenomenon of supposed synchronicity loses its plausibility and its mysterious aura. The core of the axial age's effect would in truth be the reorganization of cultures of ritual coherence into ones of textual coherence. It reflects the transition from oral cultures to literacy. 5. Metamorphoses, Book 15, v.63, 64, trans. Brooksmore. 6. Ibid, v.143, 147. 7. Xenophanes, Fragments and Commentary, trans. Arthur Fairbanks, London, K. Paul, Trench, Trubner, 1898, Fragment 16 translation modified. 8. Martin Heidegger, The Fundamental Concepts of Metaphysics, World, Finitude, Solitude, trans. William McNeill and Nicholas Walker, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 1995, 29. 9. That there is alongside this history of the theft of concealment also a history of the self-opening up of what is veiled, this would need to be shown through a historical critique of epiphanic reason. 10. Master and owner of nature. 11. Transference of philosophy to the Germans. 12. Gotthard Gunther has expressed this in his foundational writings on the philosophy of technology. One goes all the way back to the ultimate conditions of material existence itself and seeks to identify whether there is not another way to create being that is capable of reflection from out of the basic forms of objective existence. We are already familiar with the first way. It is the one that nature itself followed when it produced organisms. But it is a still entirely open question as to whether that is the only ontologically possible way or whether there perhaps exists still other, non-organic possibilities. Hence also the intimate kinship of cybernetics with the problems of crystallography, and in general the physics of solid bodies and the perspectives of quantum theory. Gotthard Gunther, Das Bewusstsein der Maschinen. In Metaphysik der Kybernetik, Baden-Baden und Krefeld, AGIS, 1963, 68. 13. After the birth of Christ, after imitated nature. 14. For the ontological difference between the homunculus and the robot, cf. the essay of the same name by Gotthard Gunther in Das Bewusstsein der Maschinen, 166-173. While alchemists only sought an accelerated arrangement of the effective powers that belong to Natura naturans, robotics engineers construct the entire cybernetic operational system from elements specifically constructed to this end. In the laboratory scene of Goethe's Faust, the second part of the tragedy, these circumstances are unmistakably laid bare. Wagner and Mephistopheles gaze in fascination at the glass flask in which the reaction takes place, while Wagner remarks, "It will be. The mass is clearer. It rises, flashes, there's expansion, it darkens, clears, it must have being." The impersonal turns of phrase make evident that the laboratory process is entirely constructed on nature's own achievements. In this sense alchemy thinks in pre-constructivist terms. Yet Wagner's affirmation that the traditional begetting of the artful mode of production should be surpassed is modern, God forbid. How unfashionable. / We're free of all that idle foolery, trans. A.S. Klein. 6. Rules for the Human Park. A response to Heidegger's letter on humanism. Books, the poet Jean-Paul once remarked, are long letters to friends. With this statement, he appropriately characterized the essence and function of humanism in a quintessential, graceful manner. It is telecommunication that builds friendship in the medium of writing. What from Cicero's time onward has been called humanitas belongs, in the narrowest and broadest senses, to the consequences of literacy. Ever since philosophy has existed as a literary genre, it has recruited its members by writing in an infectious way about love and friendship. Not only is it a discourse on the love of wisdom, it also wants to move others to this love. The fact that written philosophy could at all remain contagious up to the present day, after its beginnings more than 2,500 years ago, is something it owes to the successful outcomes of its capacity to make friends by means of a text. It has allowed its writing to continue like a chain letter across generations. Despite all the copying errors, indeed perhaps because of them, it has drawn copyists and interpreters under its befriending spell. The most important link in this chain of letters was undoubtedly the Roman reception of the Greek message, since the Roman appropriation first opened up the Greek text for the empire and made it accessible to later European cultures, at least indirectly, beyond the fall of the Western Roman Empire. To be sure, the Greek authors would have marveled at the sort of friends who would one day come forward in response to their letters. The rules of the game for written culture dictate that the senders cannot foresee their actual recipients. Nevertheless, the authors embark on the adventure of sending their letters off to unidentified friends. Without the encoding of Greek philosophy on transportable scrolls, those postal effects we call tradition could never have been mailed, but without the Greek tutors who put themselves at the disposal of the Romans as assistants in deciphering the letters from Greece, these same Romans would not have been able to become friends with the senders of these texts. Friendship from afar thus needs both the letters themselves and those who deliver or interpret them. Without the readiness of Roman readers, in turn, to become friends with the distant dispatches of the Greeks, recipients would have been lacking, and if the Romans had not entered the game with their distinguished receptivity, then the Greek messages would never have reached the Western European space that those interested in humanism today still inhabit. There would be neither the phenomenon of humanism nor any form of Latin philosophical discourse worth taking seriously, and just as little would there be later philosophical cultures with their national vernaculars. When today we talk in German of humane und dingen human matters, this possibility is owed not least to the readiness of the Romans to read the writings of their Greek teachers as though they were letters to friends in Italy. If one takes the epical consequences of the Greco-Roman mail into consideration, then it becomes evident that there is something special about the writing, sending, and reception of philosophical texts. Obviously, the sender of this genre of friendly letters sends his writings out into the world without knowing the recipients, or if he does know them, he is still conscious of the fact that sending a letter points beyond this particular transmission and can provoke a countless number of chances for friendship with nameless, often still unborn readers. From the eridological perspective, the hypothetical friendship of the author of books and letters with the recipients of his messages represents a case of long-distance romance, and it does so completely in Nietzsche's sense, who knew that writing is the power to transform love for those near and dear into love for the life of someone who is unknown to us, distant, and to come. Not only does writing create a telecommunicative bridge between proven friends who at the time the letter is mailed live separated from each other at a spatial remove, it also sets in motion an operation on unproven ground. It launches a temptation into the distance put in terms of old European magic. It launches an actio in distance with the aim of unmasking the unknown friend as such and moving him to enter into one circle of friends. In fact, the reader who exposes himself to the long letter can understand the book as an invitation card, and if he lets himself warm up to the reading, then he will come forward in the circle of the addressed in order to acknowledge that he has received the message. Thus one could trace the communitarian phantasm at the base of all humanisms back to the model of a literary society in which those involved discover through canonical readings their shared love for inspiring messages. Understood in this way, we discover at the core of humanism a fantasy of the sect or club, the dream of the fated solidarity of those who have been chosen to be able to read. For the old world, indeed up to the eve of the modern nation-state, the ability to read actually meant something like membership in a secret society of the elite. Grammatical knowledge once counted in many places as the epitome of sorcery. Indeed, already in medieval English, the word glamour one developed out of the word grammar. Whoever could read and write could easily manage other kinds of impossible things, too. Those who are humanized are initially no more than the sect of the alphabetized, and as in many other sects here too expansionist and universalist projects come to light. When alphabetism became fantastical and immodest, the grammatical or letter mysticism of the Kabbalah emerged, which raves of having insight into the world author's mode of writing. Point 2. In contrast, when humanism became pragmatic and programmatic, as in the gymnasium ideologies of the bourgeois nation-states of the 19th and 20th centuries, the paradigm of the literary society expanded into the norm for political society. From then on, peoples were organized as forced, thoroughly literate associations of friendship that were sworn to mandatory reading canons established within each respective national space. Alongside ancient authors common to Europe, national and modern classics are hence mobilized as well, whose letters to the public are elevated by the book market and institutions of higher learning into effective motivating factors for the creation of nations. What are modern nations other than the quite effective fictions of reading publics, who through these very writings would become a congenial band of friends? The universal military conscription of male youth and the universal conscription of the youth of both sexes to read the classics characterize the classical bourgeois era, that is, the age of armed and literate humanity, on which new and old conservatives of today look back, nostalgically and helplessly at the same time, and completely unable to provide a media-theoretical justification for the sense of a reading canon. Whoever wishes to gain a current impression of this may check and see how pathetic the results of a national debate recently attempted in Germany over the supposed necessity of a new literary canon turned out. In fact, it was from 1789 to 1945 that the reading-happy national humanisms had their moment of glory. Complacent and aware of their power, the cast of old and new philologists resided at the center. They knew they were entrusted with the task initiating their descendants into the circle of recipients of the definitive long letters. The power of teachers in this era and the key role of philologists were based on their privileged familiarity with authors who were qualified as senders of writings that establish communities. In substance, bourgeois humanism was nothing other than the authority to impose the classics on the youth and to assert the universal validity of national canons. Point 3. Thus bourgeois nations themselves would to a certain degree be literary and postal products, fictions of a fated friendship with peoples from distant lands and with sympathetically united readers of absolutely inspirational authors jointly owned. If this epoch today appears to be irretrievably over and done with, then this is not because people would no longer be willing to fulfill their national literary task on account of some decadent mood. The epoch of national bourgeois humanism has reached an end because the art of writing love-inspiring letters to a nation of friends, however professionally it is still practiced, is no longer sufficient to form the telecommunicative bond between the inhabitants of a modern mass society. Through the media's establishment of mass culture in the developed world after 1918, radio broadcasting, and after 1945, television, and even more through current revolutions in how people are connected, human coexistence in societies today has been put on new foundations. These, as it is easy to show, are decidedly post-literary, post-epistolographic, and consequently post-humanist. Whoever takes the prefix post in these formulations to be too dramatic can replace it with the adverb marginally, so that our thesis runs as follows: large modern societies can only still marginally produce their political and cultural synthesis via literary, epistolary, and humanistic media. By no means has literature therefore come at an end, though it has differentiated itself into a subculture sui generis, and the days of its being overrated as a bearer of national spirits are over. The social synthesis is no longer, nor does it even seem to be, mainly a matter of books and letters. Meanwhile, new media of political cultural telecommunication have taken the lead and have reduced the schema of friendships born of writing to a modest level. The era of modern humanism as the model for schooling and formative education is over with, because the illusion can no longer be maintained that large political and economic structures could be organized on the amiable model of the literary society. This disillusionment, of which those still receiving a humanistic education have been aware at least since the First World War, has a peculiarly warped history that is marked by twists and turns. For right at the lurid end of the national humanist era, in the so very dim years after 1945, the humanistic model was supposed to flourish one more time. It was a matter of an organized and reflexive renaissance that has provided the paradigm for all subsequent minor reanimations of humanism. Were the background not so somber, one would have to speak of a contest in raving and self-deception. In the fundamentalist attitudes of the years after 1945, for understandable reasons it was not enough for many people to return from the horrors of war to a society that presented itself once more as a pacified public of reading friends, as though a Goethe youth could make one forget about the Hitler youth. To many people at that time it seemed agreeable to reopen, alongside the reissued Roman readings, the second basic reading for Europeans, that is, the biblical one, and to invoke the foundations in Christian humanism of what was again called the Occident. This late neo-humanism, desperately looking via Weimar to Rome, was a dream to save the European soul by means of a radicalized bibliophilia, a melancholy hopeful raving about the civilizing, humanizing power of reading the classics if we allow ourselves for a moment the liberty to put Cicero and Christ alongside one another and designate them as classics. In these post-war humanisms, however born of illusions they may have been, a motif is revealed without which the humanistic tendency as a whole could never be comprehended, neither in the days of the Romans nor in the era of modern bourgeois nation-states. Humanism as a word and as a subject matter always has something to which it is opposed, since it is essentially engaged in retrieving the human being from barbarism. It is easy to understand that precisely those ages of the world which have had their own experiences with the barbaric potential that is unleashed in violent interactions between states and factions are at the same time the eras in which the call for humanism usually becomes louder and more demanding. Whoever asks about the future of humanism and the media of humanization today wants at bottom to know whether there is hope of mastering the current tendencies toward bestialization among human beings. Here it becomes disturbingly important that bestializations, today as always, usually emerge alongside great displays of power, whether they are immediate martial and imperial brutality, or the everyday bestialization of human beings in the media of disinhibiting entertainment. The Romans provided Europe with the decisive models for both. On the one hand, with their omnipresent militarism, on the other hand, through their groundbreaking entertainment industry of bloody games. The latent theme of humanism is thus the debestialization of the human being, and its latent thesis runs, right reading tames. The phenomenon of humanism deserves attention today above all because it recalls in however veiled and timid a manner the fact that human beings in high culture are continually engaged by two formative powers at the same time. We would like here, for the sake of simplicity, to designate them simply as inhibiting and disinhibiting influences. The conviction that human beings are impressionable animals and that it is hence necessary to get them to come under the right kind of influences belongs to the credo of humanism. The label humanism recalls with false harmlessness the constant battle for the human being, which is carried out as the struggle between bestializing and taming tendencies. The two powers of influence can still easily be identified for Cicero's epoch, since each of the two possesses its characteristic medium. With regard to the bestializing influences, the Romans installed the most successful mass media network of the ancient world with their amphitheaters, their animal baiting, their fighting matches to the death, and their spectacles of execution. The disinhibited homo inhumanus got his money's worth in the clamoring stadiums around the Mediterranean as never before and as seldom afterward. 4 During the imperial era, supplying the Roman masses with brutalizing fascinations became an indispensable, routinely enlarged technique of domination, which has been retained in our memory up to the present day thanks to Juvenal's formulation of bread and circuses. One can only understand Roman humanism if one conceives of it as taking sides in a media conflict, that is, as the resistance of the book against the amphitheater and as the opposition of the humanizing philosophical reading that makes one patient and promotes reflection against the dehumanizing, impatient, irascible maelstrom of sensation and intoxication in the stadiums. What the educated Romans called humanitas would be unthinkable without the demand for abstinence from mass culture in the theaters of cruelty. If the humanist himself should at some point stray into the roaring crowd, then it is only to ascertain that he too is a human being and hence can be infected by bestialism. He turns from the theater back home, ashamed of his involuntary participation in the infectious sensations, and is now inclined to admit that nothing human is alien to him. Thus it is implied that humanity consists in choosing taming media for the development of one's own nature and renouncing disinhibiting media. The meaning of this choice of media lies in weaning oneself from one's own possible bestiality and keeping a distance between oneself and the dehumanizing escalations of the theater's roaring mob. These suggestive remarks make clear that with the question of humanism more is meant than the bucolic conjecture that reading is formative. In this, it is a matter of nothing less than an anthropodicy, that is, a determination of the human being as regards his biological openness and his moral ambivalence. Above all, however, the question of how the human being can become a true or real human being is from this point on inevitably posed as a media question, if we understand by media the communal and communicative means which human beings use to form themselves into what they can and will be. In autumn 1946, in the most miserable depths of the post-war European crisis, the philosopher Martin Heidegger wrote what was to become his famous essay on humanism, a text that on first glance can also be understood as a long letter to friends. But the procedure of befriending that this letter made use of to its own ends was no longer simply that of bourgeois communication among beautiful souls, and the concept of friendship that was drawn upon by this noteworthy philosophical epistle was no longer one of communion between a national public and its classicist. Heidegger knew when he formulated this letter that he had to speak with a broken voice or write with a reluctant hand, and that the pre-established harmony between the author and his readers could in no way be taken for granted any longer. At that time he was not even certain as to whether he still had any friends, and if friends could still be found, then the basis of this friendship would have to be determined anew, beyond everything that had counted in Europe and its nations as a reason for friendship between the educated. At least one thing is obvious: what the philosopher in the autumn of that year 1946 committed to paper was not a speech to his own nation and also not a speech to a future Europe. It was a polysemous, simultaneously cautious and daring attempt by the author to still imagine a sympathetic recipient of his message, and what thus emerged, oddly enough for a man of Heidegger's regionalist disposition, was a letter to a foreigner, a potential friend in the distance, a young thinker who had taken the liberty during the German occupation of France of becoming enthused by a German philosopher. Thus a new technique of befriending? An alternative post? A new way of gathering those who are of one accord and sympathetic in thought around a piece of writing sent out into the great wide open? A new attempt at humanization? Another social contract between bearers of a homeless contemplativeness that was no longer humanistic in nationalist terms. Heidegger's opponents naturally did not fail to point out that the shrewd little man from Meßkirch here instinctively seized the first opportunity that offered itself after the war to work toward his rehabilitation. He thus cunningly exploited the goodwill of one of his French admirers in order to abscond from political ambiguity to the highlands of mystical mindfulness. These suspicions may sound suggestive and convincing, but they still miss the intellectual and communicatively strategic event which the essay on humanism represented, an essay that was first directed to Jean Beaufret in Paris and then later translated and published as a self-standing work. For by exposing and asking out beyond the conditions of European humanism in this writing, which formally aimed to be a letter, Heidegger entered a transhumanist or post-humanist realm of thought in which an essential part of philosophical reflection on the human being has moved ever since. From Jean Beaufret's letter, Heidegger focused above all on one formulation: comment redonner un sens au mot humanisme. The letter to the young Frenchman contains a mild rebuke of the questioner, which is revealed most clearly in the two direct replies. This question proceeds from your intention to retain the word humanism. I wonder whether that is necessary. Or is the damage caused by all such terms still not sufficiently obvious? Your question not only presupposes a desire to retain the word humanism but also contains an admission that this word has lost its meaning. Point 6. A part of Heidegger's strategy thereby becomes manifest: the word humanism must be given up if the actual task of thought, which in the humanist or metaphysical tradition wanted to appear as though it had already been accomplished, is to be experienced once more in its initial simplicity and inevitability. To put it sharply, why again tout the human being and his prevailing philosophical self-depiction in humanism as the solution when it has just been shown in the catastrophe of the present that it is the human being himself, along with his systems of metaphysical self-elevation and self-explanation, that is the problem. This revision of Beaufret's question is not without a certain magisterial malice, since, in Socratic fashion, it holds before the student the wrong answer already contained in the question. At the same time, this revision was given serious thought, since the three main remedies available in the European crisis of 1945, Christianity, Marxism, and existentialism, are characterized side by side as varieties of humanism and only superficially distinguished from each other. Put more sharply, as three ways and means of avoiding the ultimate radically of the question concerning the essence of the human being. Heidegger volunteers to bring the immense omission of European thought to an end, the omission of not posing the question concerning the essence of the human being in the only suitable way, which for him meant that of existential ontology. At the very least, the author indicated his readiness to contribute turns of phrase, however provisional they may be, to the advent of the question that was finally to be posed correctly. With these seemingly modest phrases, Heidegger brings disturbing consequences to light. Humanism in its ancient, in its Christian, and in its Enlightenment forms is revealed to be the agent of a 2,000-year failure to think. It is accused of having obstructed the advent of the genuine question concerning the human being's essence with its hastily offered, seemingly self-evident, and undeniable interpretations of what it means to be human. Heidegger explains that in his work From Being and Time onward he thought against humanism, not because humanism overestimates humanitas, but rather because it does not value it highly enough. Point 7. But what does it mean to value the essence of the human being highly enough? It means, in the first place, to renounce a habitual false disparagement. The question of the human being's essence does not get on the right track until one refrains from the oldest, most intractable, and most pernicious practice of European metaphysics, defining the human being as animal rationale. On this interpretation of the human being's essence, the human being is understood from the perspective of an animalitas enhanced by intellectual supplements. Heidegger's existential ontological analysis revolts against this, because for him the essence of the human being can never be expressed from a zoological or biological perspective, even when an intellectual or metabiological factor is added on. Heidegger is relentless on this point. Indeed, like an avenging angel, swords crossed, he steps between the animal and the human being, in order to deny any ontological commonality between the two. He allows himself to be carried away by his anti-biological and anti-vitalist fervor to almost hysterical utterances, for instance when he explains that it appears as though the essence of divinity is closer to us than what is so alien in other living beings. 8. At the core of this separative pathos is the recognition that the human being is ontologically different from the animal, not of a different species or genus, for which reason under no circumstances may he be conceived of as an animal. With a cultural or metaphysical addition. Rather, the human mode of being is essentially and in its basic ontology different from all other vegetative and animal living beings, since the human being has world and is in the world, while plants and animals are only tightly wound into their respective environments. If there is a philosophical reason for talking about the dignity of the human being, then this is because it is precisely the human being who is addressed by being itself and, as Heidegger the pastoral philosopher liked to say, is assigned to tend it. For this reason human beings have language, yet according to Heidegger they do not primarily possess it in order to come to an agreement through communication and thereby to mutually tame each other. Rather, language is the house of being in which the human being ecasis by dwelling, in that he belongs to the truth of being, tending it. So the point is that in the determination of the humanity of the human being as ecosistence, what is essential is not the human being but being as the dimension of the ecstasis of ecosistence. Point 9. In hearkening to these initially hermetic sounding formulations, a suspicion arises as to why Heidegger's critique of humanism imagines itself to be so certain that it does not lead to an inhumanism. In rejecting the claims of humanism to have already adequately interpreted the essence of the human being and opposing to it his own onto anthropology, he still indirectly adheres to the most important function of classical humanism, namely the befriending of the human being by another's word. Indeed, he radicalizes this motif of befriending and shifts it from the field of pedagogy to the center of ontological reflection. That is the sense of the oft-cited and much derided manner of speaking of the human being as the shepherd of being. Using images from the stock of motifs belonging to the pastoral and the idyll, Heidegger speaks of the human being's task, which is his essence, and of the human essence from which his task arises, namely, to tend being and to correspond to being. Of course, the human being does not tend being like the sick person does his bed, rather he is more like a shepherd tending his herd in the clearing, with the important difference that here instead of a herd of livestock it is the world as an open circumstance that is to be watched over with serene releasement gelassen, and with the further difference that this tending does not represent a task of vigilance freely chosen in one's own interest, but rather the fact that human beings are appointed and employed by being itself to be ones who tend it. The site at which this job is carried out is the clearing, or the place where being sen arises as that which is there to. What assures Heidegger that he has surpassed and thought beyond humanism with such phrases is the fact that he involves the human being, conceived as the clearing of being, in a sort of taming and befriending that runs deeper than any humanistic debestialization or any educated love for the text that speaks of love could reach. By defining human beings as shepherds and neighbors of being and characterizing language as the house of being, he binds the human being into a correspondence to being that imposes a radical restraint on him and relegates him, the shepherd, to the vicinity or environs of the immense house. He exposes the human being to a reflection that demands, more than the most comprehensive program of formative education ever could, that he keep still and heed silence. The human being is subjected to an ecstatic restraint that reaches further than the civilized pause of the pious reader of texts before the words of a classic. Restrained dwelling in the house of language a la Heidegger is determined to be an attentive listening to that which will be assigned by being itself to be said. It invokes a hearkening into the vicinity for which the human being must become quieter and more tamed than the humanist when he is studying the classics. Heidegger wants a human being who would be more of a hearkener than merely a good reader. He would like to establish a process of befriending in which even he himself would no longer be received only as one author among others. To begin with, it would arguably be best if his audience, which can naturally consist of but a small, perceptive number, paid heed to the fact that being itself has begun to speak once more through him, the mentor of the question of being. Thus Heidegger elevates being to the sole author of all essential letters and appoints himself as its current amanuensis. Whoever speaks from such a position may also record stammering and publish silence. Being thus sends off the decisive letters, or, more precisely, it gives hints to friends who have the presence of mind, to receptive neighbors, to collected, quiet shepherds. But as far as we can see, no nations can be formed out of this circle of fellow shepherds and friends of being, indeed not even alternative schools, not least because there can be no official canon of being's hints, unless, for the time being, one lets Heidegger's opera omnia count as the measure and the voice of the nameless uber-author. In view of these shadowy communions, it must remain completely unclear for the time being how a society of neighbors of being could be composed. Until this becomes clearer, such a society must arguably be conceived of as an invisible church of dispersed individuals, each of which in his own way listens to the immense and waits for the words that will express what it is that language itself gives to the speaker to say. 10. It is pointless to enter into more detail regarding the crypto-Catholic character of these figures of speech that belong to the Heideggerian meditation. What is decisive now is only the fact that, through Heidegger's critique of humanism, a change of attitude is propagated, one which refers the human being to a reflective ascesis that points beyond all humanistic educational goals. Only by virtue of this ascesis would a society of the reflective beyond the humanistic literary society 11 be able to be formed. This would be a society of human beings who would have shifted the human being from center stage, because they would have grasped that they only exist as neighbors of being and not as independent homeowners or as tenants living in furnished rooms with non-terminable leases. As long as it remains oriented to the model of the strong human being, humanism can contribute nothing to this ascesis. The humanist friends of human authors are lacking the blessed frailty in which being reveals itself to those who are touched or addressed by it. For Heidegger, no path leads from humanism to this intensified ontological practice of humility. Rather, he believes he sees in humanism a contribution to the history of the armament of subjectivity. In fact, Heidegger interprets the historical world of Europe as the theater of militant humanisms. It is the field on which human subjectivity carries out its seizure of power over all beings with fateful consistency. Seen from this perspective, humanism must present itself as a natural accomplice of any merely possible atrocity that could be committed in the name of human well-being. Even in the tragic gigantomachy of the mid-century among Bolshevism, Fascism, and Americanism, it was only the case in Heidegger's view that three variations of the same anthropocentric violence, 12 and 3 candidates dressed up in humanitarian fashion for world domination, were in confrontation, in the course of which Fascism stepped out of line by flaunting its contempt for the inhibiting values of peace and formative education more openly than its rivals. In fact, Fascism is the metaphysics of disinhibition, perhaps even a disinhibiting form of metaphysics. On Heidegger's view, Fascism was the synthesis of humanism and bestialism, that is, the paradoxical coincidence of inhibition and disinhibition. In view of such immense distortions and perversions, it was natural to pose anew the question concerning the basis for human taming and human formative education. If Heidegger's ontological pastoral plays, which already sounded odd and objectionable in their time, appear today to be completely anachronistic, they still, regardless of their awkwardness and their clumsy outlier status, retain the merit of having articulated epical questions: what tames or still educates the human being when humanism founders as a school of human formation? What tames or educates the human being when his efforts at self-taming to this point have led in the main to his seizure of power over all beings? What tames or educates the human being when, after all his experiments with the education of the human race, it is still unclear who or what educates the educators, and to what end? Or can the question concerning the cultivation and formation of the human being no longer be competently posed within the framework of mere theories of taming and education? In what follows, we will not follow Heidegger's instructions to stick only with the concluding figures of reflective thought. We will instead attempt to characterize in a historically more precise sense the ecstatic clearing in which the human being lets himself be addressed by being. It will become apparent that the human sojourn in the clearing, put in Heideggerian terms, the human being standing into or being held into the clearing of being, is by no means a primal ontological relationship that would be inaccessible to any further interrogation. There is a history of the human being stepping out into the clearing that is resolutely ignored by Heidegger, a social history of the human being's ability to be affected by the question of being, and a historical movement in the gaping open of the ontological difference. On the one hand, we must speak here of a natural history of releasement, Gelassenheit, by virtue of which the human being was able to become the animal that is capable of the world. On the other hand, we must speak of a social history of taming, by which human beings experience themselves primordially as the beings who pull themselves together, Zusammenhang 13, in order to correspond to the whole. The real story of the clearing, from which a deeper reflection on the human being that goes beyond humanism must take its point of departure, is thus composed of two larger narratives that converge in a common perspective, namely in the explanation as to how the sapiens human came to be from out of the sapiens animal. The first of these two narratives provides an account of the adventure of hominization. It relates how in the long periods of pre-human hominid prehistory a species of immaturely born beings came into existence from the viviparous mammal that is the human being. These beings, if we may speak paradoxically, entered into their environments with an increasing surplus of animal immaturity. Here the anthropogenetic revolution is carried out, the bursting open and transformation of biological birth into the act of coming to the world. With his obstinate reserve in the face of all anthropology and his zeal to keep his point of departure, namely, Dasein and the being in the world of the human being, ontologically pure, Heidegger did not pay nearly enough attention to this explosion. The fact that the human being could become the being that is in the world has species historical roots. These can be indicated by the abyssal concepts of premature birth, neoteny, and the chronic animal immaturity of the human being. 14 One could go so far as to characterize the human being as the being that has foundered in its being an animal and remaining an animal. Through its foundering as an animal, the indeterminate being plummets out of its environment and thus attains the world in the ontological sense. This ecstatic coming to the world and this conveyance Übereignung to being is something the human being starts out with from his species' historical inheritance. If the human being is in the world, then this is because he belongs to a movement that brings him forth and exposes him to the world. He is the product of a hyperbirth that makes a worldling out of a nursling. This exodus would only generate psychotic animals if, along with the emergence into the world, an entrance into that which Heidegger called the house of being did not take place as well. The traditional languages of the human race have rendered the ecstasy of being in the world livable, insofar as they have shown human beings how their being at home bay in the world can also be experienced as being at home with oneself bei sich selbst sein. To this extent, the clearing is an event at the limit of the history of nature and culture, for the human coming to the world incorporates from early on the features of a coming to language. 15. Yet the history of the clearing cannot be developed solely as the tale of human beings' entrance into the houses of languages. As soon as speaking beings live together in larger groups and attach themselves not only to houses of language Sprachhäuser, but also to constructed enclosures Gehäuse, they enter into the force field of settled modes of being. From then on, they no longer allow only language to shelter them, they also allow themselves to be tamed by their dwellings Behausungen. In the clearing arise as its most salient marks the houses of human beings, along with the temples of their gods and the palaces of their masters. Cultural historians have made it clear that, with settlement, the relationship between humans and animals came under new auspices. With the taming of the human being by the house, the epic of domestic animals Haustieren begins as well. Their attachment to human houses is, however, not only a matter of acts of taming, but also one of training and breeding. The human being and the domestic animal. The history of this monstrous cohabitation has yet to be presented in a suitable manner, not to mention the fact that philosophers up to the present day are still in denial concerning what they themselves should look for within this history. 16 In only a few places is the veil of the philosopher's silence concerning the house, the human being, and the animal as a biopolitical complex lifted, and what was then to be heard were dizzying references to problems that for the time being are too difficult for human beings. The least of these problems is the intimate connection between domesticity Häuslichkeit and the formation of theory. One could go so far as to define theory as a variety of housework, or rather as a kind of domestic leisure, for theory according to its ancient definitions resembles looking serenely out of a window. It is chiefly a matter of contemplation, while in modernity, ever since knowledge is supposed to be power, it clearly took on the character of work. In this sense, windows would be the clearings of walls, behind which human beings became beings capable of theory. Even strolls, in which movement and reflection are merged, are derivatives of domesticity. Even Heidegger's notorious thoughtful wandering along field paths and timber tracks felled und holes which are typical movements of one who has a home to which to return. Yet this derivation of the clearing from secured domesticity concerns only the more innocuous aspect of becoming human in houses. The clearing is simultaneously a battleground and a site of decision and selection. In this regard, nothing more is to be ascertained from the turns of phrase of a philosophical pastoral. Where there are houses, it must be decided what should become of the human beings who inhabit them. It is decided in the deed and by the deed which types of housing occupants will prevail. In the clearing it becomes manifest what the stakes are over which human beings are fighting, as soon as they emerge as beings who build cities and establish empires. What is really going on here has been described by the master of dangerous thinking, Nietzsche, with nightmarish overtones in the third part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, under the heading on virtue that makes small. For he Zarathustra wanted to learn what had transpired in the meantime among human beings, whether they had become bigger or smaller. And once he saw a row of new houses, and he was amazed then, and he said, "What do these houses mean? Truly, no great soul placed them here, as a parable of itself. And these parlors and chambers, can men go in and out here?" And Zarathustra stood still and reflected. At last he said sadly, "Everything has become smaller. Everywhere I see lower gateways, whoever is like me can still pass through, but he has to stoop. I walk among these people and keep my eyes open, they have become smaller and are becoming ever smaller, but this is because of their teaching on happiness and virtue. A few of them will, but most of them are merely willed. Round, righteous and kind they are to one another, like grains of sand are round, righteous and kind to one another. To modestly embrace a small happiness that they call resignation. At bottom these simple ones want one simple thing, that no one harm them. To them virtue is whatever makes modest and tame, this is how they made the wolf into a dog and mankind himself into mankind's favorite pet." 17. In this rhapsodic sequence of sayings there is concealed a theoretical discourse on the human being as a taming and breeding force. From Zarathustra's perspective, human beings of the present moment are above all one thing, successful breeders who have made it possible to draw the last man from the strong man. It is self-evident that this could not have happened with humanist, taming training educative means alone. With the reference to the human being as a breeder of the human being, the humanist horizon is burst open, insofar as humanism can and may never think beyond the question of taming and education. The humanist presupposes the human being and then applies to the latter his means of taming, dressage, and formation, convinced, as he is, of the necessary connection between reading, sitting, and pacifying. In contrast, Nietzsche, who read Darwin and St. Paul with equal attention, thinks that he perceives a second, darker horizon behind the bright horizon of the formation of the human being in schools. He perceives a space in which inevitable battles over directions of human breeding will begin, and it is the space in which the other, veiled aspect of the clearing is revealed. When Zarathustra goes through the city in which everything has become smaller, he perceives the outcome of a politics of breeding that to this point has been successful and gone unnoticed. Human beings, so it seems to him, have, with the aid of an artful linking of ethics and genetics, managed to breed themselves small. They have subjected themselves to domestication and initiated a kind of selective breeding with the aim of achieving an interpersonal companionableness suitable for domestic animals. From this conjecture springs Zarathustra's peculiar critique of humanism as a rejection of the harmlessness with which the modern good human being surrounds himself. In fact, it would not be harmless if human beings bred human beings with the aim of achieving harmlessness. Nietzsche's suspicion of all humanist culture insists on airing humanity's secret of domestication. He wants to call the proprietors of the monopoly on taming up to this point the priests and teachers who present themselves as friends of the human being by their name and to designate their secret function. He wants to launch a world historically new kind of contest between different breeders and different kinds of breeding programs. This is the fundamental conflict of the future postulated by Nietzsche, the battle between the breeders of small human beings and big human beings, one could even say between humanists and superhumanists, friends of the human being and friends of the Übermensch. The emblem Übermensch, in Nietzsche's reflections, does not stand for the dream of a hasty disinhibition or a flight into bestiality as the jackbooted bad readers of Nietzsche from the 1930s imagined. The expression does not stand for the idea of breeding the human being back to the status of the time before domestic animals and church animals. When Nietzsche speaks of the Übermensch, he is thinking of an age of the world that is far beyond the present point. 18 He takes his measurement from previous millennia-long processes, in which the production of the human being up to that point was carried out by virtue of intimate entwinements of breeding, taming, and education, admittedly in an operation that knew how to make itself largely invisible and that, under the mask of schooling, had for its object the project of domestication. With these adumbrations and more than adumbration in this field is neither possible nor allowable, Nietzsche marks out a gigantic terrain on which the determination of the human being of the future will have to be accomplished, regardless of whether recourse to the concept of the Übermensch plays a role in this or not. It may very well be that Zarathustra was the spokesman of a philosophizing hysteria whose contagious effects have today and perhaps forever faded away. But the discourse concerning the difference and entwinement of taming and breeding, indeed even the reference to the dawning of an awareness about the productions of the human being and more generally about anthropotechnics, these are givens from which thinking today cannot avert its gaze unless it wants to devote itself anew to rendering things harmless. In all likelihood, Nietzsche went too far when he advanced the suggestion that making the human being into a domestic animal had been the deliberate work of a pastoral breeders' association, that is to say, a project of the clerical, Pauline instinct that senses everything which could turn out autonomous and sovereign in the human being and immediately deploys its methods of eradication and mutilation against this. This was certainly a hybrid thought, on the one hand because it fails to conceive the potential process of breeding over the long term as though a few generations of priestly rule were all it took to make dogs out of wolves and Basel professors out of prehistoric humans. 19 But it is even more a hybrid thought because it inserts a conspiring perpetrator where a breeding without breeder, thus a biocultural drift without subjects, should be reckoned with instead. Yet even after we take away the overextended and suspicious anticlerical layers, a sufficiently durable core of Nietzsche's idea remains to provoke a later reflection on humanity beyond humanist harmlessness. The domestication of the human being is the great unthought, it is that before which humanism from antiquity to the present day has averted its eyes. To appreciate this is sufficient to find oneself in deep water. Where we can no longer stand, the evidence rises over our heads that the educational taming and befriending of the human being could never have been accomplished with letters and words alone. To be sure, reading Lesen was a great formative power for human beings and it still is, within more modest dimensions. Yet selection auslesen, however it may have been carried out, was always in play as the power behind the power. Readings and selections, lektionen und selektionen, have more to do with each other than any cultural historian was willing and able to consider, and if it also appears to us for the time being to be impossible to reconstruct with sufficient precision the connection between reading and selection, lesen und auslesen, it is nevertheless more than a tentative hunch that there is something real about it. Written culture itself, up to its recently implemented universal literacy, has had sharply selective effects. It has riven its host societies and formed a divide between literate and illiterate human beings, whose unbridgeability almost attained the firmness of a species differentiation. If one wished, despite Heidegger's dissuasions, to speak anthropologically again, then the human beings of historical times could be defined as the animals of whom some can read and write while the others cannot. From here it is only a single step, if a demanding one, to the thesis that human beings are the animals of whom some breed those like them, while the others are bred, a thought that belongs to the pastoral folklore of Europeans since the time of Plato's reflections on education and the state. Something of this is still heard in Nietzsche's statement that few of the human beings in the small houses will, but most are willed. But to be only willed means to exist merely as an object, not as a subject, of selection. It is the signature of the technological and anthropotechnological era that human beings become increasingly involved in the active or subjective side of selection, without having to be voluntarily thrust into the role of the selector. Additionally, one may observe that there is an unease in the power of choice. Soon it will become an instance of opting for innocence when human beings explicitly refuse to exercise the power of selection that they have in fact managed to achieve. 20 But as soon as powers of knowledge are positively developed in a field, human beings cut a poor figure if they, as in earlier times of incapacity, wish to allow a higher force, whether it be God or chance or something else, to act in their stead. Since mere refusals and dismissals generally fail in their sterility, in the future it will arguably be necessary to actively enter the game and formulate a code of anthropotechnics. Such a code would even retroactively transform the significance of classical humanism, since it would disclose and put in writing the fact that humanitas not only involves the friendship of human being with human being, It always implies as well and with growing explicitness that the human being represents the higher force for the human being. Nietzsche had something of this in mind when he dared to characterize himself, in regard to his long-term effects, as a force majeure. One can ignore the offense that this statement provoked, since it is centuries too early for a judgment on such pretensions, if not a millennium. Who has enough esprit to imagine an age of the world in which Nietzsche will be as historical a figure as Plato was for Nietzsche? It suffices to make clear that the next long spans of time for humanity will be periods of species political decision. In them it will be revealed whether humanity or its main cultural factions will succeed in at the very least initiating once again effective procedures of self-taming. Even in the present culture the gigantomachy between taming and bestializing impulses and their respective media is being waged. Even greater successes in taming would be surprising in view of a civilizing process in which an unparalleled and apparently unceasing surge of disinhibition rolls on. Point 21. But whether long-term development will also lead to a genetic reform of attributes of the species, whether a future anthropotechnology will advance to an explicit planning of traits, whether humanity will be able to carry out, on the level of the species as a whole, a switch from the fatalism of births to optional birth and prenatal selection. 22. These are questions with which the evolutionary horizon begins to clear before us, however indistinctly and frighteningly. It is a characteristic feature of humanitas that human beings are confronted with problems that are too difficult for them and that nevertheless cannot be left unaddressed on account of their difficulty. This provocation of the human being by something that can be neither avoided nor mastered left an unforgettable trace behind already at the beginning of European philosophy. Indeed, perhaps philosophy itself is this trace in the broadest sense. After what has been said, it is no longer all that surprising that this trace turns out specifically to be one of the first discourses on tending and breeding human beings. In his dialogue Politikos, often translated as the statesman, Plato put forward the Magna Carta of a European pastoral politology. This text is significant not only because it shows more clearly than anywhere else what antiquity understood thinking to be, the attainment of truth through careful classification and division of groups of concepts and things. Its incommensurable position in the history of thinking about the human being above all consists in the fact that it is conducted as though breeders were having a conversation about work. It is not a coincidence that those who participate in the conversation are atypical for Plato, namely, a stranger and a younger Socrates, as though ordinary Athenians are not for the time being to be allowed to participate in conversations of this kind, and how could they be, when it is a matter of selecting a statesman who does not exist in Athens and planning out a people for the state who cannot yet be found in any empirical city. Thus this stranger and his counterpart, the younger Socrates, devote themselves to the tricky endeavor of placing the politics of the future or the herdsmanship of the city under transparently rational rules. With this project, Plato bears witness to an intellectual unrest in the human park, which could never again be entirely pacified. Ever since the Politikos and the Politeia, the Republic, there have been discourses in the world that speak of the human community as of a zoological park that is at the same time a theme park. Keeping human beings in parks or cities from now on appears to be a zoopolitical task. Whatever purports to be a reflection on politics is in truth a fundamental reflection on rules for the operation of human parks. If there is a dignity of the human being that merits being expressed in philosophical reflection, then this is above all because human beings are not only kept in political theme parks, but keep themselves there. Human beings are self-nurturing, self-tending beings that wherever they live produce parks around themselves. Whether in city parks, national parks, state parks, or eco-parks, everywhere, human beings must form an opinion about how their self-maintenance is to be regulated. Regarding the Platonic zoo and its new establishment, what is at issue is thus to learn for all the world whether between the population and the directorship there is merely a difference of degree or a difference in species. According to the first assumption, the distance between those who tend human beings and their fosterlings would obviously only be a contingent and pragmatic one. In this case, one could attribute to the herd the capacity to periodically rotate their herders. However, if a difference in species prevails between the managers of the zoo and its inhabitants, then they would be so fundamentally different from each other that an elected directorship would not be advisable, but rather only a directorship based on insight. Only the false zoo directors, the pseudo-statesmen, and political sophists would then tout themselves with the argument that they are just like their herds, while the one who truly tends the body politic would focus on difference and make it discreetly understood that, because he acts from insight, he stands closer to the gods than to the confused living beings whom he guides. Plato's dangerous sense for dangerous themes runs into the blind spot of all high cultural pedagogies and politics, the actual inequality of human beings vis-a-vis the knowledge that confers power. Under the logical form of a grotesque way of defining things, the dialogue of the statesman develops the preambles of a political anthropotechnics. Here it is a matter not only of the taming guidance of the herds already tamed of their own accord, but also of a systematic new kind of breeding of human exemplars who approximate to the archetype. This approach begins so comically that even the not quite so comic ending could easily be passed over in the laughter. What is more grotesque than the definition of statesmanship as a discipline that has to do with the beings living in herds who go about on foot, since the leaders of human beings do not practice, God knows, a breeding of animals that swim, but rather of those going about on land. Among those going about on land, one must separate off the winged from those without wings that go about on foot, if one is after human populations, which, as is well known, lack feathers and wings. In Plato's dialogue, the stranger now adds that precisely this pedestrian folk among the tame by nature is divided in turn into two clearly separate subsets, one of which is assigned to the horned portion of the herd, the other to the hornless portion. 23 An interlocutor who is quick to learn does not need to be told that twice. These two subsets correspond once more to two kinds of herdsmanship, namely herding horned herds and herding non-horned ones. It should be obvious that one only finds the true leader of the human group when one excludes the herders of horned herds. For if one wished to allow herders of horned cattle to tend human beings, what else could one expect than encroachments by those who are not suited to the task? The good kings or basiles, the stranger says, put a truncated herd without horns out to pasture, 265d. This is not all. In addition, they are occupied with the task of tending living creatures that are purebred, that is, creatures that do not breed outside their own species, such as a horse and a donkey are accustomed to do. They must thus mount guard over endogamy and try to hinder bastardizations. Finally, if one also adds the feature of bipedalism, or put in modern terms, upright posture, to these wingless, hornless beings that mate only with their own kind, then the art of tending that pertains to the wingless, hornless, purebred bips would have already been well chosen as the true art and demarcated from all competencies that merely seem like it. This caretaking art of tending, for its part, must once more be divided into violent, tyrannical, or voluntary. If the tyrannical form is excluded, in turn, as untrue and deceptive, then genuine statesmanship remains. It is defined as the voluntary herd keeping of voluntary living beings, 276e. 24. To this point, Plato knew to situate his doctrine of the statesman's art entirely in images of herdsmen and herds. From among dozens of illusions concerning this art, he selected the one true image, the valid idea for the matter in question. Yet now that the definition seems complete, the dialogue suddenly skips to another metaphorics. This occurs, however, as we will see, not in order to abandon what has been achieved, but rather in order to take up, all the more energetically from a changed perspective, the most difficult part of the art of human tending, namely, the breeder's guidance of reproduction. Here, the famous metaphor of the statesman as a weaver appears. The real and true justification for the royal art cannot, according to Plato, be found in the vote of fellow citizens, who give or take away their confidence in the politician at their whim. It also does not lie in inherited privileges or new arrogations. The Platonic master finds the justification for his mastery only in the royal knowledge of breeding, thus in an expert knowledge of the rarest and most prudent kind. Here the phantom of an expert kingship emerges, whose rightful basis is the insight into how human beings would best be sorted and combined without ever acting detrimentally to their free will. Royal anthropotechnics demands from the statesman in particular that he know how to most effectively interweave the properties of human beings who can be governed of their own free will that are most favorable to the body politic, so that by his hand the human part may achieve optimal homeostasis. This happens when the two relative optima of humankind, martial courage on the one hand and philosophical human prudence on the other, are both woven with equal force into the fabric of the body politic. However, because both virtues in their one-sidedness can result in specific kinds of degeneration, the first, in the militarist lust for battle together with its disastrous consequences for the homelands, the second, in the privatism of the intelligent and quiet minds in the country, who can become so removed from the state and tepid that they can find themselves in bondage without noticing it. Hence the statesman must comb out the unsuitable natures, before he proceeds to weave the state with the suitable ones. The good state is only produced with the noble and free-willing natures that remain behind, whereby the courageous serve as the coarse warp, while the prudent serve as the plumper, softer, weft. As Schleiermacher puts it. 25 One may say a bit anachronistically that the prudent enter into the business of culture. This, then, is the end, let us declare, of the web of the statesman's activity, the direct interweaving of the characters of prudent and courageous men, when the royal science has drawn them together by friendship and community of sentiment into a common life, and having perfected the most glorious and the best of all textures, clothes with it all the inhabitants of the state, both slaves and freemen, holds them together by this fabric. 311 BC, 26. For the modern reader who looks back on the humanist gymnasia of the bourgeois era and on fascist eugenics, and at the same time already looks ahead to the biotechnological era, the explosiveness of these reflections is impossible to miss. What Plato allows to be expressed through the mouth of his stranger is the program of a humanist society that is embodied in a singular full humanist, the master of royal herdsmanship. The task of this uber-humanist would be nothing other than the planning of features in an elite that must be specially groomed for the sake of the whole. A complication remains to be pondered. The Platonic herder can only be credible as someone who tends the human being because he embodies the terrestrial likeness of the sole and original true herder, the god who in the earlier age, under the rule of Cronus, tended human beings directly. One should not forget that even in Plato only the god is qualified to be the one who originally tends and breeds human beings. But now, after the Great Revolution, metaboly, since the gods have withdrawn under the rule of Zeus and have left human beings to tend to themselves, the wise one remains behind as the worthiest of those who tend, in whom the memory of the heavenly beholding of the best is most vivid. Without the paradigm of the wise, the care of the human being by the human being remains a useless passion. 2,500 years after Plato was writing, it appears as though not only the gods but also the wise had withdrawn and left us altogether alone with our ignorance and partial knowledge. What remains for us in place of the wise are their writings in their sheer radiance and their growing obscurity. They still exist in more or less accessible editions, they could still be read if one but knew why they should still be opened. It is their fate to stand on silent shelves, like letters for general delivery that are no longer picked up, likenesses or phantoms of a wisdom in which contemporaries are no longer able to believe, sent by authors of whom we no longer know whether they can still be our friends. Letters that are no longer delivered cease to be messages sent to possible friends, they change into archived objects. Even this, that the representative books of old have increasingly ceased to be letters to friends, and that they no longer lie on the coffee tables and nightstands of their readers, but rather are buried in the drab stillness of archives, even this has for the most part deprived the humanist movement of its former impact. Ever less frequently do the archivists descend into the textual antiquity in order to look up earlier commentary on modern catchwords. Perhaps it happens now and then that in such researches into the dead cellars of culture, pages that have not been read for a long time begin to glimmer, as though distant lightning flashes were streaking across them. Can even the archival cellars become the clearing? Everything indicates that archivists and record keepers have reported for the duty of succeeding the humanists. For the few who still have a look around in the archives, the view becomes compelling that our life is the confused answer to questions posed in places we have forgotten. 7. Wounded by machines. Toward the epochal significance of the most recent medical technology. 1. The subjective cost of enlightenment. Recent biology has made us familiar with the thought that the physical life of the individual is synonymous with its fully developed immune system. In this light, life appears to be the wondrous drama of the successful delimitation of the organism from invasive environments. In extending this systemic approach, it becomes apparent that the principle of immunity is not only to be understood in terms of biochemistry, but also psychodynamically and mentally. From this angle, we should regard it as an accomplishment of organismic vitality in the human being that, as an individual and as a communal being, he is capable of a spontaneous and energetic privileging of his own way of life, of his own valuations, of his own convictions, and of his own stories that interpret the world. From the systemic vantage point, powerful narcissisms are indications of a successful, effective and cognitive integration of the human being into himself, into his moral collective and into his culture. Resilient narcissism among individuals, as in the case of groups, would be the immediate indicator of a vital, successfully developed history that has allowed its bearers to this point to move within a continuum of self-affirmations and self-preferences. Where the narcissistic shield is intact, the individual lives convinced of the unparalleled advantage of being itself. It can permanently celebrate its similarity with itself. The habitual form of this celebration is pride. Whoever takes pride in himself and his group endogenously produces a material-immaterial vitamin, as it were, that protects the organism from invasive information. Invasive information that breaks through the narcissistic shield of a psychical organism is called a wound in everyday speech. When the individual's pride is attacked, it has the experience that information which initially could not be warded off has invaded and that it is thereby in a state of lost integrity. A wound is the pain of having something break through that for the moment or for a sustained period of time is stronger than the narcissistic homeostasis. If one understands primary narcissism as the psychical organism's operative phantasm of integrity, then the concept of wounding describes a pathogenic attack on the individual's shield of elation. Not just any breach operates in a manner that wounds, but rather only that invasion of the organism that convinces one of the disadvantage of being oneself. Nevertheless, human intelligence appears to have at its disposal the capacity for getting over such experiences of disadvantage and for integrating them into more mature states. The paradigm for this dynamic of maturation is found on the somatic level. So-called childhood illnesses can be described as a curriculum of bodily crises, through which immune systems in specific environments train themselves for their microbial invaders. On analogy to this, the child's psyche would have to pass through a sequence of well-controlled wounds. By working through them, it achieves the power of delimiting and asserting itself in its contact with what is like it and with what is alien to it. The result of this passage through a series of informative wounds would in a favorable course of events be a maturation of the narcissistic shield to the level at which the confrontations between the adult psychical organism and its environment typically take place in a given culture. The mature individual enjoys the advantage of being itself after overcoming episodes in which it had experience with the disadvantage of being itself. Goethe formulated the position of post-traumatic narcissism in a classic way: past suffering is dear to me. With the speculative extension of the concept of immunity, I have obtained a background against which to critically read the legend that Sigmund Freud introduced into the world concerning the three instances in which the sciences wounded modern humanity. As is well known, Freud and his colleagues during the founding years of the psychoanalytical movement were irritated over the supposedly grudging acceptance of their doctrines in professional circles as well as among the general public. While from a historical distance one is rather prone to observe the rapid spread of psychoanalysis as a successful and seductive phenomenon, which scarcely has its like in the history of science and culture, Freud himself and the first generation of his students were under the impression that they were encountering a massive wave of misunderstanding, rejection, and indifference. They pondered methods of presenting the supposed resistances to psychoanalysis as an additional argument for the truth of their publications. In the year 1917, Freud composed a momentous short essay under the title Eine Schwierigkeit der Psychoanalyse, a difficulty in the path of psychoanalysis, in which he interpreted the supposed rejection of the public to accept his theory of neurosis as a phenomenon of narcissistic resistance to insights that are wounding. Without doubt, these defense statements would have been forgotten, like numerous other lesser quarrels amongst the educated, had they not been embedded in an ingenious little theory in which the history of modern sciences as a whole was interpreted as a process of progressive instances of wounding. Here the motif uncovered by Nietzsche of the disadvantage of analysis for life was translated into a short history of modernity. With a great talent for simplification, Freud fabricated a model of an increasing disadvantage of the human sense of self on account of growing insight, a kind of three-stage theory of the progress of wounding. Copernicus first landed a knockout blow against the cosmological narcissism of humanity, when he brought forth proof for the heliocentric image of the world and thus displaced the human homeland, the Earth, from the central position in the universe. Darwin afterward prepared an end for the elevation of humans over the animal world when he set the human being back into the animal kingdom through his theory of descent and imputed to the human being kinship with the great apes. Finally, psychoanalysis caused the third and most sensitive wound by mustering evidence for the thesis that our sexual drives are not to be fully subdued and that the decisive psychical processes chiefly proceed unconsciously, from which the compelling conclusion follows that the ego is no longer master of its own house. This contrived mythos is not constructed without finesse, on the one hand because it shifts the unnamed name of Freud into the succession of authorities, Copernicus and Darwin, and on the other hand because it thus allows one to surmise something like a teleology in the process of wounding, insofar as the succession from the cosmological to the biological to the psychological purportedly provides an increasing subjectivization. The concept of wounding takes on an increasingly more intimate cognitive hue in this history. It points to an intellectual development in which the curious human being who is open to truth increasingly turns out to be the one who incurs a growing disadvantage of being himself. He expiates his enlightenment with severe harms to his cognitive immunity shield. 1 The cost of achieving enlightenment about the position and function of the human being in evolution is, so Freud seems to want to say following Nietzsche, the expulsion from the narcissistic illusionary paradises. The world portal to 1,000 deserts, empty and cold. 2. It is noteworthy that such views do not bring the bold psychologist to the conclusion that he should give up his undertaking. Like his contemporary, Max Weber, Freud holds fast to the modestly heroic conception that human beings who are involved in the disenchantment of the world by means of science must prove equal to their unavoidable disillusionment. From his stoic will to sobriety he derives the right, indeed the duty, to a certain publicist's sadism. He is obviously proud of his ability to expose earlier than others the wounds that are historically due, in order to pass these on to a public of those who are still to be wounded. This pride allows one to suppose that those who feel it expect to make a good business of this. Whoever anticipates and publicizes wounds can emerge from the general disillusioning as a relative winner from the disadvantage of the knower's being who he is. The publicist of disenchantment draws the advantage of getting ahead of the others and of telling them outright what is unwelcome to them. In such a presentation enlightenment turns out to be a wicked game. To the extent that it must progress as a history of wounding, it would be the attempt to inoculate the retrovirus of knowledge into the narcissistic immune systems of a group still sheltered in illusions, in order to deconstruct this group from within. The enlightener is the friend who has not spared my illusion. Regarding what I said about a latent sadism in the scientific journalism having to do with wounds, I would like to specify that this may only be understood within narrow limits as an ad hominem argument. The morality and character of individuals like Darwin and Freud play a subordinate role for understanding the process for which they are advocating. The grand masters of research that disrupts narcissism are only participants in an epical cognitive project that is carried out through them with the force of the unavoidable. That can be seen above all by the fact that the procedure stylized by Freud to his own benefit did not come to a stop with the psychoanalytical enlightenment. One can with good reason be of the opinion that the instances in which science wounded anthropological narcissism all the way up to Freud have ultimately been only of the rhetorical kind, and that the hardcore phase of the history of disillusioning only begins beyond the third wound. In fact, in comparison with the representatives of foundational research, Psychologists who are educated in the Freudian tradition today operate like a schola of beautiful souls. The cognitive biologist Gerhard Wallner has described the scientific history of the last 50 years as a storm surge of continually accelerating waves of wounding, whose force has carried away even the last remnant of the sweepstake human narcissism, whether religiously or metaphysically coded of the species. Point 4. According to Vollmer, the fourth wound is to be attributed to human ethology, thus to that science which seeks to include not only human physis, but also beyond this human cultural relations in phylogenetic continuity with developments in the animal realm. According to him, evolutionary epistemology triggers a fifth wound. It gets at the heart of rationalist narcissism, which is compelled to the insight that the human cognitive apparatus is just adequate enough to illuminate the cognitive niche that Homo sapiens inhabits, that is, the mesocosmic world of appearance in certain aspects, as a space that has been opened up. In contrast, the human cognitive apparatus is only suited for sleepwalking when it comes to the immense expanses of micro and macrocosmic realities. On this view, the human being still remains, to be sure, a logical exception among animals, but he is only the mole of the universe, who digs himself forward in a narrow cognitive tunnel. This epistemological wound assails the deepest layers of our immemorial cognitive optimism and deals a devastating blow to the primal intellectual trust in our cognitive apparatus' ontological power of adequation. Already in the next moment we must prepare ourselves to receive the assault of the sixth wave, which is advanced by controversial sociobiology. It shatters, at least, according to its originator's own understanding, the human being's flattering self-deception that he could base his behavior on holistic, altruistic, idealistic, and disinterested motives. Sociobiology uncovers at the basis of all behavior an egotism of genes that is indifferent to the interests of the individual and the species. Accordingly, neither species nor individuals would occupy the world theater's center stage, both would be only masks and means for a pre-human central power, which can be identified as the gene's will to power. From the perspective of moral philosophy, if these conjectures were true, a millennium of wolves would be heralded, and that egotism which was opposed in all high cultures as the epitome of evil would in one fell swoop receive a scientific sanction. Genes would be reckless gods, as it were, who pursue their goals in sovereign blindness. In Vollmer's scenario, wounding by computers follows in the seventh place. It has in essence two faces, one anthropological, which regards the human being as its machine double and embarrasses him with its aping, the other a media-historical face, which downgrades the human being up to this point, to the extent that he was a cultured animal that could perceive, speak, and write, and forces on him the awareness of how antiquated and inadequate he is on these scores going forward. But this only describes the series of wounds that have already been carried out, and it is certain that the scale of humiliations for anthropological narcissism is upwardly open. Already, two more uncanny guests are announced, who promise to throw the host that is the human being out of his own house for good. On the one hand, there is the ecological wounding, which sets about to demonstrate that human beings of hot cultures over the long term only misconstrue and ruin complex environmental systems, but can neither understand nor protect them. And finally, there is a neurobiological wounding that will proceed from the alliance of genetics, bionics, and robotics, and that will bring about in short order a situation in which the most intimate manifestations of the self in human existence, such as creativity, love, and free will, sink into a mire of reflexive technologies, therapies, and power plays that is dotted with will-o'-the-wisps. This macabre list signifies at least two things. On the one hand, one can read off from it an impersonal megatrend, which is implacably carried out beyond rejection and approval, and which one would have characterized as fateful in earlier times. In this trend the scientistic motif becomes prevalent in a sustained manner according to a threefold manifestation as naturalism, mechanism, and constructivism, with sudden propulsions across a constant current. On the other hand, the list makes clear that in every wave of wounding there comes to be a clear asymmetry between what is active and what is passive. Because enlightenment proceeds from the avant-garde to the rearguard, Rosenstock-Huessy says, humanity marches in wedge formation. There is a clear-cut gradient between the dispatchers and recipients of the respective wound. Obviously, the one who produces the wound has a privileged opportunity to compensate for the narcissistic disadvantage that he makes public with a gain in the narcissism of publication, such that the publicist regenerates himself ipso facto, while all risks accrue to the consumer of the wound. The latter lags behind with the imposition to correspond to the new state of things as a mere patient, except where it discovers a procedure that for its part resells the bitter pill. Whoever cannot step up as an innovator or an intermediary of an instance of wounding, i.e., as an enlightener, has every prospect of landing at the wide base of the pyramid, where the end consumers of narcissism destroying information gather, left alone with the disadvantage of being themselves. The awareness of this disadvantage is typically articulated in depression. Whoever only receives deconstructive enlightenment becomes a pure patient. The entire process has the character of a nihilistic chain letter campaign, in which, as in all enterprises of this kind, the later recipients can only be losers. In contrast, for those who become further mediators of wounds at the right time, the Enlightenment enterprise remains a sweepstake, on the narcissistic economic view, so long as it finds ways to exchange the contemplative illusion for an operative or at least a destructive/critical power. This exchange is the primary transaction of enlightenment in psychodynamic terms. It explains why such a precarious endeavor as the gradual degradation of anthropological narcissism, together with its illusions of center, identity, and sovereignty, recruit such great numbers of active teammates. I would like to postulate the psycho-historical hypothesis that all cultural history is the history of the reformatting of narcissisms, in other words, the history of the injury and regeneration of mental immune systems. The concept of childhood illness obviously also has an intellectual historical and psychical historical sense. It is obvious that modern Enlightenment journalism and journalism having to do with wounding would be an impossibility in psychoeconomic terms if they could not use a suggestive analog model of the maturation of consciousness for their own purposes. They tout further enlightenment with the promise that all wounds are only inoculations with the truth, which after the crisis of the primary reactions puts at our disposal regenerated powers of immunity and more mature feelings of elation. On such a view, humanity would form an inoculation pyramid, which is composed of those who are thoroughly inoculated, those who are half inoculated, and those who are not inoculated. At its apex there would be, to put it in terms of ideal types, those in whom the entire transformation of infantile and religious primary narcissism into an adult and technological narcissism of capability is carried out, let us say personal unions of the most Machiavellian politicians and the most sanguine chief physicians, with a supplement of systems theory for coping with the everyday crises of meaning and a supplement of joyful paranoia for coping with the more acute crises of meaning. At the bottom of the pyramid one would find indolent populations that are still dependent on pre-enlightenment and pre-technological immunizations, yet are continually in danger of sinking to the level of depressive proletariats. In the middle of the pyramid there would be a multiply-tiered, cognitive propertied bourgeoisie comprising candidates for becoming adult, which at their respective levels work to replace the primary immunity of illusion with the more mature immunity of power, a process that is generally described with the concept of training. It is thus no wonder that one hardly anywhere encounters a public that so enjoys training as among the members of the wounding professions. From this psychoeconomic perspective, high cultures and modern societies appear to be enormous narcissism converters, which allocate to their members the advantages and disadvantages of belonging to groups. The binding powers operative in such systems only become comprehensible when one is attentive to the distribution of narcissistic energy in municipalities, churches, and corporations. Feudal societies, for instance, regulate their collective narcissisms with the dazzling presentation of regal majesty and the authorization of vassals and their retinue to participate in the radiance of the sovereign pole. Even modern institutions obey the law of binding their members by the distribution of narcissistic advantages. For example, one will never understand what a medical association is if one does not know what a corporative plastic art of narcissism is. Modern nation-states can only be conceived as political plastic arts of narcissism. They functionalize showing off with blood and culture. I refer in this context, incidentally, to the human tragedy of the medical specialist Radovan Karadžić, who imagined he could be a politician, although anyone could have easily recognized that he was predestined to become president of a Serbian medical association. Likewise, we can do justice to churches and religious groups on the systemic view only when we recognize them as plastic arts of participation and installations of illusions, which sustain their members with effective gratifications and mental powers of immunity. All of these collectives demand a price for membership from those who belong to them, but as long as they achieve their group success they are reimbursed by the privileged access to convictions and instruments of power, by virtue of which they experience the advantage of being themselves with sufficient evidence. 2. Mechanical engineering the prosthetic modernity. Our reflections to this point, as rhapsodic and impetuous as they are, allow us to diagnose the current unease in technological culture more precisely. One understands why any direct answer to the question of whether, for instance, the newest robotic and biotechnological medicine is still human is not possible, and that, in order to get at its meaning, one must divide it into at least 3 sub-questions that can be concretely treated. Thus I ask first, at which point in the process of scientific instances of wounding and the conversions of wounding does a specifically medical contribution emerge? Next, in what way does the current unease with robotic medicine articulate the typical descending gradient between the producers and the consumers of technological wounding? And finally, how does the disadvantage of being outclassed by robots turn into the advantage of a coexistence with intelligent machines? Although I have distinguished different ways of looking at the problem, I would nonetheless like to consolidate their respective discussions into a common train of thought. As one recalls, there was talk of a psychological wounding in the Freudian sketch of the history of scientific instances of wounding. No genuine contribution to the destruction of the fantasies of an anthropological midpoint and sovereignty is allotted to medicine in general. On closer observation, this portrayal turns out to be factually implausible and historically false. If one would like to engage in a speculative form of psychodynamic intellectual history regarding this tendency in general, then one must acknowledge that the medical factor came powerfully into play right from the beginning of the whole process. It is not only the cosmological wounding associated with the name of Copernicus that gets the ball rolling for the critical process, and that, in Goethe's words, imposes on the human being the necessity to renounce the immense privilege of representing the midpoint of the universe. 5 At the same time as the cosmological reversal, an anatomical wounding takes place through which the cadaver became the real lectrice of anthropology. In the wake of the wonders of early anatomists and their colleagues, woodcut artists and engravers, the living human body live first achieved the status of a physical body corpus in the sense of recent physics, a subject of the law of gravity, of the scalpel and of perspectival portrayal. Here one would have to speak of a ves alien wounding. In its journalistic dissemination, anatomists practically asserted the right to abstract from the theological grandeur of their object. They cut through the human body as though it were a matter of indifference for their procedure that the same bodies went to Mass in their lifetimes, celebrated the Eucharist, and were designated by the fellows of the theological faculty as temples of the Holy Spirit. This anatomical onslaught was from the beginning much more than a contest among faculties. The anatomist and the theologian stood against each other as opponents in the epical question of the relation between nature and the supernatural in regards to the human being. The role of the aggressor thereby fell eo ipso to the anatomist, that of the defender naturally to the theologian. This scenario has gone on with changing lineups up to the present day. For 400 years the scene repeated itself of the naturalist aggressor compelling the defender of dimensions outside of the natural to a retreat into ever more modest enclaves. The victor takes everything this time, too. Once the question of the soul's localization can be posed in anatomical biological concepts, then the defeat of religious, metaphysical, or even merely humanistic anthropology is only a matter of time. With the anatomical paradigm there appears on the scene at the same time a communicative paradox that is characteristic for recent history as a whole. In fact, no peace is possible between the pride of the modern sciences and the narcissism of Christian humanist practices of faith, without there being a loser or at least one who is more burdened. For how can one explain to the human being the anatomical discovery that one has cut him open and could not find an organ of the soul? How does one tell the human being who has been baptized and is hoping for the resurrection that in the course of dissecting the external human being no inner human being emerges? To put this more sharply, how does one say to the soul which believes it has a chance at salvation that according to the latest findings there is no soul? From the side of the offender this problem of communication can be well endured for the time being, because here too the narcissism of the enlightener in transmitting deconstructive messages gets his money's worth. Much more difficult is the role of the one who has to receive the wound. If he tries to balk at the new insights he loses the connection to the state of the art. If he opens himself up to the new pieces of evidence, then he has resigned himself to incursions into his cognitive immune system. As long as the supernatural doctrine is as powerful in terms of political ideas as were the churches of the 16th and 17th centuries, a counterinsurgent strategy readily suggests itself. The naturalist enlightener is suddenly made diabolical. If the defender, in the course of time, becomes too weak to diabolize the offender, orderly retreat is all that remains. We know from history that this can drag on for centuries. While in retreat, those who have been offended defend their honor even with intellectually dubious means, and they refuse, ever anew, to become mere patients of the enlightenment. They reject the cognitive compulsory inoculation. But however far the maneuver of retreat belonging to religious pride may go, the vanishing point of all defensive movements must lie beyond narcissistic self-assertion. From out of the wounding of the soul, the proof of the soul ultimately imposes itself upon those who have been offended. The soul is now what can say, I am wounded, therefore I am. One could call it the traumatological cogito. This finding becomes conclusive for the human being only in the depths of depression. He apprehends himself when he savors the disadvantage of being himself to the bitter dregs. This leads him out of the constituted religious systems. The mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal belonged to the first of those who reflected on the connection between the dignity and the frailty of the human being. According to him, the human being is the frailest creature, a reed that snaps all too soon, yet a reed that thinks. If one intensifies Pascal's reflection, then the proposition must result: the human being is in extremis a wound 6, yet one that knows itself. A concept of human dignity that is beyond successful narcissism with its cycles of damage and recovery is thereby indicated. From the philosophical point of view, human dignity is constituted not by the fact that the human being can feel well under the protection of illusions of integrity, whether primary or regenerated ones, but rather by the fact that he lives with the risk of seeing his vital illusions founder. Thus already in the 17th century a tragic anthropology was delineated, in which a pride without pride is articulated as the ultimate horizon of human dignity. With the anatomical wounding in the 16th century, the psychosomatic existence of the human being was drawn into a relentlessly ongoing process of objectification. The image of the human body was thus modeled on the cadaver and that of the cadaver on the machine. If two magnitudes are equal to a third, then they are equal to each other. Through the mediation of the cadaver, consequences become evident for the equation of the human being and the machine, which were conceptually formulated in the French materialism of the 18th century, particularly in La Métrie, and were developed in the naturalism of the 19th and 20th centuries. One may ask, for good epistemological reasons, whether what Freud called the second and third wounds, the biological and psychoanalytic ones, are not in fact machine-theoretical wounds. Darwinian theory portrays evolution as automatic animal-machine engineering. The Freudian unconscious exhibits features of a biopsychical machine that functions as a transformer between energy flows and formations of signs. The supposed first one, the cosmological wounding, already has a latent machine-theoretical sense, because after it the earth no longer appears to be the stage for acts of grace upon which God has manifested himself to the human being, but rather as an eccentric magnitude in an astrophysical gravitational system that, as far as we can see, is not interested in the human being. Thus the earth would have been downgraded from a theatrical narcissistic central authority to a subordinate component of one solar system among many. Consequently, it seems as if the equation of the human being and the machine underlay all instances of wounding human narcissism, and it warrants further commentary because of its elementary dynamic. whoever identifies human beings with simple machines actually attacks anthropological pride in three sensitive places at once: in the awareness of complexity, in the awareness of ends, and in the awareness of replaceability. Even the least sophisticated human being knows or has an inclination that he must be constructed in an infinitely more complicated manner than any tool or any machine that he uses. All machines that have been known until just recently were based on overly simple counter-natural geometries and extreme reductions, such that the equation of human beings and machines must always already include an affront to human dignity as a hyper-complex, indeterminate, and thus enigmatic reality. Furthermore, even the humblest human being, indeed even the trained slave, knows that he is not exhausted by his being for the other and is always existentially more than a means for alien ends. Hence he has compelling reasons, when he is identified with a trivial machine, to feel offended in his awareness that he can be his own end. And ultimately most human beings, if they are not dualist mystics or transcendental philosophers, include their entire innervat body in their living sense of self, for which reason they initially have to react with outrage to the machine theoretical imposition of needing to take any and every part of the body to be fungible within the framework of the progress of the art of prosthetic engineering. It is not very hard to show that, ever since, things have changed much in relation to these three unconditionally justified human vulnerabilities. The possibilities for the contemporary human being to feel affronted by his equation with machines is continually diminished with respect to recent technology. Advanced cybernetic machines today are not so far removed from organismic complexity as were the clockworks of the 17th century. Smart computers simulate signs of spontaneity, personality, even aesthetic playfulness. Prosthetics has reached a technical level that has taken away much of the fear of having to get used to organ transplants. The age of wooden legs and iron hands is long past. In this regard, one could go so far as to speak of a convergence between what is human and what is machine-like. To the extent that this development is corroborated, the humanistic accusation that the machine has affronted it would one day have to lead to acquittal because of the proven absence of any intention to wound the human being. If there is actually a comprehensive machine theoretical instance of wounding the modern human being, and everything seems to speak in favor of this finding, then we have reason to ask about the scientific and historical motives for the emergence of this wounding force. The answer that still leads the way is found in the Baconian formulation, knowledge is power. This oversighted statement loses its seeming triviality as soon as one understands what he effectively means. Knowledge of machines confers power, operational knowledge produces sovereignty. Enlightenment is hence not only and not so much a modification of the collective mentality in the direction of a democratization of power. It mainly signifies competence in mechanical engineering and subsequently a deployment of machines against mere nature, together with their implementation against unenlightened human beings, that is to say, human beings who are mechanically poor. Corresponding to this are modernity's typical attempts to achieve advantages in power from mechanistic knowledge, in the mechanical engineering of the state in Thomas Hobbes, in the mechanical engineering of labor in James Watt, in the mechanical engineering of truth in Leibniz, in the mechanical engineering of beauty in both Baroque opera and courtly ritual, in the mechanical engineering of education by the Jesuit gymnasium, in the mechanical engineering of the military with absolutisms. Standing armies, in the mechanical engineering of personal identification by absolutist police forces, in the mechanical engineering of health by modern hospitals, and in the mechanical engineering of knowledge by late Baroque academies. The cognitive economy of the 17th century is marked by the transition from the rhetorical model of power as the disposal over signs to the technical model of power as mechanical engineering. But what is it that allows the idea of the machine to accrue such powerful constructive energies and have such soaring human hopes placed on it? It seems to me that this can only be explained by the effort of the modern intelligentsia to escape from the metaphysical imprisonment in which human beings must feel themselves to be God's creatures. In the will to mechanical engineering, to put it more generally, in the will to artificial constructions, a widespread revolt of modern human beings against constriction by natural and divine heteronomy manifests itself. At the basis of the modern constructivist impulse there is the refusal to stand before a prefabricated world as only a suffering and receptive part. In fact, under the regime of metaphysics, the whole of the world is organized into the realm of nature and the realm of grace. Because of his dual citizenship in both realms, the human being is the dual subject, now as a creature in the whole of nature, insofar as he has to do with the God of regularity, on another occasion as a recipient of charisms or gifts of grace, insofar as he encounters the God who makes exceptions. In the one as in the other realm, the human being experiences himself as something passive and as a power compelled to surrender itself. If he wants to demolish this heteronymous position and to become a candidate for sovereign activities himself, then for all the world he must attempt to avoid the alternative of nature and grace. It turns out that there is a third dimension in the space of beings that escapes this ontological alternative, the machine, the artificial construction, that which is man-made. Between the realm of nature and the realm of grace there gapes an initially almost imperceptible fissure, the narrow domain of tools, works of art, and machines. As soon as one seriously makes the attempt, it becomes immediately evident that they were neither produced by God in the 6 days of creation, nor were they allowed by the same God to later fall gracefully from heaven in wondrous breaches of orderly nature. In European cities since the late 14th century, a fantastic rumor was making the rounds among craftsmen, chancellors, merchants, and artists which must have electrified the wise and the strong, the rumor that the machine, the artificial construction, and calculation present a crucial opportunity for the human being. Around 1450, the great thinker of the late Middle Ages, Nicholas of Cusa, took up this rumor that had been spreading among laypersons and composed the most powerful text of early modernity concerning the creative power of the human intellect, Idiota de mente, the layman, about mind. In fact, at the beginning of modernity we observe an unrest among the educated Europeans that will lead to a twofold exodus from the old world. Among those who are in a state of unrest early on, one part immigrates over the Atlantic to the New World, to the two Americas, where nature itself seemed to stand open like an instance of grace, free of old European subservience and original sin. They cross over into the transatlantic beyond, where former Europeans have ever after hoped to be able to begin again as though from scratch. Just as little do those who are not emigrants remain where they were, they emigrate from the old passivity into the third realm Reich of machines and artifices. They immigrate to progress. In this, one can sidestep nature and grace and put something new, free, and one's own into the world from human ingenuity. Knowledge of machinery is power. Power is the capacity to effect what is neither realized in old nature nor conferred by grace, but rather is to be unequivocally chalked up to the human being as art, as technique, as strategy, as machine. The realm of the skillful is the element of the modern human being. His age is replete with a single event, with an immediate immense emigration, a departure into the time of artificialities. With this departure, the European intelligentsia of artists, engineers, and doctors decamps into the play space of freedom belonging to machines and means, to works and operations. We thus encounter a reversal of our original supposition. Prior to all instances of wounding by machines there is the unparalleled satisfaction occasioned by the capacity to be able to build machines. The effective kernels of modern forward progress are the I can and the it's ego. The phenomenon of wounding immediately follows, since finding satisfaction in one's competence in mechanical engineering can only occur in modern populations in a manner that is characterized by stark asymmetrical distribution. For each one who can, there are initially and continually thousands, tens of thousands, later millions, who cannot. Inevitably, the intellectual history of modernity develops into a sadomasochistic drama between the mechanical engineering and non-mechanical engineering factions, between the few who first break through to having capability, and the many who voluntarily and involuntarily receive the capability of the ones who are capable. The rest are problems of transmission, transformations of narcissism, histories of reception. An embrace that is as exciting as it is adversarial is formed between engineers and non-engineers, artists and non-artists, entrepreneurs and non-entrepreneurs, surgeons and non-surgeons. In recent times, the relation between sponsors and non-sponsors has been added. On all these playing fields cooperation and ressentiment contend with each other, the striving for one's own share in the advantages of technology vies everywhere with the fear of being counted among the losers in the implementations of technology. A coherent history can only be formed from such serious games so long as it succeeds in convincing each respective passive majority of the fact that it has a chance to appropriate the sadistic capacity of offensive minorities and thus to become a fellow winner in the wave of innovation. The modern idea of cultural formation Bildungsidee functions as a buffer between the parties. It transforms one's mistrust of those who are active into admiration and imitation. The cult of genius, as what forms a love-hate relationship between those who are creative and those who are receptive, has its systemic locus here. But even what emerges today as an advertisement for new technologies, as visionary marketing and idealistic politics, is in fact for the most part nothing other than a seductive performance at the sadomasochistic theater of escalating mechanical engineering. It guides its reception by a public that cannot know in advance whether or not it will get a fair share of enjoyment with the aid of the most recent recommendations. For the highly technologized zones of the first world, the observation can be confirmed that populations of consumers and learners have followed, step by step, the advancing invitations of mechanical engineering that have come in waves after a typical hesitation at the beginning. From this perspective, modernity is above all the history of the reception of mechanical engineering competence and its popularization among users. The unease in highly technologized culture can thus be deduced in terms of the history of machines. It has its main cause in the fact that the traditional world of being as it has been encountered begins as a whole to become strange to us because of the twofold rejection of nature and grace. A culture that has sought its opportunity in mechanical engineering still may not wonder about the technological alienation of the world. To be sure, the romantic return to nature and the neo-religious return to grace belong to modernity, too, but both reactions can change nothing for us of the alien character of the artificially developed world. Modernity arises from the will to artificiality, and this is nowhere more evident than in modern medicine. This has long since operated self-evidently and self-consciously in a space that is neither grace nor nature. Modern doctors and patients manage sicknesses and afflictions neither through graceful instances of miraculous healing nor through non-operational trust in the natura sanit. There certainly are recoveries that have the character of a miracle. Nature also heals up of its own accord, and it would be presumptuous not to marvel at the fact that human beings generally possess the capacity to regain lost health. Yet the specific opportunity of the modern human being only opens up when we come across the third, that is, the technical field. If quite numerous consumers of the most recent medical technologies, indeed not seldom even doctors themselves, nonetheless get the creeps, then this is because the instruments openly, perhaps all too openly, present the standpoint of the power of machines. Machines are essentially prostheses and as such are intended to supplement and to supplant the first instance of mechanical engineering, which is claimed by nature, with a second one from out of the spirit of technology. One must guard against understanding by prostheses only primitive surrogates for perfect organs. It is rather the reverse. The essence of prosthetics is to substitute imperfect organs with machines that are more efficient. The offensive quality of these replacements comes into view when one disregards reparative prostheses and conceives of the expansive ones as what is decisive. Prosthetics may well have begun as an incorporation or addition of foreign bodies to one's own body, but it comes into its own only when it creates extended bodies that not only repair the old body, but enhance and transfigure it as well. From this perspective, invalids are forerunners of the human being of tomorrow. Perhaps not for nothing did modernity's most intense genius of power, Napoleon, once erect a royal chapel for invalids. Afterward, one only needed a chapel dedicated to prostheses, and if one really thinks this over, such a chapel was long since erected in the form of the modern technological life world. Do we not inhabit a global prostheses park? Do we not increasingly experience the world as a great clinic and as a telematics commune? Prosthetological modernity labors in an ongoing manner on operative, sensory, and cognitive extensions of the body, which strike us as miracles without miracles and which will soon have become self-evident as natures alongside nature. They all belong to the alien space of technology and allow us to trace the chilling consequences of our immigration to the third realm. All categories of foreignness arise within the clinical reality: foreign bodies as mechanical or electronic prosthetic limbs, foreign organs as transplanted natural machines or as fully synthetic alloplastics, foreign movement as electromobile or robotic locomotion, foreign rhythm as a technological substitute for vital frequency dissemination in active endoprostheses such as a pacemaker, foreign sleep with the aid of anesthetics, foreign moods with psychotropic drugs, foreign cognition by means of neurodesigning and neurolinguistic manipulation, foreign eyes as invasive and non-invasive optic scopes for seeing into the old obscurity of the body, foreign pregnancies by means of placental prostheses and artificial uteri. Prosthetics to this point is surpassed only by the foray of genetics into the synthetic level, where human beings gain the power to provide alternative biological imperatives. Here foreign technogenic living beings appear on the horizon. In their totality, these practices now massively redound upon the inhabitants of the technological environment and necessitate an ontology of prosthetic realities. The time has come for reaching an agreement on the real status of all these ontological half-siblings of the human being. The current rush toward virtuality unmistakably contains the demand for an ontology of technological being and appearance. The ontological privilege of our first and individual body is still, to be sure, vitally felt on all sides as long as the first body remains irreplaceable. However, in fact and in tendency it has been abolished, insofar as we ever more cross over from the natural body to the technologically expanded body. Extended bodies provide us with the evidence that, as machines, we are at an advantage. 3. The ages of the psychological. We are not generally accustomed to relate the concept of an era to psychological circumstances. This is understandable, because our historical attention is above all directed to events and forces that have shaped the epoch in political, religious, and artistic terms, while we hardly ever contemplate the psychical factors of the human condition in an evolutionary light. But all human history is naturally always also the history of circumstances of ensoulment, and its reversals and transitions are invariably also meant when one speaks of what is human and of its endangerment by powers of alienation. On analogy to the standard historical division of antiquity, Middle Ages, and modernity, I would here like without further arguments or explanations to present a thesis that has been inspired by Gotthard Gunther in particular. The thesis is that the phenomenal territory of the psychological also knows 3 ages or eras: an animistic antiquity, a subjectivist or personalist Middle Ages, and an asubjectivist or cybernetic modernity. One can interpret this 3-stage sequence of the psychological as a history of progressive desubstantialization, or, if you will, the functionalization of the psychological. The movement of animism to subjectivism or personalism and from the latter to cybernetics provides the matrix for all episodes in the history of the narcissistic instances of wounding humanity. There are more than a few arguments supporting the supposition that in each contemporary individual the entire sequence of the ages of the world is portrayed in a peculiar abbreviated form. In every human being tailored in the modern fashion there are presumably 2 affronted ancestors: an affronted animist from the ancient time of the psyche, who at the beginning of the era of high cultures was repressed by a subjective and personalist reformation of the psychological, and an affronted personalist, who from the onset of the technological era has to register that he has been surpassed by a subjective and cybernetic machinist concepts of the psychological. In every modern individual one must thus reckon with a certain inclination to the return of the surpassed, even without a latent willingness to ally oneself with psychological antiquity or the Middle Ages against modernity, which is why there are 2 distinctly dated ways in which one evades modernity: a personalist monotheistic one and an animist polytheistic one. Only against the background of the model of eras can one determine what the concept of human means. What is human is primarily the regard for the new in contrast to the old after the victory. Humanity was initially nothing other than the historical compromise of personalism with animism after it had prevailed over the latter. We can still take up humanism today as our ancient heritage to the degree that we ourselves sympathize with the necessity of repeating the transition from the age that belongs to univalent thought toward the one that belongs to bivalent thought. If the victorious, human being of the personalist Middle Ages was able to bring himself to confess that nothing human is alien to him, then what was thereby said is that even in the high cultural personalist regime of the relations among God, soul, and world, certain animistic motifs are to be integrated and accepted, motifs which it was nevertheless the evolutionary destiny of the ancient avant-garde to surpass. Original humanity emerges as high cultural humor in dealing with what in ourselves and in our neighbors is, after all, not so entirely high cultural. Humanistic humor is the condescension of the present toward a past that has been overcome and has nevertheless not disappeared. It moderates dealing with our inner archaic. If some surgeons wear amulets, then it is a sign of humanity not to make fun of them for it. Metaphysical personalism, as a rule, only becomes humorless where it defends its substance, the unconditioned superordination of monotheistic ethics and ontology over polytheistic customs. It must speak of the latter, especially at the initial stage in which they are rejected, as though of unacceptable abominations and regressions. By studying the ancient history of religions, one can be convinced that for ancient humanity the transition to personalist monotheistic images of the world and dispositions of faith signified a crisis with many victims, which left behind wounded animists everywhere. For the sake of inner peace the new formation had to keep formulations of reconciliation at the ready for the animistic need. On the psycho-historical view, humanism is a semi-animism, which sees to the compromise between the psychological Middle Ages and psychological antiquity. The Catholic universe with its cult of saints, of the Mother of God and of the Sacred Heart, and with its inclination toward radical mystics, is only to be understood if one keeps in view the fact that it was the religio-historical task of the Catholic millennium to compensate for and to integrate the animistic part that was not overcome. Still more impressive is the synthesis that has developed between magical ancient religion and more recent Brahmanist metaphysics in Hinduism. It is plausible to consider an analogous occurrence of compromise in the latest transitional crisis between the personalist Middle Ages and modern technological civilization. Anti-technological ressentiments lead no further than to the formation of subcultures that are populated by those who have been rendered obsolete. With their typical mystifications, they are plagued by the double morality, which therapy cannot treat, of thinking pre-technologically and living technologically. Whoever believes in intelligent potential cannot help but work on a renewed historical compromise between the formations of the psychological. This will be articulated in two stages, according to the state of things on the one hand, as a balance between cybernetics and personalism, and on the other hand, as a compromise between machine culture and animism. In order to attain human plausibility, the dominant machinist ontology must unleash a starkly new idea of cultural formation. Its thought is inevitably at a more complex psycho-historical level than its high cultural predecessors. Jewish personalism, Christian Platonism, and Stoic humanism have been pressed into reactionary positions by the advent of a cybernetic and systemic intellectual culture. Reactionary means a position from which only protest is possible, not further thought. Classical humanism, which had stepped into the world as a personalist management of humbled animism, is today practically exhausted. Indeed, it is itself humbled and on the defensive. In vain does it seek refuge in the debate over values. Superior mediation can only still be accomplished by machinist modernity. It must declare itself to be the greater human power. One must become a cyberneticist to be able to remain a humanist. Of a techno-human culture that wants to be more than a successful barbarism, two things above all are required: psychological cultural formation and the cultural capacity for translation. Mathematicians must become poets, cyberneticists must become philosophers of religion, doctors must become composers, computer scientists must become shamans. Was humanity ever something other than the art of managing transitions? If the poles lie far apart, art becomes rare and neglect likely. Yet if human beings are machine engineering animals, then they are even more so beings that create metaphors. As soon as the intelligent machines of the future are successfully integrated into semi-personalist and semi-animist relationship games with human beings, there would be no need for people to fear becoming friends with their robot partners. It is the task of our times to develop a postmodern humor that allows cyberneticists to communicate in a collegial manner with voodoo priests, mullahs, and cardinals. Why should human beings who build satellites, decipher the genome, and transplant cerebral tissue not be in a position to understand that in certain respects it still makes sense to conceive the human being as a likeness of God, as a bearer of inalienable rights and as a medium of influential ancestors? It could contribute to the historical compromise between cybernetics and personalism if the hanging of crucifixes in computer labs and operating rooms were legally prescribed in Bavaria, no matter what the dead souls of Karlsruhe say of it. Even if robots will have convinced the soul in the technological era that it cannot exist for the purpose in which it once believed, there still remains for the desubstantialized soul the pride in discreetly suffering this wounding. Its misery is proof that it exists. At the apex of machinist modernity there is repeated in some individuals the birth of humanity from out of the knowledge of the vulnerability of life in the midst of the most advanced architectures of security. The advantage of being a technologist was never greater than it is now. The human compromise will continue to be in effect in advanced technological medicine for as long as there are doctors who share with their patients, on fair terms, the disadvantage of being a human being. Notes 1. Hence there is no free admission to the process of enlightenment, it is always paid at a psychotraumatic cost. Only such individuals as always already bring along much more injury than could be caused by mere cognitive attacks on their narcissistic system have an apparently free backstage pass to it. Such candidates, like the highly talented of a special type, obtain their degree in wound studies free of charge. For them psychical sacrifices that only affect the cognitive immunity shield appear to be forms of relief, for which reason they move about in the region of obscure theory like fish in water. 2. This line comes from Nietzsche's poem Vereinsamt, which has stumm, mute, instead of leer, empty. 3. Hardcore is in English in the original. 4. Gerhard Vollmer, Die Wirtbesitzig Kranken de Menschengehirn, Evolution und die Menschenbild, Philosophia Naturalis 29, 1992 118 ff Sloterdijk's interpolation. 5. Goethe and Freud similarly disregard the fact that the central position of the Earth in the Ptolemaic Aristotelian model of the world in no way implied a preferential position. Rather, the entire sublunary zone represented the weak point of the cosmos, where death, and finite, linear, and warped movements are at home. Cf. Peter Sloterdijk, Globes, Spheres, Volume 2, Macrospherologie, trans. Wielandhoven, Los Angeles, Semiotext, E. 2014, 391-403. 6. Here the German is Wunde, whereas wounding and its cognates elsewhere translates Kranken and its cognates. The latter is rendered as blow in Freud's A Difficulty in the Path of Psychoanalysis. 8. The Time of the Crime of the Monstrous. On the Philosophical Justification of the Artificial. Translated by Wielandhoven, with revisions by Ian Alexander Moore and Christopher Turner. As we approach the bimillennium, we begin to look upon the modern age as a period in which monstrous things are achieved by human perpetrators, entrepreneurs, technicians, artists, and consumers. This monstrous is neither sent by the old gods nor represented by classical monsters. The modern age is the era of the man-made monstrous. To be modern, one must be touched by the awareness that, beside the inevitable fact of being a witness, one has been drawn into a sort of complicity with the newer form of the monstrous. If one asks a modern person, "Where were you at the time of the crime?" the answer is, "I was at the scene of the crime," that is to say, within that totality of the monstrous which, as a complex of modern criminal circumstances, encompasses its accomplices and accessories. Modernity means dispensing with the possibility of having an alibi. The monstrous in a cross-section of modern deeds cannot be summed up in any single term or restricted to a particular field. It is a work of art, but far more than a work of art. It is great politics, but far more than great politics. It is technology, but far more than technology. It is illness, but far more than illness. It is crime, but far more than crime. It is a project, but far more than a project. For this reason, all juridical, aesthetic, politological, technological, and pathological discourses are only of limited use in describing the modern world, because these languages serve to check phenomena and document states, but cannot express the supraphenomenal monstrous of modernity. So the moderns, when they drop their alibis, can be found where this is much more premeditated, committed, and attested. Modernity is something that can sooner be expressed in confessions than described in programs. One is involved in it like a fever that provokes its victims into a new mode of being beyond healthy and sick. Complicity with and cognizance of the monstrous in our time is more likely to be confessed in works than recorded at symposia. From this perspective, theory of modernity is always already, and only ever, possible as a reflection on the sublime in the man-made. It is itself an echo from the monstrous in the sum of the new actions carried out in the time of the crime. Its object can be no other than the supra-objective man-made or man-mediated immeasurable. That is why theory, insofar as it explicates the new monstrous, becomes a sublime form. This reveals the decisive reason why thought in modernity can no longer be a metaphysics in the old style but no mere academic research either. The former was committed to the mission immemorial even for itself of interpreting beings as a whole as the greatest of all possible domestic spaces. Its passion was to carry out the equation of the cosmos and the home. Classical metaphysics was sworn into the project of trivializing humans as the temporary inhabitants of a timeless world house. When it did mention the monstrous, it interpreted it directly as the God who makes us, the mortals, suffer whenever he shows himself or takes action. In classical metaphysics, the monstrous is possible only for God, which is why, in the metaphysical age, sublime theory could only appear as theology. Modern theory, on the other hand, begins from the monstrousness of the humanly possible. It deals, in an anthropological form, with the supra-anthropological content of the newest history of power. For it, humans are the beings that have abandoned their houses even if only under the pretext of settling into them better. Essentially, the modern age is the era of the exit from the house of being. It is the time of the crime of the monstrous. The man-made monstrousness of the modern age has three faces, three areas of appearance. These reveal themselves as the monstrous in man-made space, the monstrous in man-made time, and the monstrous in the man-made thing. Accordingly, I shall begin by speaking of the earth as the represented gathering place of the human species, then of the millennium as the represented duration of the modern age human, and finally of art and technology as the represented power of humans. The decisive representation of the earth in the modern age is the European-made and European-used globe as geodichy. The decisive interpretation of history as the realm of human actions is the post-historical millennium as end time without end, and the decisive projection of the coming human possibilities is the future as the advent of power in its threefold quality as the future of organization, the future of apparatus, and the future of art. 1. Geodichy. Today we can face the fact that Jacob Burckhardt's famous Renaissance formula in its principal concept contains an erroneous description, because the event of the 15th century that pushed open the door to the modern age was not the discovery of the world and of humans but the connection of a human routine structure to the spatial and technological monstrous. What we call the modern age is the explosion of the old European space of possibility through experimenting technologies and arts. That is why Europeans of the late 15th century were the model moderns of the old world, less discoverers than experimenters. Expansion routines were their profession. Their world space grew because they knew how to include new space in new routines of reaching out. So the essential quality of the modern age is not so much the discovery of unexplored spaces as if unknown continents had wanted to be woken by Europeans from the slumber of their undiscovered state. The distinctive characteristic of the modern age is rather the opening of extended operational spaces by means of new procedures. The nautical routines of the Portuguese and the Spanish brought forth the two Americas as their concrete byproduct. 1. The manufacturing routines of architects, doctors, and painters in the 15th century revealed new horizons of feasibilities as their material result. The world is not everything that is to be discovered, it is everything that can be incorporated into routines of action. In that sense, modern age is a name for the execution of the operativistic revolution. It leads to a new state of the world in which mastering higher degree artificialities will become the norm. The most important testament to modern age routines in reaching out for the cosmic foundation of the species is the production of globes. From the late 15th century on, they spread among European Earth users as the primary medium of geological enlightenment. Originating from Greek and Arab prototypes, globes became the dominant signifiers of the operable Earth idea from the start of the modern age onward. They not only represented the Earth as a geological monad before the eyes of European expansionists with varying accuracy, in a sense, they were what produced the Earth as a foil of action for modern age humanity in the first place. The Earth and the globe form the paradigm of modern semiotics. Representational geography marks the start of the age of the world picture too, because the Earth was depicted accurately enough on the globe. The truth of meaning for modern users of iconic systems was established. Whatever was no more inaccurate in its depictive power than a globe in relation to the Earth could be considered sufficiently true. The oldest surviving globes from the early period of European representations of the complete Earth, the Beheim globe from Nuremberg and the Lahn globe both from the final decade of the 15th century, still show the pre-Columbian outlines of the continents. In graphic terms, they are pre-modern and pre-American. Nonetheless, both offer a perfect demonstration of the new access to the Earth's totality among scholars, merchants, and ministers in the early modern age. They made the Earth ready to hand zu handen for Europeans. With their left hands, the Nuremberg councillors could turn this globe, made in 1492 by the young merchant Martin Beheim, who had just returned from Lisbon with new geographical insights. With a diameter of 50.7 centimeters, the image of the Earth had been reduced to a scale of 1:25,000,000. The metal Lahn globe with a diameter of 17 cm could even be held in one hand. At first glance, it might have been mistaken for an imperial orb from the Middle Ages. Nonetheless, the imperial orb and the globe belong to fundamentally different eras. If the imperial orb, as an image from the Holy Sphere, represents the ball of the existent descendant in the left hand of the German Caesars, this is a feudal symbol of the world that shows how the cosmos lies in a single human hand as a divine fief. 3. The globe, on the other hand, is the profane world signifier of an age in which all points of the Earth were imagined with the central assumption of equal accessibility and exploitability. For Europeans it was no longer a metaphysical symbol, but rather a medium of earthly traffic that had become routine. Even if semanticists felt obliged to remind people that the map is not the land, the majority of modern-age Europeans did believe that the globe was the Earth. This carefree equation expresses the fact that we represent and produce the Earth and the globe in the same spirit. The globe is the Earth insofar as it reveals the complete use of the Earth for human history upon it. The total use of the Earth is preceded by the globe lesson, which teaches that all points on the Earth's surface can be described through the postulate of homogeneous accessibility and availability for Euro-American interventions. Consistently with this, the result of the globe era is the acute globalization of human interventions on the Earth. Here the man-made monstrous becomes visible. No one can still miss the fact that, in the half-millennium between Columbus's voyage and the first journey into space, the neo-European habit of practical Earth use established itself in the real earthly space. The use of the Earth for history takes on, corresponding to the threefold basic definition of history, three different meanings. First, a dramatic one, insofar as history means a campaign or struggle for supremacy between economic and political empires. Here the Earth is used primarily as a stage for a play that absolutely must be enacted. Second, an economic alchemical one, insofar as history primarily constitutes an undertaking to acquire wealth. Here using the Earth means interpreting it as a resource and framework for all fabrications. Third, a reading of history as exodus and emancipation. Here everything narrow, local, and rooted is liberated into the boundless, into the promised land of the everywhere. Here using the Earth means applying it as a foil for world traffic, as a background for messages, a terrain for crossings, and a carrier for transports. The monstrous in geodichy via the European globe manifests itself in two ways: as a shallow monster, to the extent that the globe provides the model uniform for our cosmic place with the image of Earth as a guide for everyday Titanism, or as a deep monster, if we look through the globe to observe the geological monad. This latter, because it is a singularity, can by its nature not be understood, only meditated upon in its uniqueness. As the only encompassing and uncanny house of life, it is an unspeakable individual. Modernity is the time of the crime of the geological monstrous because it carries out the process of geological enlightenment in global operative routines. Thus the 20th century plays a culminating part in the time of the crime of modernity because, in its course, historical and regional alibis were increasingly eliminated so that all contemporaries could potentially be acquired as witnesses and accomplices to the man-made monstrous. In the 20th century, the pictorial world exploded primarily in the sense of shallow monstrousness. The image of the Earth now provided the frame for the space through which all other images must be transported. The Earth became the illustrated magazine on which all other illustrations circulate. Certainly one also finds works appearing in the great art of modernity which reply to the deep monster that is the Earth. Only rarely, however, do they reach the level of equal monstrousness alongside the geological monad. In great works of art, the monstrous of the modern age comes to itself as a time of the crime. In this sense, all significant works of thought and form in our age are indirect monuments to our geodichy. They show the state of what is possible on Earth. They attest that the humanly possible now always means the monstrous, whether in routine or singular actions. It is of this Earth, illuminated by its artistic outbursts, that Heidegger wrote in one of his greatest texts, "The Earth appears as the unworld of errancy." In terms of the history of Bain, it is the errant planet. For two questions formulated by Deleuze and Guattari answer as if from a different planet: who does the Earth think it is, and who does man think he is? 5. 2 Millennium. On the eve of the bimillennium, 6 world languages have established themselves on what Heidegger, around 1945, termed the errant planet: English, the dollar, multinational brands, popular music, the news, and abstract art. Their functional commonality is the synchronization of intraspecies traffic. Through the effects of the Eurocentric age from 1492 to 1945, there developed on the Earth a system of interactions that is realized in economic, diplomatic, and informatic routines. The necessity of bringing the partners scattered across the Earth into a shared world time takes effect on the basis of all globalization routines. The purpose of all cultural revolutions is synchronization, meaning the initiation of humans into the simultaneity of the earthly present. Hence the modern age is always also the age of mankind en march. By annulling the original scattered mode of being among the human species that had prevailed for millions of years and throughout the old regional empires, globalization forced the ununited together in the hazardous form of the current world traffic commune. European expansions and the world market bring the age-old anthropological diaspora to an end. From 1492 onward, the monstrous in time is the world society squeezed together into a new, simultaneously existing unity. The mental trauma of the modern age is not the loss of the middle, but rather the loss of distance from the many others. As a result, modernization takes place as an establishment of temporal communism for the species as a whole. Where humans interpret their position in space and time according to modern standards, they must view themselves as members of a forced commune that no longer permits any escape. Whoever has seen globes and the news can scarcely have any illusions about belonging together with the rest of the species. We have now become chrono-communists and bio-communists against our will, as it were, dismayed members of a genetic universal church that surrounds us with relatives on all sides. The modern ones are those who must wonder what the Chinese and the Icelanders are up to today. Robert Walser already found a formula for this at the start of the 20th century. Running around with the problem of nations in one's head, doesn't this mean falling prey to disproportion? Dragging in millions of people willy-nilly, what a burden on the brain. In the jumble comprised of the sentences above, I think I hear in the distance the Minotaur, who represents, it seems to me, nothing more than the shaggy difficulty of making sense of the problem of nations. 6. The problems of nations are the small change of the question of mankind, where we view the monstrous as the norm. The depiction of Earth actionism in the world picture is necessarily followed by a world clock system and a world news system. The use of both is as far from being harmless as the observing of globes was in former times. Its ultimate consequence is to separate people from their local histories, their ethnic rhythms, and their national calendars to incorporate them in the homogeneous, synchronous world time. This makes them active players in the game of the disproportionate. What we call modernity is complicity with the synchronous world form. Modernization is the adaptation of forms of life to synchronous world routines, and modernism is the ethos of this adaptation as the existentialism of synchronization. It implies the ultimate form of egalitarianism as the equality of all before the homogeneous earthly present, which realizes itself as the equality of humans before the news. For news is not simply a world language genre in the aforementioned sense among others, but simultaneously the adjustment from historicism to actualism. The news systems of today only become possible in a globalized world form where a homogeneous event space is probed for differences from previous states. The result of such probings is fed into the pipelines of the synchronous world media. These are, as it were, the performative of the eternal present of homogenized humanity with itself. Their only task is to inform the synchronized world of its synchronization. There are always some heads of state meeting somewhere for some world summit on some subject. There are always some troops advancing, under some pretext and in some numbers, on some enemy who is accused of some crime. There are always some currencies falling below some previously unthinkable minimum levels. There are always some major firms merging with some others in some joint ventures. There are always some commemorations of some events in some past time taking place on some day with the sympathy of the general public. Something is always so and so many years ago and can act as material for some generally consumed memory. There are always some works by some artists being somehow honored in some retrospectives. The staging of simultaneity takes place in two ways in the synchronous world. As a culture of currentness, the synchronous culture combs daily through the threads of events in global events to find those knots and differences that stand out sufficiently to attract attention. As an anniversary culture, it ensures that we maintain the same distance from all regionally powerful events from the past. It asserts the rule that all things which once advanced history as potencies and events are now transformed into homogeneous anniversary material. In this sense, the information system of the synchronous world guarantees our incipient post-historicity. We are living in a constant state of transition into it. Whenever we have reason to think that this transition is irreversible, we also have reason to confirm modernization. Then we count each one of our steps into modernity. It is not implausible that we today, at a very conservative estimate, are located in the fifth modernity, because the modern age, as a modernization process, has progressed through at least 4 crises or major reactions: Counter-Reformation, Romanticism, Vitalism, and Fascism. Consequently, we are presently in transition to the sixth modernity, as the triumph of constructivism over regionalism and anti-globalism is becoming apparent before our eyes as the 4 now last anti-modernisms. The persistent final event in the historical world is the current globalization as the production of the constant earthly present. For the current generations, this major man-made event runs through the middle of their lives. It is the monstrous in time. We can tell from it that modern age humans are, contrary to the claims of philosophies of history, essentially uninterested in making history, but more concerned with concluding history and bringing about post-historical conditions. The continuous movement toward the eternal present, in which the sum of all events would be zero, was the true project of modernity. In this sense, the idea of the Third Reich was not simply a fascistoid parody of Christian millenarism as it had developed from Joachim from Fiore to Lessing, Schelling, and Saint Simon. At the same time, it remains the latent matrix for all demanding modernisms, because it was the first to grasp the logical form of a potentially final age with sufficiently formal standards. In order to be modern, perhaps even final, an age must be a third at least structurally. An age is final if its constitution is such that no matter how much might happen in it, nothing during or after it could be epoch-making. Because of the temporal logic of its design, modernity is actually a constant dawning of a third or millenary age, an incessant crossing over from history into post-history, a continuous transition into an end time without end. This cannot be any other way, because modernity's ambition to be an age of penetrating self-reflexivity is formally unsurpassable. The soundness of this claim can be verified by means of a thought experiment in which we ask how, from the perspective of modernity, one might imagine a subsequent epoch. There are two kinds of answer to this, the catastrophic and the continuous. With catastrophic answers, one has to assume that modernization as a whole would be broken off through a completely incommensurable event and diverted in an unpredictable direction, either through a biosystemic disaster or a theological epiphany, or through an extraterrestrial intervention. If we exclude the catastrophic variants from the discourse of modernity and postmodernity on account of their excessive and irrational implications, that leaves only the continuous form of response. According to this, the only thing that could possibly succeed modernity would be a further, later, heightened aggregate state of modernity. Located within its own continuum, modernity is an enduringly accumulative process, and only keeps moving through continuous self-upgrade. That is why the project of modernity futurizes itself. A world process that produces its own futures, however, corresponds to the concept of the millennium or of end time without end. In that sense, the non-excessive version of a theory of modernity is forced at least to admit to the millenarist aspect of the current world form. That is already far more than a conventional theory, one that is committed to a balanced middle ground and proclaims itself as critical, could grant. This concession would bring the monstrous character of modernity's temporal structure alarmingly into view. The conventional forms of modernism, pragmatism, and populism resolutely turn a blind eye to the monstrous to which they belong. They are fanaticisms of normality. Nonetheless, time has shown that in its temporal structure too, the nature of the modern age as the time of a crime is so disproportionate that it cannot be fully formulated in conventional theoretical or programmatic texts. There is no theory of the monstrous, only hyperbolic projections. One can utter them, just as the feeling of going insane can be articulated. One can confess to them as one confesses to sensing that one has committed a crime of an interminable nature in a dream. Like a radical suspicion towards oneself, participation in modernity can only be confessed to. 3. Art history and nothingness history. Having discussed the monstrous as a spatial and temporal form of modernity, we should now speak of the monstrous in the object forms of modernity. Any contemporary can easily convince themselves of the increasing presence of the artificial in modern age life worlds. Modernity as a campaign for the increase of comfort and routines of competence implies furnishing subjects with ever more effective equipment for self-enhancement. We have long existed in technologized life worlds where classical and cybernetic machines are the leading factor in our shaping of existence. In the light of these evident phenomena, it is easy to assert the interpretation of modernization as artificialization. The law of modernity is the increasing employment of artificiality in all essential dimensions of existence. What is more difficult is defending this finding against the widespread and growing unease in modernness. 7 For the grammars of advanced civilizations are, for the time being, no help to us in the attempt to state the place of the artificial in the real. 8 All traditional thought forms agree that they stir up a certain suspicion of nihilism toward artifacts. Since Plato, the private parts of technology and the world of images have been considered deficient forms of being. At least the self-assured monisms of the Indians let samsara and nirvana converge. Within the tradition of the thinking of being, as embodied in the high forms of Western metaphysics, unease about the artificial is a solid constant. It expresses the fact that a language of being is inadequate for articulating what machines, sign systems, and works of art are according to their nature. It seems to be their nature to break with what nature typically is. For everything that is a work claims to negate substantial being through representation and to augment it with invented additions. If anything in the Western tradition is exempt from the suspicion of being mere illusion and nothingness, it is the great works of art, to which even classical thought reluctantly, as it were, grants a preferred participation in substance and the soul, despite their extreme artificiality. It is not without significance that some have attempted in recent art history to show that images are based more fundamentally on cult than artifice. Cult too is a derivative of being. It cloaks the images in a gestural, religious, indeed physiological meaning. It wants the foam of signs to begin from the flesh of things, from ritually harnessed life itself. This is easy to understand. If one presupposes the primacy of being, artificialities can only be viewed as ontological bastards in which part of being's wealth had unrightfully been seized by nothingness. Aesthetics and technology theory under the sign of being always and inevitably lead to more or less explicit denunciations of the illusory world as a sphere comprising unnecessary additions to an older stock. Works of art, like those of technology, are really the children of nothingness at best, half-siblings of the truly existent Dewarensinden. They are constructs of ontological injustice, devoid of archetypes and only comprehensible as delusions of opulence, uncovered in their origins and insubstantial in the strong sense of the word. In them, a supplementary nothing tricks its way into the dense world of natural and essential orders. One can understand how, with the fundamental growth of the artificial factor in modernity, this line of thought would have to result in a totalizing criticism of the artificial world's abandonment by being saints Verlassenheit. The last thinkers of being inevitably view themselves as the last ones alive in an environment of colorful death, that is, machines, simulacra, and streams of signifiers. For them, the most recent phase of art history is a danse macabre illuminated by lost leftovers of souls. The artificial world, viewed with the eyes of the faithful ancients, putrefies as nihilistic voluntarism. At the center, the curator sits enthroned as the pope of abandonment by reason, or alternatively the director, features editor, cultural consultant, or festival director. Heidegger countered this artificial and ontologically secondary world with a first nature still backed by the opulence of origin. The birch never exceeds its possibilities. The colony of bees dwells within its possibilities. It is only the will, which established itself in technology with universal validity, that drags the earth into the exhaustion, exploitation, and alteration of the artificial. It forces the earth beyond the developed circle of its possibilities into something that is no longer the possible, and is therefore the impossible. 9. Anyone who wants to read the history of art and technology as a history of being, as Heidegger's case illustrates, will find nothing but terminations everywhere, forgetfulness of being, the end of art history as an interpretation of substance, the plunge of humanity into the impossible and multimedial for dead souls. One cannot escape the necessity of admitting to oneself that the history of the artificial can no longer be developed in the style of the history of being. The artificial thing, if conceived from the perspective of being, will never shake off the suspicion of a betrayal of an initial wealth of sense and the soul. The thinking of being is not sufficient for an understanding of what constitutes modernity, dynamism in action and redistribution of subjectivity among humans and things. While the advanced civilizations were founded on the discovery and development of the difference between subject and object, or soul and thing, modernity destabilized these time-honored distinctions along with their oversimplifying power. This sets in motion a progressive redistribution in which what were things of the soul are shifted to the sphere of things and the previously subjective into the scope of the objective. Gotthard Gunther, to whom we owe the most advanced theory of technology in the 20th century, points to the world historical purpose of these shifts. In the history of technology until now, the relationship between subject and object has been mistakenly described, insofar as traditional thought assigns to the realm of the soul an overflowing wealth of qualities that actually belong on the side of things, where they can be understood as mechanisms of a higher order. 10. This leads to an unlimitedly far-reaching program of corrections to the image of themselves that humans fashioned in the period of advanced civilizations. The process of this correction is to be the central issue in the next major period of world history. 11. Modernity as the millennium of progressive artificialization then has its substance in the technical as the progressive conquest of nothingness. The depth of the future can only be thought today as a complex of growth dimensions of the artificial. Such an increase, however, can no longer be viewed as a phase in the history of being. If one is to deal with it conceptually, it must be treated as the unfolding history of nothingness. Nothingness is increasingly transpiring as the true element of progressive capacity. If thought must correspond to being, then correspondences with nothing are daring leaps into the operation. Wanting, acting, and composing are then adequate responses to the realization that in nothingness, although nothing can be identified, anything can be achieved. In this sense, one can say that nothingness is the element of modernity. Its beginning was, and shall ever remain, the deed or, in modern parlance, the undertaking. Through the operatively capable will, enormous steps can be taken in nothingness to increase artificialization. These will provide later thought with the blueprints for reflection on beings. If, almost 3,000 years ago, classical thought developed under the overwhelming impression of a supposedly ever-complete nature with a seemingly insurmountable head start on all human action, which provides the logical basis for religious feeling, this thought, already precise, also articulates despite feeling overwhelmed by the being before it a mental deed with its own ontological weight whose most distant consequences would only reveal themselves in modernity. By seeking to contemplate the nature of natures, classical reason produced the characteristically metaphysical semblance of sublime calm. Its elements were spirit or stone, both understood as the extreme substantialities that were above all action and made the respective other seem meaningless beside them. 12 Modern thought, on the other hand, is dazed from its own might. It notices itself as power, consummation, and capability, increasingly disconcerted, activated, and attentive to its own acts. It follows man-made history, which must finally be carried out systematically. It interferes to a constantly growing extent in that which is. In the course of its elevation, it had to approach a point from which the human will would become sufficiently powerful to become a rival of classical substance. Now nature and being lost their ontological monopoly, they found themselves provoked and replaced by successions of artificial creations out of nothingness and the rise of a post-natural world of the will. It is hardly surprising that the strongholds of being in the age of advanced civilizations always saw a dark shadow creeping around them. It was that same nothingness which could initially, under the predominance of a monovalent concept of being in which only being is, and nothingness is not, only be imagined as that which goes against being, as the void that fools humans with illusions and phantoms. With modern nihilism, however, the power of humans to commit unprecedented and fathomless acts and invent new things, a prime characteristic of the modern age, was officially recognized and presented generally under a striking, albeit still defamatory, name. Nothing now became something. The ontological field presented itself as multivalent. Since then, the malignant appearance of the nothingness of nihilism has peeled away. As we now know, the nothingness of nihilism represents the reverse of creativity and what modernity would allow itself to be deprived of its birthright to creative life and projections of the will. For the entire world time of coming states of modernity, no doubts are possible about the primacy of the will to artificiality over the willingness to submit to a defined nature or a normative antiquity. No neo-Catholic trends can change that. At the core of modernity, once its conception has been taken further, only inventors, artists, and entrepreneurs can play a key role in shaping themselves and no longer thinkers, in the strict sense of the philosophical tradition. It is obvious that thought per se, as a correlate to beings, is becoming a merely partial function of the culture of will and projects. The shepherds of being trapped in the beautiful dream of pure extra-technological existentiality and a purely obedient reflection move toward the sidelines. In fact, being itself, as the realm of past freedom, now seems like a narrow ontological province. It has been pushed to the periphery of the nothing-based empire of will, creations and projects. One can now observe a flight from being Sensflucht, just as there was a rural flight to the cities. The new entrepreneurs in the project space, the artists, the organizers, the writers of programs and also the entrepreneurs in the traditional sense are constantly emigrating from the old world of contemplatively sheltered being to settle dynamically in the new world of the nothingness that is open for projects. The typical gesture of these escapees of being is the assumption of leadership by a constructivity reaching for a power that is based on capably continuing. Entrepreneurs and artists do not guard or conserve what there is, they unleash and create works from what has never existed in that form. constantly repulsing the given. Old being and its beings find themselves overgrown with an increasingly powerful supplement of new realizations whose results spread as acts of artificialization in cultures of apparatus and images. What was once called being already resembles a chapel standing amidst skyscrapers or a proof of God's existence on a computer printout. Out of glass and steel, new working materials and new writing systems, grows an unclosable in-between world that cannot be controlled by any synthesis, and is neither nature nor a will to novelty still incubating unrealized, but rather a crystallized world of apparatus as past will, along with technical refuse as waste from the mass of devalued artifacts. Giant cities, museums, and rubbish heaps are typical contemporary products of the monstrous as an industry. Since the 17th century, the activation revolution has developed into a self-motivating escalation system. Its consistent success ensures that an end of art history is no more the case than an end of technological history or an end of state history. There is no reason not to believe that the best is being created at this moment or is yet to come. Anyone who thinks they are seeing the imminent end of whatever lies ahead is drawing mistaken conclusions about world events on the basis of fatigue. What genuinely ends is the possibility of thinking over the histories of art, technology, and the will from the perspective of a history of being. Modernity as a world process escalates further, reaching the time of the crime of the openly monstrous, for it remains the form of consummation for an unreconsiderable history of nothingness that primarily has power over reality. The realization that the old natures still require nurturing within it leads, in our time, to the growth of an idea, a historically unprecedented type of conservatism as a space of green concern. Configuring the latter productively with the freedom historical results of modern forms of society and life, such a task now marks the foremost front line of the thought that was once called philosophical. Mankind, therefore, where it extends its horizons of will in constantly expanded routines, can look out into a broadly arranged depth of temporal layers. In this era, whoever relies purely on being will experience wear on all fronts. The power of continuous modernity is the impossibility of exhausting nothingness. Notes 1. See Peter Sloterdijk, Globes, Spheres, Volume 2, Mikrosferologie, trans. Wieland Hoban, Los Angeles, Semiotext, E. 2014, Chapter 8, The Last Orb, on a Philosophical History of Terrestrial Globalization, 765-959. 2. See Martin Heidegger, The Age of the World Picture, in Martin Heidegger, Off the Beaten Track, ed. And trans. Julian Young and Kenneth Haynes, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2002, 57-85. 3. See Percy Ernst Schramm, Sphäre. Globus. Reichsapfel, Wanderung und Wandlung eines Herrschaftseichens von Caesar bis Elisabeth II, ein Beitrag zum Nachleben der Antike, Stuttgart, Heiersmann, 1958. 4. Martin Heidegger, Overcoming Metaphysics, in Heidegger, The End of Philosophy, trans. Joan Stambaugh, New York, Harper and Row, 1973, 108-109 trans. Hoban. 5. Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, 8,000 Plateaus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, trans. Brian Massumi, New York, Continuum, 2004, 44 and 71. 6. Robert Walser, Masquerade and Other Stories, trans. Susan Bernofsky, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1990, 180. 7. Wieland Hoban's translator's note, the phrase Unbehagen in der Modernität is almost certainly meant to recall Freud's Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, which, though published in English as Civilization and its Discontents, would be more accurately translated as Unease in Culture. 8. See Hans Blumenberg's essay Nachahmung der Natur, zur Vorgeschichte der Idee des Körperlichen Menschen, in Hans Blumenberg, Wirklichkeiten, in denen wir leben, Stuttgart, Reklam, 1981, 55 to 103. 9. Heidegger, Overcoming Metaphysics, 109 trans. Hoban. 10. Gotthard Gunther, Beitrag zur Grundlegung einer Operationsfähigen Dialektik, Volume 3, Hamburg, Felix Meiner, 1980, 224f. 11. Ibid 12. The old ontology of things makes reflection unreal, the old ontology of spirit makes material unreal. Both reductions, conditioned by ontological monovalence, are in effect to this day, massively guided by the former, positivistic, mode. 9. The selfless revanchist. A note on Siren. One can gauge the significance, or at least the independence, of a thinker not least by how long and by what means he eludes his emulators, even those who purport to be faithful commentators or to have been called upon to develop his impulses. In this respect, Siren might without further inquiry have to be reckoned among the most significant philosophical writers of the 20th century, since in a manner other than the star philosophers of existentialism, critical theory, or post-structuralism, who achieved their goals in protest of imitation, Siren invested his intellectual suffering entirely in his inimitability. Yet the concept of significance does not do justice to the phenomenon that is Siren, since the fundamental impetus of his thought is not that of seeing his name registered in a history of ideas or in an account of great authors. Rather, he wants to see that his pride in defending his inimitability against students and copycats is satisfied. While the great masters of the modern culture of dissidence, that is to say, Heidegger, Sartre, Adorno, and Derrida, could reckon their successes in multitudes of emulators, Siren, more proud, more demonic, more despairing than they were, recognizes his success in discouraging potential emulators already when they are on the brink of making the attempt. He knew that all emulation ends up in parody and that whoever takes his ideas more seriously than their success shields them from the parodies that follow their impact. The question is thus how one manages to transition from emulative negativity, which as revolutionary engagement, radical critique, aesthetic anarchism, or deconstructivist subversion forms a school, to an inimitable, completely idiosyncratic negativity that nonetheless shines light on the whole. In this context, we might recall the relevant difference in late ancient Egyptian and Syrian monasticism between friars living in cloisters and anchorites, of which the first, according to an observation by Hugo Ball, existed as athletes of mourning, while the second existed as athletes of despair. It cannot be doubted that Siren's place in this alternative must be sought among the anchorites, those who have withdrawn and cut themselves off from the terrestrial realm. In this position, it is no longer a matter of struggling with and reworking beings according to critical methods, but rather of putting God and the world on trial by holding one's own shattered existence against them as proof of their failure and waywardness. While critical or subversive negativity has the effect of forming schools to the degree that its standpoint can be charted, established, copied, and simulated in beings, despairing negativity withdraws into an exile that cannot be taught, is fathomless, and cannot be emulated. In the elaboration of this position of exile lie Siren's singular strengths. After Kierkegaard, he is the only thinker of distinction who had the irrevocable insight that no one can despair according to sure methods. Whoever intends to obtain his doctorate should not take the trouble to first ask Siren whether he would like to supervise the work. The distance from the world that is characteristic of critical theorists, aesthetic anarchists, and deconstructivists is always based on a reserve from which the respective schools claim, not unjustly, that within limits they can be learned by means of a method. What Husserl called the epoche, the break with the natural attitude, means nothing other than the perfectible practice of opting out of the stream of gesticulating, intending, involved life. To this belongs the methodical cheerfulness of theory's spectating disposition, even for mournful means. In contrast, Siren works with a pathological epoche, of which it cannot be ascertained how one should copy or convey it. His uprootedness is not grounded in a theoretical distancing from a normal and naive life, it arises from the curse of finding oneself to be a really existing anomaly. His reserve is anything but methodological, it is demonic. In his case, critique was preceded by torture. While ordinary critical theory, to say nothing of ordinary positive theory, distances itself from merely living out one's life, in order to emancipate the thinker from his conditions and provide him with the resources to resist and rework the real, desperate theory is only interested in bearing witness to the failure of the construct of reality as such. Its distance is not taken up arbitrarily, but rather can be found already before all theory as an effect of a suffering in the thinker. Cyren's Archimedean point, from which he unhinges the normative view of the world and its philosophical and ethical superstructure, is the discovery of the privilege of sleeping, from which all other minds, not least such as take themselves to be relentlessly critical, profit as though from something self-evident. His unparalleled clear-sightedness in the disenchantment of all positive and utopian constructs has its basis in the pervasive stigma of his existence in a sleeplessness that was undoubtedly of a psychogenic character and which marked him for years in his formative phase. This is what lends an envenomed epithet to the thinker, Cyren. The insomniac knows, in contradistinction to the critic, that he is not the master of his premises. Insomnia is not an assumption that is made, not a disposition of the practicing subject, not a provisional vacation from one's own life in support of a pure attentiveness, and certainly not a theoretical preparatory exercise for practical revolution. A putting into question of existence and its fictions imposes itself on the insomniac, which reaches deeper than any reflective, subversive, or aggressive deconstruction. For the subject of insomnia the evidence is produced, in a way that is not sought, that all acts of both the naive and the critical life are descendants of the privilege of sleep, which again and again makes possible for its possessors the return to a minimal vital illusion. Sleep fulfills the tired human being's demand for relief by means of discrete downfalls of the world. It is the small change of the redemption from evil, its coming to pass answers the natural prayer of fatigue. Cyren's insomnia a priori, in contrast, opens up for thought the possibility that the subject's plea for a temporary cancellation of the world's compulsion of life is not answered. It is in this sense the meditation of the unanswered, which must be endured as continual wakefulness. Such an existence is a kind of torture in which the torturer is not identified and his questions not precisely posed. Already the early Cyren thinks from the position of a permanent ontological crucifixion that never reaches the point at which the victim may say consummatum est. Because sleeplessness is not a work, neither one that redeems nor one that is enlightening, it can never be declared to be finished. The insomniac is not nailed to the cross of reality, but rather is included in the gelatinous mass of the half-real. He finds out that what is gelatinous is more implacable than what is hard. While one is shattered by the latter and meets his end, one is wrecked by the former and remains spared for endless continuations. Sleeplessness is deconstruction without deconstructivists. Cyren often noted that the characteristic impulse of his thought and writing was the reversal of a curse into a distinction. But how can the crippling effect of lost sleep be reversed into an active disposition? In a twofold way, insofar as the author, as he says himself, changes his being worn down into something chosen, and insofar as he gains an intense desire for vengeance from his forced vigilance. With both turnings, Cyren proves himself to be a Judeo-Christian theologian in the Nietzschean sense of the term. The analyses from Beyond Good and Evil and on the genealogy of morality on the origin of the spirit of the theologian from Out of Ressentiment are initially fully accurate when applied to him. Cyren is in fact a theologian of reactive wrath, who imputes to the Creator God his failure and to the created world its inability to take him in. In the mode of his reaction, Cyren reveals himself to be a dark doppelganger of Heidegger. Where the latter elaborated the crypto-Catholic thesis that thinking means thanking, Cyren unfolds the black Gnostic counter-thesis that thinking means avenging oneself. In both cases thinking is a corresponding, a logical gathering and giving back of that which was sent to the thinker as a gift of being. But while Heidegger's thoughtful giving back after its heroic beginning subsides into a mild, positive wanting to be an answer, in Cyren the instinct for an immense restitution remains acute. It is always clear to him that where there is a gift there is always a giver who remains to be exposed. While the spirit of the fundamental ontologist, relieved by sleep, continually and gratefully meditates anew on being as giver and gift gave, the consciousness which revolts, continually sharpened by the deprivation of sleep, devotes itself to the task of transforming the poison of being sense gift in its own existence into precise powers of immunity and of denouncing the poisoner. Nihil contra venenum nisi venenum is. 1. Siren's singularity can be recognized in the fact that he developed a systematically revanchist praxis of thinking. He did not declaim against the temptations of being and invitations to faith as an avenger in some private affair, nor as someone debased and aggrieved in the sociological sense, but rather as a medium of a transcendental wrath and as an agent of an offensive skepticism. He is a wrathful Job, who displays his defects as striking arguments against the sadistic creator. As the guardian of a chosen wrath he is as selfless as only the founder of an ascetic order could be. As guardian of his pride in this wrath he is as egomaniacal as only a Satanist could be. His philosophical revanchism is the negative of thoughtful thankfulness. Like no one else in this or any century he made it clear that thinking is a thankless occupation, especially when the intelligible future today belongs less than ever before to thinking, which is not able to move beyond meditating and stewing in its wrath, than it does to the will that formulates projects and sets operations in motion. Siren is only lucid in not willing, while willing for him as for his distant kinsman Heidegger remains an alien mode. He never sets foot in the world of willing, his whole life long he will hear nothing of what is pragmatic. He is suspicious of those who are able to believe. His hatred applies to those who are able to will. His thankless thought lapsed into absurdity, because in him the impulse for vengeance against God extends further than does the belief in God. Under the auspices of the absurd, Siren, the son of a priest, reaped an anachronistic aftercrop of the era of religious metaphysics, by contriving for himself the role of the reactionary blasphemer. He toppled the idols that were no longer up to date, he holed up in his garret like an anchorite, whose ascetic practice consists in piling up disappointments. By virtue of his revanchism, Siren held onto a juvenile, vicious negativity his whole life long. It was his early and never revised pride in not lowering himself to maturity. This is what makes his writings so uniquely dense, insistent, and monotonous. He knew that his malaise was his strength and that he as an author should only treat a single theme so as not to sink into arbitrariness. He grasped it early enough, his only chance consisted in repeating himself. Sartre's critical words, that vice is on principle the love of failure, too registers what Siren should have chosen as his motto. In contrast to Nietzsche, another son of a clergyman of whom there is continual talk, Siren marked an important point through his insistence on revenge. If the former was committed to the attempt to bank his thought completely on aristocratic, affirmative, and non-reactive drives, Siren abandoned himself to a descent into the hell of a non-aristocratism and reaction. On the basis of his degradation he also bore within himself the discovery that there is a magnanimity of vengeance which rivals all affirming thought. His work is vengeance without an avenger and payback that knows no loss. For this reason, his writings have therapeutic effects. Their clarity in forlornness immunizes against the temptation to amorphously surrender. In a manner different than Nietzsche, Siren did not behave like someone who has overcome his own decadence, perhaps because he even saw through Nietzsche's ultimate illusion, the sick dream of a great health. He accepted his decadence, his morbidity, his foreordained condemnation to skepticism as poisons of being and distilled his writings as antidotes. The knowers and the needy may make use of this as it seems wise to them. Yet the emulators will not find in Siren's apothecary what their ambition seeks. I recall a conversation with the old Siren in the German house of the Cité Universitaire in Paris in the mid-1980s, in the course of which I brought the conversation around to his suspicious and disparaging statements about Epicurus. He immediately seemed to understand what I had in mind with my query. He candidly explained that he recanted his claims and now felt Epicurus to be very close, that he saw in him today one of the real benefactors of humanity. The word benefactor, quietly uttered aloud, sounded oddly significant on his tongue. For on this occasion he dispensed with any sarcasm. Perhaps the recognition had ripened in the garden of his sleeplessness that there is need of a special kind of generosity that allows the human being a retreat from the fronts of the real, and that this world can less than ever do without teachers of retreat. Our century has known none more decisive than him. Notes. 1. Nothing works against poison except poison itself. 2. Jean-Paul Sartre, Being and Nothingness, a phenomenological essay on ontology, trans. Hazel E. Barnes, New York, Washington Square Press, 1984, 493. 10. An essential tendency toward nearness lies in Dasein 1. Marginalia to Heidegger's doctrine of existential place. It seems to have been clear to only a few Heidegger interpreters that under the sensational programmatic title of Being and Time there is also an embryonically revolutionary treatise on being and space. Under the spell of Heidegger's existential analytic of time, it has for the most part been overlooked that the latter is anchored in a corresponding analytic of space, just as both are in turn grounded in an existential analytic of movement. Hence it comes about that one can read a whole library on Heidegger's doctrine of temporalization and historicity, onto chronology, a few treatises on his doctrine of Movensbewegtheit or onto kinetics, yet nothing on his attempts at a theory of the primordial making room Einraumung for space Raum or onto topology except for pietistic paraphrases unfit to be cited. Heidegger's inquiry achieves a positive portrayal of the spatiality of Dasein as bringing near an orientation over the course of two destructive steps. It is in fact the concepts of space in vulgar physics as well as in metaphysics that must be cleared away before the existential analytic of being in can be addressed. What does being in mean? Initially, we supplement the expression being in with the phrase in the world, and are inclined to understand this being in as being in something. With this term, the kind of a being is named which is in something else, as water is in the glass, the dress is in the closet. Water and glass, dress and closet, are both in space at a location in the same way. This relation of being can be expanded, that is, the bench in the lecture hall in the university in the city, and so on until, the bench in world space. These beings whose being in one another can be determined in this way all have the same kind of being, that of being objectively present as things occurring within the world. In contrast, being in designates a constitution of being of Dasein, and is an existential. But we cannot understand by this the objective presence of a material thing, the human body, in a being objectively present. In stems from in and dash, to reside, habitare, to dwell. And means I am used to, familiar with, I take care of something. It has the meaning of Colorado in the sense of habito and diligo. Being as the infinitive of I am, that is, understood as an existential, means to dwell near, to be familiar with. Point 2. With the reference to the old German verb innen, inhabiting, Heidegger already early on in his inquiry reveals the point of the existential analysis of spatiality. What he calls being in the world means nothing other than to in the world in a transitively verbal sense, residing in it while enjoying its disclosure in attunements and instances of reaching out accomplished in advance. Because Dasein is always already an accomplished act of residing, a result of a primal leap into inhabiting, spatiality inseparably belongs to existence. The talk of inhabiting the world does not amount to simply imputing domesticity on a colossal scale to those who exist, for it is precisely being able to be at home in the world that is in question, and to proceed from it as though it were a given would already be a regression to the container model of physics that is supposed to be overcome here. This is, incidentally, the error in reasoning that is committed in all holistic world pictures and doctrines of uterine immanence and can be found rigidified in pious half-thoughts. The house of being, however, is also not an enclosure gay house in which those existing enter and exit. Its structure is more comparable to an orb of care in which Dasein has spread itself out in a primordial being outside itself. Heidegger's radical phenomenological attentiveness cuts the ground from under the multi-millennial reigns of the container model of physics and metaphysics. The human being is neither a living being in its environing world nor a rational being in the heavenly vault nor a perceiving being within the interior of God. Consequently, Even idle chatter about the environment Umwelt, which has been in the ascendant since the 1920s, is also subject to the phenomenological critique. Biology does not think, just as little as does any other standard science. The saying used so often today, human beings have their environment, does not say anything ontologically as long as having is undetermined. 3. But what is meant by the aroundness of the environment? According to what we have said, being in is not a quality which Dasein sometimes has and sometimes does not have, without which it could be just as well as it could with it. It is not the case that human being is, and then on top of that has a relation of being to the world which it sometimes takes upon itself. Dasein is never initially a sort of a being which is free from being in, but which at times is in the mood to take up a relation to the world. This taking up of relations to the world is possible only because, as being in the world, Dasein is as it is. This constitution of being is not first derived from the fact that besides the being which has the character of Dasein there are other beings which are objectively present and meet up with it. These other beings can only meet up with Dasein because they are able to show themselves of their own accord within a world. 4. Traditional thought's existential blindness to space manifests itself in the ancient world pictures, insofar as they integrate the human being, more or less without further ado, into an enclosing nature as cosmos. 5. In modern thought, Descartes' division of substances into thinking substances and extended substances provides the severest example of the unwillingness to consider the place of meeting up as still particularly worthy of question. Because everything that Descartes has to say on the theme of spatiality remains based on the complex of body and thing as the sole bearers of extension, the question of where thinking and extension meet up cannot occur to him. The thinking thing remains an authority without a world, which, oddly enough, seems to be able to entertain the fanciful notion that it sometimes takes up a relation to extended things and sometimes does not. The residential cogitans bears features of a spectral hunter who braces himself for excursions into what is recognizably extended, only to withdraw afterward into his worldless stronghold in that which is without extension. Heidegger responds to this with the primordial being in of Dasein in the sense of being in the world. Even knowledge is only a derivative mode of dwelling in the spaciousness of the world that is disclosed by circumspective concern. In directing itself toward and in grasping something, Dasein does not first go outside of the inner sphere in which it is initially encapsulated, but, rather, in its primary kind of being, it is always already outside together with some being encountered in the world already discovered. Nor is any inner sphere abandoned when Dasein dwells together with a being to be known and determines its character. Rather, even in this being outside together with its object, Dasein is inside, correctly understood, that is, it itself exists as the being in the world which knows. Again, the perception of what is known does not take place as a return with one's booty to the cabinet gay house of consciousness after one has gone out and grasped it. Rather, in perceiving, preserving, and retaining, the Dasein that knows remains outside as Dasein. 6. In his positive statements concerning the spatiality of Dasein, Heidegger emphasizes above all two characteristics, dedistancing and directionality. Dedistancing means making distance disappear, making the being at a distance of something disappear, bringing it near. Dasein is essentially dedistancing. Initially and for the most part, dedistancing is a circumspect approaching, a bringing near as supplying, preparing, having at hand. An essential tendency toward nearness lies in Dasein. 7. In accordance with its spatiality, Dasein is initially never here, but over there. From this over there it comes back to its here. 8. As being in which dedistances, Dasein has at the same time the character of directionality. Every bringing near has always taken a direction in a region beforehand from which what is dedistanced approaches. Circumspect heedfulness is a directional dedistancing. 9. Letting inner worldly beings be encountered, which is constitutive for being in the world, is giving space. This giving space, which we call making room, frees things at hand for their spatiality. As circumspect taking care of things in the world, Dasein can change things around, remove them or make room for them only because making room understood as an existential belongs to its being in the world. The subject, correctly understood ontologically, Dasein, is spatial. Point 10. Whoever would have believed that the big show was about to begin after these powerfully worded opening acts would have seen his expectation disappointed. The existential where analysis transitions in one fell swoop to a who analysis, with no mention whatsoever of the fact that only the beginning of a thread had been drawn out, a thread that for the most part remained on the spool. Had one unfurled it further, the polysemous universes of existential spaciousness would have inevitably opened up, which are expressed anew by the key term spheres. Inhabiting spheres, however, cannot be explicated in detail, as long as Dasein is conceived above all by means of a supposedly essential tendency towards solitude. Point 11. The analytic of the existential where demands that one bracket all suggestions and moods of essential solitude, in order to be assured of the deep structures of accompanied and supplemented Dasein. In view of this task, the early Heidegger remained an existentialist in the problematic sense of the term. His swift turn to the who question leaves behind a solitary, weak, hysterical heroic existential subject that intends to be first when it comes to dying, and which lives wretchedly in suspense over the concealed features of its embeddedness in intimacies and solidarities. An inflated who in a confused where may be in store for very bad surprises when, given the occasion, it wants to anchor itself in the next best people vogue. When, during the National Revolution, Heidegger was carried away by imperial delirium and wanted to enjoy being a big shot, it became apparent that existential authenticity without a radical clarification of its situation leads to blindness. From 1934, Heidegger knew, even if only implicitly, that his enthusiasm bewegtide for the National Socialist uprising had been a being in the slipstream. Here time had become space. Whoever is pulled into the slipstream appears to be here while he lives in another sphere, on a distant stage, in an opaque inner there. Heidegger's late work discreetly draws the consequences of the lapse. The deceived nationalist folkist revolutionary expects only little from the history that is taking place around him. He has retired from the work of power. In the future, he will seek his salvation in still more intimate nearness exercises. He tenaciously sticks to his anarchic province and arranges guided tours through the house of being, i.e., language, an entirely magical concierge, equipped with heavy keys, always ready to meaningfully beckon. In animated moments he evokes the sacred Parmenidean sphere of being, as though he had returned to the Eleatic, tired of historicity as of an unholy spectre. Heidegger's late work plays out, ever anew, the resigned figures of a revolutionary deepening of thought, without ever again reaching the point from which the question of the primordial and always already universal making room for the world could have been fruitfully taken up. The project of spheres can also be understood as an attempt to salvage at least in one essential aspect the project being and space, which was tucked into Heidegger's early work as a subtheme, from its entombment. We are of the opinion that as much of Heidegger's interest in rootedness as can be saved comes into its own through a theory of pairs, of geniuses, and of supplemented existence. To have grasped hold of a ground in the existing duality, this much autochthony or anchoring in the real must also be retained, even if philosophy continues to vigilantly pursue its indispensable escape from the empirical commune. For thought, it is now a matter of working through the tension between autochthony, ab ovo and in regard to the community, and liberation, in regard to death or the infinite, anew.